It is June the 30th, 2023, one day before Canada Day. And this is episode 142 of whatever this is.
Why do we have to keep doing this crap? Can't we just stop doing this?
We basically do it for you, Eric. Because I know for a fact, if it wasn't for this show, you would not get to see nearly as much mayonnaise as I know you want to see in your life. You literally messaged me all week.
No,
Carlos, are you going to do the thing? Do the thing? No. And I was like, Eric, we the bit's kind of getting old. It's like, I live for it, Carlos. It's like, all right, buddy, whatever you say. All right.
We're going to fill his fluff with mail. Yeah.
I think that might have to be the case.
You don't joke about fluff, all right, Bobby?
I've joked about it before.
Fluff.
I saw it in the store. I had to kick it down the aisle. It's so light.
All right, Hockey Carver was first out of the block here at 7:45 a.m. this morning. I'm trying to decide if that's the. I know there was another one that was in the morning. Is that the record now?
When you drink too much the next night before, you don't know if it's a.m. or p.m. when you wake up. So maybe that.
So we've got the Baha Men invoked. It's rare that we get to invoke the Baha Men. Who will let the Eric out?
We'll take it.
Who? That's true.
I'm still in a truck in Manila. I can't find the door. I'm stuck in this place.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I did mention it. I think I mentioned it a couple of live streams. I mentioned it to guys just before we got started. I even sent Eric a picture. It's like, our long national nightmare is over. It's like, I have joined the masses of all of you weak individuals with air conditioning. So the heat pump has been installed. money has been transferred over to the appropriate authorities and parties, and now they've got the machine set up here. So now we got it's like now it's not super hot. It's just terrible. I might have to put on a jacket or something. Terrible.
Now that you emptied your bank account due to your weakness, you're gonna have to go get a job now.
Settle down, Eric.
See, he does it when he didn't. You should have not had a job a long time ago. I would have had the air conditioning. And then
Bobby, I've been literally saying this for years. My life simply got better when I stopped having a job. Things got so much better. It's unbelievable. All right, I'll get at it with first question here. Thoughts on the host of Sports Card Live being on the radar Sports Card Radio? The host of Sports Card Live? There's a Sports Card Live? Being on the radar of Sports Card Radio. They took some shots. I did actually watch this. And somebody actually took a screenshot. I saw it in the Discord.
Hear about that. What was it?
Yeah, so it was like an hour and a half in. It was, so the Sports Card Radio guys did their usual live stream. And a couple of people had questions, and somebody mentioned the Jeremy, and then it became, for about a minute or two, it became a Jeremy, roast fest, which, of course, I was appalled. Appalled!
Totally.
Absolutely appalled. Mostly accurate statements. Appalled. Like I said, appalled. Of course, we are far, far, far above that kind of horrific, vaguely slanderous things.
Literally, yeah. So what happened? What happened? Give me the clip notes.
So the clip notes was somebody was basically saying, somebody should ask Jeremy the hard questions, because they were feeling that his statements were a little bit of a questionable variety. And I think one of the brothers, the Sports Car Radio brothers, was literally like, yeah, he's a bot man. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but he's a bot man. He'll basically say whatever they tell him to say. And I was like, yeah, basically true. Mm-hmm.
What comments specifically are being questioned? I
would question. So basically, the show is on Saturdays at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I would question every comment from 9:59 p.m. Eastern till the end of the show. Every word, I would question all of it. Every statement is in question. I would want to verify everything, including his name, including claims of where you're located. All of his sponsors. Question everything.
Can you timestamp that much?
You probably can. I think you just timestamp the beginning of the show, and then just go from there.
It'd be like beep 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 beep.
Yeah, basically. So I would question that. All of those things. Yeah.
Nice.
The reality is it's not a new joke. It's like that's what you can be. Just to be clear. You can have sponsorships and still have like your own voice. And the other bit, the other roast they got him on, it's like he doesn't have an original thought in his head, and I'm like, yes, also true. Yes. Well, no, he's got a lot of original thoughts about coasters. He loves his luxury coasters. He's got a lot of original thoughts that the marketing copy wrote for him. And actually, that reminds me of something. Now I'll have to look at something and double check that. Actually, it reminds me about something. Hockey Guy also says, Carlos, what do you think about the people thinking there could be a bull run on cards of fanatics going the hobby? A year ago tomorrow, or tonight, we had somebody declaring the end of the hobby. We are already in the post hobby period. We're in the post hobby era. So as we speak, we have nowhere to go it up. We're in the zombie apocalypse, man.
Who was that?
Some weirdo.
Who
Some
predicted?
some random from Peabody.
Who predicted last January everything that was going to happen months beforehand? Who did that?
So then maybe you should answer this question, Eric. Being our local Nostradamus here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about people saying there could be a bull run for fanatics growing the hobby? 10xing the hobby, Eric. What's going on?
No, it's
Dang.
not. No,
Dang. A little sad.
because the people that would have bought into this and been super excited about it are the same ones that came in during the pandemic, dropped thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars, got all excited about new stuff, and everything was going to the moon. Got in on fractional sharing, got in on NFTs, got in on loaning money against cards, got in on 500,000 brand new grading companies. Those people are all gone. So the only people left are the people that were here before, the collectors, and we're smarter. I know what rule number 1 is. So you don't have to remind me. But
We'll remind you about rule number 2.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we aren't gonna fall for this. The people that came in during the pandemic, they're the ones that fall for this crap. We're not going to. So that is my opinion.
Wow. Amazing.
Mm.
Zach Pierce says, just here to see what Eric's angry about this evening. Oh, so
Everything.
much. Yep. James, good evening. Mike here says, which one of you pulled the 1-of-1 Lord of the Rings magic card? My bet is on Eric. It's a good bet. It's a good bet.
Oh yeah, and then I threw it away, so I thought it was stupid.
And then somebody found it and got it graded by PSA. I'm hoping to have a little bit of discussion on it, but I want to save it because we might have someone that can add a little color to this discussion. That we'll see if they are able to.
The hell isn't me, because I still want my 3 hours back from having to watch that first freaking movie. That thing sucked.
Wow, we're all, as far as I'm concerned, we're all holding out really for the Cheese Stringamon. That's the
Well,
great.
that I will take back all my comments from moments ago about not falling for new stuff. I am all in on Cheese Stringamon.
Yeah,
Bobby, how about
Cheese
you?
Stringamon has great provenance. Great provenance.
Yeah.
So, Brad, if you're good, give me a thumbs up.
I'm in the
Mr.
plus column.
Heartland. Mr. Heartland, good evening.
I just was listening to Eric's little rant about him being right last summer, so I said I got to jump on now, just to straighten him out a little.
Listen, but the thing is, he was going with the plagues. He was declaring locusts and plagues and Carlos having AC, all the signs of the apocalypse, all signs of the apocalypse, all these things. So it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough, Brad.
That's good. Hi, Bobby. Good to see you.
It's Bobby Burrell in the
Eric.
garage with knowledge.
Eric.
So, Brad, I wanted to ask you. So
I hope
let's
you choke on whatever you're drinking.
listen.
This is a pure powder energizer, so I don't fall asleep.
You should have done is you should have gotten. You could have gotten a sandwich with some mayonnaise. Eric would appreciate that. Make him feel better.
Guys, come on. You got to get me to throw up live on the camera here.
It could very well happen that ratings could go through the roof.
Oh, my
Brad,
God.
so while you got your energy drink in front of you, we did chat a little bit earlier, and since it was mentioned already at least once, do you have anything you want to say about the 1-of-1 Lord of the Rings card?
Yeah, what an. So I'm allowed to say a few things now, but anyways, it was. I had the opportunity to transport the card to ensure that it was graded, and return it to the owner. So it was fun. So I was contacted, and I transported the card to PSA and got it graded, and then returned it to the owner. Now that was kind of my role in the whole thing, but what an exciting opportunity I had. I was stoked. So
Now this card, now just to give a little background for the uninitiated. So this card, so
Please
Magic
do,
the
'cause
Gathering's
I
a
don't
card.
get it.
Yeah, so Magic the Gathering's a card game, but up until this point, they've had the rares because that's pretty standard with trading card games these days. But and especially even when Magic started, this is kind of a Lord of the Rings. You know, it's a Magic the Gathering slash Lord of the Rings kind of co-op. Magic started doing this brands. They've had a couple of different things. They've done Transformers. They've done this Lord of the Rings. They've done a couple of different things, which have done well for them. Some of these properties have a lot of popularity, so obviously you're mixing two fan bases with the card game. But what makes this one unique is that this is the first time that Magic has they've started to do some serial numbered cards, but this is the first time they've ever done a one of one. Now, obviously, in the sports card world, we're used to that premise now. Like it's a completely different thing. But this one, obviously, it's Lord of the Rings, and it's literally a card for a ring. You know, Tales of Middle Earth, but it's the one ring, right? So they're doing that whole thing as part of it. And this card became one of the ones that had the bounty. So the infamous bounty, and I think it's David Adams, Brad.
yep, Dave. Yeah, Adam had the bounty for $1 million before it was released. So
Correct. So right now, as far as we're like, that's why when Brad mentioned that, I go, oh well, that's great to give a little color, a little flavor to it, of it, so that we actually had a connection that we could actually speak to it for a second. But obviously, it's a big deal. On paper, this is worth $1 million because there's at least one party willing to. And David Adams has done this with the other card when they did the Drew Jones thing. They paid out the $250,000, so they've made good on the bounties they've offered. So it's one of those things where I've heard rumors. The rumors are out there that there's some parties that have offered as much as 2 million, but obviously they're kind of less verified. The David Adams one, at least they've been around, so I would consider the David Adams one to be a legit offer on the table. If I'm the person who has this, like go cash out your $1 million, go get your $1 million.
you know what? So the again, I had to sign an NDA, so I want to make sure I don't say anything in place, but I'm allowed to talk about my venture with it. I made sure that's before I contacted you today. So yeah, the David Adams is 100% $1 million bounty. That offer is on the table. I think there's multiple other parties right now, and there's a PR firm that's handling it for the owner. He or she, I never met the actual owner, so I don't know who it is personally, but to hire a lawyer, to hire a marketing firm, just to come out and do everything. Very, very smart decision on his behalf or her behalf. So yeah, no, it was awesome. And you talk a little bit about certain things, and I've been reading all day because the last 72 hours of my life have been involved around this card. And you read everything. We talk about the integrity, like Bobby, Eric, all jokes aside, we come on here and every day there's negativity in the hobby, and it's like loaded boxes and this person's holding back on this. I can say from PSA to the owner of the card to, Adam Martin and David Adams, like as soon as this was authenticated and verified, it was released to the public. There was no backyard shenanigans. This wasn't a loaded box. This is a true collector that purchased this and was fortunate enough to get it. The whole
That's
story
awesome.
when it does on play, again, there's nothing that people can poke. And I know everyone wants to kind of poke some things about the loaded boxes, this, that, and this was probably put out 2-3 weeks ago and someone would have had it. All that's not true. It went from point A to get out there, and the integrity of everyone involved in it. And again, not just saying that on PSAs or because Adam's my friend with David Adams or all this stuff. Everybody moved quickly to get the card authenticated, and then they released the information to the public. There was no games to be played. So,
that's great to hear. But because, like you said, every day there's something, and a lot of it makes a lot of sense. The negativity. Other stuff is just utter ridiculousness. But no, that's great to hear that it's a collector, that they hit something big and they did it the right way, and they're going through all the right things, and if they choose to, maybe they'll profit off it, and good for them. I think that's great, and I'm glad that there's no holes in it, and
Yeah.
that's good news for the hobby. When something, whatever you collect is, we all know that people collect what they like, and that's the most important thing. And if it's this or a football card or basketball, hockey, whatever, um, if it's something this important to the hobby, and it is this exciting where it's getting a lot of news and press, and it's all done the right way, that is good for the hobby.
Yeah, I agree, Eric, honestly. And again, there's no smoke and mirrors, or there's nothing that's said about it. As soon as I could tell, called Carlos today. As soon as I could mention it, I was so excited. Like, I'm not the best person to keep secrets in the world. I can keep a secret when it's something that has to be, and it's very important. But it's very tough to do, especially when I was so excited about it. Not even being a collector, but not even being obviously I'm not into Magic cards. Sherry collects Pokemon, but yeah, it was just cool. And to see it, and to kind of, when you had it was, I don't want to say it like it moved me, but like the whole thing, it was cool. It was, it was a little overwhelming, right? And we didn't, the whole thing about it was, people are now, they're talking about, oh, the grade, and that there was about 20 or 25 people that had claims in that they pulled the card.
Mm-hmm.
So like everyone was contacting PSA. So the number one thing to do was to get it authenticated. Forget about the grade on it. Forget about what it says, but
it's one-on-one. The grade doesn't matter.
Absolutely. And so you kind of said should have been, was it authentic? Did you know for sure? Did we know for sure? That's when I went out on the limb. I talked to my daughter, Summer, and Sherry, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to make sure that I can be part of this, and I can get this card to PSA, get it safe back to them. I did all on my own dollar, taking the chance. I said, you know what? If it's not real, oh well. It was an adventure to try to get done for this guy or girl, and see what happens. So it was awesome. It was a long day, so I didn't sleep for 48 hours, but we got through it.
And I, for one, appreciate Brad's efforts to get my card back and forth so that I could afford to pay for my AC. So that's obviously, that with
I was wondering why you didn't want a job. You're up for $1 million pay.
That's for peasants, Eric. $1 million Magic card is how you do it. I just hope Brad keeps the same energy after I make sure that he hand delivers my $15 million G-string a month, because I want 15. I want 15 for that one. See, we're taking it to another tier. It's another level even entirely. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments here and get caught up. Thank you all for the comments, everybody. I appreciate it. Anybody read the article on ESPN about Leighton? Yes, I do. I have it on one of my tabs here, and I want to get to that in a minute, so we can touch on that here in a moment. But I wanted to make sure Brad had a chance to share the story, since he shared some of that with me, so I thought it'd be good to talk about that. So we'll come back to that. So yes, absolutely. And I will also include that link in the description. We'll get a chance to talk about it. I'll pull it up on the screen, but I do want to give you guys the link if you're interested in taking a couple minutes and reading it yourself. Philly Joe, good evening. Cheers, Eds. Off to the pub for a few. Happy Canada Day and happy early 4th to the green shirt guy. There you go. Good stuff, Hockey Barn. Have a good one. Enjoy your brew. I'm late. Who is being questioned? The floating head. Mm-hmm. Jeff here. Good evening. Brendan says, Buddy Lee never had these problems. Perhaps not. Good evening, Paul. Only the strong survive. Mayhaps. James says, evening, Brad. Yeah. Any great stories from the weekend show? We'll get to that here in a minute, but you started off with a good story, so that's a good one. Hey, Brad, how goes the Florida Complex League PC? See, Paul's the one who brings it up. I left it alone. I gave Brad the gears on the phone, but I was going to leave it be. But listen, Paul is ruthless. Paul cannot be stopped. One slap to rule them all. Happy Friday. Absolutely dumb. It's like, was it pulled in Canada? So not too many details. Okay, so here's one question can I ask you. Let's just put this as a yes or no. In order to facilitate this transaction, outside of the obvious PSA thing, did the item come from the same country as where PSA is?
No.
There you go. That's what I wanted to make. That's basically what I wanted to cover there. Did you fly a giant bird to travel to PSA, or just take 3 movies to walk there? Maybe. The Precious, that's right. Let's go, Brad, on the MTG card. Does this mean all the flippers and breakers on Twitter saying the announcement was fake were wrong? Well, they've got a card. You've got a serial number in the card, and you can go look at the picture of it. So at the bare minimum, there is a card in the holder that happens to look like it. So we'll see what happens. What? People on Twitter wrong? I find that hard to believe. I know. Will here, good evening. Whatever keeps that card going into Neo Golem. There you go. Hello, good evening, Canada USA, all other guys and gals. Good evening, Justin. Good insights, Brad. Thanks for sharing what you can at least. Glad to hear Collector God and not Eric. There you go. 661 Fish. Jeff Wilson now thinks we need hobby watchdogs. We needed to watch our ring card. It's important. I think that one of one ring MTG card should have been made an exotic metal as price and importance. That's kind of a I wouldn't shock me if down the road. This is the first time they've ever done a one of one. Wizards of the Coast hasn't done that. This is, like I said, in the sports card world, we're used to it now. We've got press plates. We've got one of ones that different. We got memorabilia one of ones, regular card one of ones, all kinds of stuff. It's become so commonplace in old hat that for us, like, let's put it this way: I have a standing offer on a one of one that barely covers $100, and there's a good possibility they could accept it.
Yeah, we talked about this last week. We went over all this, and it's like, yeah, they've. I forget. Does anyone remember who? Number one, I want to give credit for the person who said it. It was one of our regulars in the chat, and they used a great term for saying how they pretty much, made one of ones watered down and unexciting. Last week they summed it up really well, and one of ones aren't exciting anymore.
Yeah, it took a lot of it out of it, but like I said, in that Magic Gathering, as
They
it
are
stands
if you
today,
pull it.
yeah, as it stands today though, in the Magic the Gathering world, that is the only one of one that exists in any set. It is literally one to rule them all. Does that mean they're not going to make more down the road? No, they'll totally do it. There's money to be made down the road. But as it stands today, this is early days for them in the one of one. So there's a novelty to having the first. This is the first. There will never be another the first. And this is literally the first. So to whoever ends up owning it, maybe they sell it down the road, maybe they don't, maybe they hold it for a while. For that segment of the hobby, it would probably be best if the owner is a collector who wants to hold it for a while and doesn't put it on the market again for a while. It should go into a collection, sit for some time.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what will happen. I think the person that owns it now that pulled it would absolutely love to hold on to it. But at the end of the day, I kind of look at the same thing as me with the Gretzky rookie. I have a Gretzky PSA 7. That's the highest one because I've had some 8s over the years. I've never had a 9 or 10, but if I did, I would sell it. It's not in my bracket to keep something that at that price point. You know what I mean? It's just.
I think for the person who pulled it, you take the $1 million. But just flat out, my advice is take the $1 million. Take it right now. Yeah. Take it. Deal done. Get her done. Take the bounty, cash in, have a good time. But what I'm saying is, I'm hoping the person, Dave and Adams, when they're doing these bounties, I won't speak for them, but generally speaking, there's a marketing element to it, but you're also doing a facilitation. At some point, it's going to get into somebody's hands, whoever it is, and presumably it's somebody with deep pockets to make that worthwhile for them to offer such a bounty. So hopefully, whoever ends up with it on the other side of that transaction is a person who's willing to hold it for a while, because it will do better for the game and the card in the long run if it doesn't just get hot potatoed.
Yeah, I agree. And think about from this standpoint, again, saying that Adams, one of my closest friends, he's put the bounty out there. It's $1 million, and he's publicly said, you know what? Shop it. See what more you can get. Mm. My bounty's there. You can come back to me and take it, but why don't you go and let's see what the open market can bring for it? Because the last thing in the world Adam would do is buy it for $1 million and then flip it for $2 million. Then he just that just defeats the whole purpose. It just doesn't. The optics of that are just not good. And I think if Adam, I haven't talked to him about this, but I think if they buy it, him being the super collector that he is, I think if Dave and Adams buy it, I think hold on to it, like you said, Carlos, and keep it for the next 5-10 years and see what happens, right?
Yeah. You can always put it on display. You can always put it on display in a store or something.
You're right. That's what I was going to say. That you spend $1 million, you get the press, and you have it sitting there in the store with some big scary security guard standing next to it all day to make it kind of look even, more relevant or whatever. And you make some money off of that because people are going to come into the store to see it and buy other stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just do the Marshall Fogel road trip thing. Do the Marshall Fogel thing with the PSA 10 mantle. Have somebody roll in with the armored truck and do the whole, pomp and circumstances. Look, it can be great marketing, and at the end of the day, if they can afford it, and that's what they decided to facilitate, there's an opportunity for them. So we'll see down the road what that holds in it.
Yeah. How more relevant can you make a Sealdoor's ring, Eric, with the
I don't know, man. I'm trying to
with
be
the big
calm.
scary security guard, Bobby. The big scary
I
security
guess.
guard is what
Yep.
really sells it. That's what sells
Yeah.
it.
Well, seriously, like the pomp and circumstance, right? You
I
make
want it to be. I want it to be owned, whether it's David Adams themselves, Brad, or somebody else who's part of this transaction. I want it to be somebody who just. I envision them being somebody who has an office with like a dinosaur skull in it. I think there should be like somebody whose just office has a T-Rex skull there just for reasons. I feel like that's the right thing. It's like it should happen. T-Rex skull, Lord of the Rings, 1 of 1.
That
There you
makes-
go.
Yeah, I can see that.
I got a question for Brad on this one. I guess,
Go
like, how do we end up with that value?
Which value?
The value of the card. Like,
Well, I mean, Adam Martin said it right out of the get-go.
yeah,
Like,
I understand. I wonder how they end up with the value. Is really, what I'm asking. So
yeah.
it's like, is it in conjunction with the basketball? Is it the same type of thing? Like, that's a hell of a bounty to put out on a card that you don't even really. It hasn't. It's his first one. I understand that it's 1 of 1, but in the trading world, that's a gigantic leap from what's it, the Black Lotus, I guess, or whatever.
Black Lotus is the big one in Magic. Yeah.
How much is that worth?
For
10.
if it's an alpha one, I'll double check. But the alpha ones.
Post
have gone
Malone,
pretty
yeah.
good.
Post Malone bought one for 800,000 at one point. I don't know which one
Okay.
it was, but at that time he paid 800 grand. I don't know if it was
Yeah.
a PSA 10, but that was the most expensive Magic card. But Bobby,
Yeah,
they're not numbered either, and they're not. I mean, when you look,
Understood.
and the Lord of the Rings as well, you add that element into it with that franchise, like.
I would honestly wager then, Bobby, if the 800K is the biggest one, I think he probably just looked at it as $1 million is a good round number. That
Sure.
would make that would like it pops off the page. Saying $750,000 is like it's still a ton of money, but it just doesn't have the same ring as hey, we'll make it 7 figures. We'll call it immediately 7-figure card.
Same ring. It does the same ring. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
they
same
did
ring.
the absolutely. So the ring is
Well,
the key.
he did say
Um,
shop it, right? You can shop it if you want. So
Yeah, but at least in that
Wouldn't
case,
you
you
start
at
at
least.
750K and then kind of say shop it.
I think it's just the
Okay.
marketing. I think he's looking at it from the marketing perspective of saying 7 figures, because they did the same thing with the Drew Jones card, and the Drew Jones card had a 2-level bounty. It was 250,000 if you offered the card just in and of itself, but if you wanted to take a wager that the guy would end up in the Hall of Fame, they bumped that to $1 million. So they actually gave 2 tiers. If you want to take a longer term risk, you could take a stab at that, or just take the 250K. And the person who pulled it took the 250K, which was a smart move. Take them. Nobody knows what Drew Jones is going to be, anything. So it's like take the money. But if you're doing Drew Jones for like this random prospect who hasn't even played in the majors yet, 250K for that, you're talking about Magic has very popular, and this is the first and only 1 of 1 as it stands today. I don't think $1 million is completely out of whack. I don't know if anybody else would pay that. But from a marketing perspective, you can sell. Obviously, they have the money, so from their perspective, they've obviously got it. So
For sure,
they can afford to do that. So
Yeah.
it's worth some value. At least it's a headline grabber. It's definitely a headline grabber.
Yeah, I think
And it-
that's what it is. Exactly.
And it looks good. Like you, honestly, I don't know. Until you see it, kind of, and you just see it in the light and everything. I don't know. I never thought I would ever say that. Legitimately, I know when people look at things, I don't know if it just drew me in because of the whole like the story and the aura of it or whatever. But I was like, I felt the power of the ring, and I know that sounds so stupid or silly.
Brad, how many pictures do you have on your phone with you posing with the ring card?
Probably 6.
I have 0. I have nothing. Because back to that, I was too nervous. I was like, you know what? Like, what if I just happen to say boys and I send something like, again,
By accident.
yeah, I just
And
was-
most
it
people
was
would
too-
look at it and go, "Oh, that's a card." Wow.
Brad had it in one of those cases, and he was like, "I
Really?
can't open it, or it's going to be like the Indiana Jones thing, and his face melts off." It's like, don't look at it directly. Don't look at it.
Brad going through the airport with handcuffs with a silver briefcase attached to it.
Oh,
It's
it-
just like-
it-
I can't release it from my body. It's got to stay with me.
at some point, I'm sure I'll be able to tell you from point A to all the way back the whole story, and there was a lot of moving parts. Let me tell you.
I want so badly, Bobby, for the moving parts to start off with. All right, so I got the suitcase. What are we gonna do? I'm really hungry. All right, I'm going to Timmy's. Timmy's drive-through starts off there. He gets himself a coffee, starts there, and then we progress through it.
And
All right,
you don't believe him. He's taking pictures throughout the whole thing. It's like in front of Timmy's. Selfie, got Timmy's in the back.
He's trying to trick us. What he did is it's like he did it with real film. And it's still being developed. He goes, if I don't put it on the phone, it won't end up in the cloud. But if I take a real roll, no one will know.
That's 8 millimeter.
That's right.
That's good.
All right, CC says, good evening, gents. Way to go, Brad. PSA Canada graded the most expensive Magic card. Just out of curiosity, so that's a submission through PSA Canada, officially, unofficially? Is that the kind of the deal? Or is it just you were the delivery mechanism, is I guess we'll say it?
I just volunteered to help out the party that owns the card and make sure they got it back in his hands safe and securely. And I was happy as a collector, as a fan, as a whatever you want to call it. I wanted to facilitate it, and I wanted to make sure that it was in a, that it was in a PSA holder. And I think everyone involved wanted to. There's a lot of things going on about other grading companies and why did it go to PSA. And I think it comes back to that number one thing as well. Obviously, I work with PSA, but PSA stands behind the authenticity, and that's a big thing. Like,
well, listen, Eric for one was devastated that you didn't go with option A, Beckett, or option B, option B. Put it in a coaster holder. Like options, bro.
Had it upside down and backwards.
Amazing.
And labeled it Topps Ken Griffey Jr.
There you go.
Right. But if you're going to buy that card, you want to make sure like honestly, like, do you know how many fakes there is out there? That sucker already. Like, you want to make sure that you're guaranteed.
Eric is printing them around the clock right now. He goes, one ring. Let me show you. He just starts shuffling it like a deck of cards and starts playing 52 card pickup.
I got them on the same printing press that I made all my ore rookies.
There you go. Dufex of Light says, security guard everyone near the card. You shall not pass. There you go.
Exactly.
Mike G. Sear says, I imagine Brad with the briefcase and having a handcuff around the wrist. That's what we want. That's the kind of content that people demand. That's what we want to see.
With the big, scary security guard following him everywhere and sitting next to him on the plane and everything.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to share this one. So I'll talk about the breakers thing here in a second. I've got it on the tab. But I wanted to share this one because I saw this earlier today. And I thought this would be kind of interesting. So this will kind of play off Brad for a second here. So, by the way, thank you for sharing the story about the ring. So I did appreciate that. That was fun. Now, Brad, let's talk about the greatest set of all time. The set that everyone loves. Let's talk about SP Signature Legends. Oh, yes. All right. So my buddy Steve Angel actually had this on Facebook. So I'm going to share the picture, and I'll kind of explain. Let me read the caption. I'll explain it. This kind of came across this literally earlier today. So I didn't know about this, but it's kind of interesting. All right. So what you got in this picture is you got 12 copies of the Eric Lindros autograph. But specifically, this is the black autograph. So in the caption, if you read the caption, it says, the black autographs are out of 10. UD's aware. So, for those keeping score at home, let's count. Does the amount of cards that you see on that screen equal 10?
No.
That's a skill testing question that you'll need in order for us to avoid gambling laws. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the screen, do you see 10 cards?
No.
This is like what happened when Topps had the situation with the gold refractors. If anybody remembers, this is years and years and years ago, back in the day. Topps, when they did the 3-tier, the year where I think 96, 97 was the year, if memory serves me. It was Topps Finest. You had the 3 tiers, including the gold refractor, similar to what they did in baseball and football and such. And I think they said that they were supposed to be limited to like 200 and something cards. I forget the exact number, so I apologize for not remembering the specifics. But then somebody went and put together more cards than were supposed to be in the stated print run, like comfortably more. Not a little bit more, not 1 or 2, but comfortably more. So basically, I think Topps had to settle with them because it's like, hey, you said that this was the stated print. You said this was the stated print run, but I can physically prove I have physical possession of more cards than are supposed to exist in this print run. And that was the crux of that particular, I think it was lawsuit, if memory serves me. So this is kind of interesting here, but this is a situation where from what I understand, the out of 10s, I don't believe are numbered. I forget now. I'd have to go look at a couple of examples. But anyway, so in the picture, I don't see any numbering. I don't think they're... Well, actually, sorry. the ones at the bottom are numbered. These ones here at the bottom are numbered. So there are a few that are numbered and a few that are not. The point is there's too many. Regardless, if you look at the cards, they're all the same type of card. There's supposed to be 10. You got 12 on the screen.
I'm going to put a $250,000 bounty on the 13th one found.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Nice.
So Brad, let's call that another win.
Carlos, why are you undercutting the main story of this situation, though? You know, you're all focused on there's too many cards. But you're missing the headline. Clearly, Beckett Authenticated has purchased Upper Deck.
We can only hope. I see nothing that could possibly go wrong with that statement.
I mean, what other explanation could you possibly have? Beckett clearly owns Upper Deck now. This is a very Beckett-y thing to do.
Mm-hmm. It is impressive, though. I got to be honest. I did kind of just enjoy it. It's not like a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but I did enjoy it. It did make me happy. And I was like, yep. Mm-hmm. Upper Deck. I don't even know what to tell you. But yeah, it was good to have. It's good to have a picture. Yeah. So Brad, there you go. SP Signature Legends, our favorite set of all time.
Oh my god! I wonder what. I mean, the boxes are probably still up there in price, are they?
I don't remember. I genuinely don't know. I haven't keeping tabs on them, but I was like, all right, man.
Now they are.
Yeah, it's like you haven't looked and draw us out of 10. Yeah, buddy. Let's go. That's what we need. So there you go. I wanted to share that one with you.
Brad, regarding the the find there or whatever, the Lord of the Rings card, the hobby's really about the experiences we have, and when we look back on all the things, we don't think about the cards, we think about the time that we had doing them. So, it's always fun to be in the game and remember, I had a hand in that. So that's kind of cool.
You know what? Honestly, Bobby, that's true, and it was one of those moments too when Sherry said to me, and really it was Summer, who's 16 years old and not into collectibles at all. She just was kind of like, think of the money that you wasted and you blew in your lifetime on crazy things. Like, if it's not real and you're just going to go do this for somebody, who cares? Right? It's about the adventure, right? And I looked at it and I just was like, you know what? Skip this. I'm out of here. So I got on a plane at 10:30 that night, or I didn't get out of there at 12:30 and gone. I agree, Bobby. It's, at the end of the day, it's an adventure. And, I'll remember talking to you guys about it on here because you're the first people I got to talk to about it. And it's cool. That's back to this whole thing about the hobby. It's like, there's so much besides just being pieces of cardboard. Like, there's just so much more that goes into it, right? It's awesome.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fun being in the game. But don't take it too far, because I think $1 million is a little crackhead crazy, but that's just me.
Oh, that's crackhead crazy. There's no question.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, listen, as long as somebody else is offering it, Bobby, I'm happy for the person that pulled it. Because the person that pulled it, hey, congratulations. You've got, like I said, you got a 7-figure payout right there. Like I said, my advice, for what it's worth, take the money.
Yeah.
Don't even like, yes, you could shop it around. $1 million is a lot of money. $1 million can do a lot of things. Just take the payout. It's good money. Invest it well, you'll be happy. Invest it well and you'll be happy.
Yeah.
Steve Miller gave you the best advice. Take the money and run.
Yeah. There's no reason to play around with it. You've already done the hard part. You pulled it and it's been authenticated. You got the visual evidence and the headline. Great. Congratulations, you owned it. Get it over there and go get your big cash prize.
Yeah.
You have.
It's not the time to be greedy. There's no reason to be unnecessarily greedy here. You've literally got the gift horse. The gift horse is there. It's just take it. So that's just my take. That's what I would do. So Dufex here says 1996 finest gold refractors baseball was supposed to be 150. Someone gathered more than 150 Maddox gold refractors. That's fair. I know they did it in the hockey with the Yager as well, though. So I think Topps apparently had an issue with the stated print run in that particular year. They're beautiful cards, though. Like for me as a collector, they're still beautiful cards. I really don't care. If there was 300 or 400 of them instead of 200-ish, like, it doesn't really make that much of a difference to me as a collector. But obviously, they did have a stated print run. So that is an issue that, obviously, if you're saying that's the print run, and obviously we can clearly see that's not the case, then there's a bit of a quality control issue. Like, hey, guys, did you count this? Did you count properly? And how did they end up in your packs? That's an issue, too. So Will here says, the Spring Talk reminds me of Chris Sewell going to Philly show in late 2020, and someone was showing him all the Tatis Superfractor. Sell more to Bochelle. Yeah. Absolutely. Look, if the money's there, man, there's no reason. There is no reason. Just take the money. Hey, you already beat the odds. Congratulations. Take the money.
All right, so let's have a little poll here. See, again, I know you guys don't know necessarily the whole background, but so you have they're selling the card right now. You have your $1 million offer that's going to stand until the rest of the world has an opportunity. You have apparently the guy that's over in Australia offered 2 million euros. I think he's Australia or Europe. You have Post Malone, who bought the most expensive Magic card ever for 800,000. So I'm sure he's probably in the mix for this. Is there anything you think it will? What do you guys think? I mean, I guess you don't know too much about it, but out of those three options, where do you think it will go?
So your question is, where do we think it will go?
Yeah, will someone trump Adam's offer of $1 million?
Why not?
Well, Eric is over there counting nickels, trying to figure out how many he needs to put that together. So
Carl says $1 million is a round number. $2 million round number two, right? So
yeah,
why not?
Yeah.
And euros is even more. So it's 2.5.
But what I would do if I had it was publicize, kind of like what you're doing now for them is kind of, letting people know that it exists. It's been found. Wait 48 hours to see who comes out of the woodwork. And if nobody comes out of the woodwork in 48 hours, drive to New York.
right. Yep.
Because, they can renege. It's like, listen, I'm not playing your games. I put the bounty out. You're looking around for other deals. Forget about it. So 48 hours and then drive to New York.
But when the story comes out about the person that did pull it and everything, that's why I go back. There's no game. There's no game being played. Like Adams put the offer out there, and he wants. It's not like, and then some people say, "Oh, maybe he doesn't want to buy it now." Oh no, he wants to buy the card for $1 million, no questions asked.
Right. Oh yeah.
He's just saying, you know what? That's my offer. You go out there and see because I want you to get the most money you possibly can for this card. And without Adam officially putting the $1 million bounty out there, maybe it would have sold for 200,000, like Bobby were trying to say. Who knows, right? But at least there was that standing there. So
it set a baseline. But like at the end of the day, though, like I said, that's why I gave the example of the Drew Jones. They've already made good on one of these bounties.
Yeah,
for a lot of money. Like the Drew Jones card could very well be worth $25 in a couple of years. But they paid the $250K, and the owner who pulled it made the correct call. I'm looking at it as a time value of money. Forget about like trying to squeeze every dime, every penny. If you literally have $1 million offer on the table, most people, that's life-changing money. That's like in a ton of options. A lot of things you could do where you're pretty much secured. You can pay off your house. You can do whatever you're going to do. Your kids, go to school, whatever. Great, paid, done, no problem. Or if you just wanted to, like I said, if you invest it modestly well, you will be happy with that result. For me, that seems like a no-brainer. Just take the money and find somebody who knows anything about investing reasonably, and just make the money work for you.
It's funny. I've been pricing the 20s and the 30s cards, and I've been talking to a few of the top-end collectors, and I'm putting the old price that I had in the 2015 book, and then I'm kind of adjusting, and I did a mathematical equation that adjusted it pretty much or pretty close to where it should be right now. And a few guys I talked to, and they said, "Oh no, it's thousands more than that for that card." I went, "Where?" And they go, "Oh, the stuff that's going on, man. This behind the closed doors is where all the deals are going." It's just like, come on, really? I said, you can't do it like that because this price is this, and you're down here, and I said, well, whatever. If you want to start trading on the market, that's fine. Then we can equate it, but otherwise, I can't equate it with that actual physical sale. So
exactly.
Anyway. It's just been a crazy world for doing the pricing. I just doesn't even matter anymore. Pricing.
There you go. Well, it says, I think Malone is going to buy the card. Ooh, the arch nemesis of Post Malone. Mm-hmm. Philly Joe says, I'd hold it and market it, display it at shows, etc. Then see if somebody wants to buy it. Like I said, I might be in the minority, but honestly, I'm looking at it from the perspective of I already could see in my head what I would do with the money. Like I could already get it started. Like I don't really want to put if you've already got the card in hand and the money in the cash.
You got air conditioning already now, so you don't need it. Brad, maybe buy air conditioning for Brad, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That might be the first thing. It's like, Brad, we're just gonna get you a big fan that's gonna be outside of your condo, just blowing air in your direction.
Yeah.
Big old fan. We're gonna get a big old fan.
Can you open the windows, Brad?
Oh,
Yeah.
the fire smoke
He
will
can,
come
but the issue he was running into, we were talking about it the other day. The issue is apparently like it's still air, like it's not like flowing air, and that was kind of the problem. Even though where he is the air. That's why I said we'll give him a big ass fan. They'll just be on the outside and blow air at him.
You
I've
can get
got
those
fans.
internal air conditioners.
Oh yeah, I got like the problem is as well like the humidity. So I can't with the amount of stuff that I have in here. Like we can't open the doors. Like I mean, I got stuff everywhere. Speaking of humidity, I'm just going through a collection that I bought, and there's a
Okay.
so it's out of the screw down now, but she is stuck on there.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that's a Joe
boy.
Montana auto, eh?
Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
a soft sleeve, so it'll come out. But this guy had this collection for like 40, or not 40, I'd say 20 years, and they're all in screw downs. But just
Twist
cool.
it, it'll come off.
Yeah,
Well, right now, part of it's already been removed. It's literally stuck to the one half.
Yeah,
Oh,
there
really?
you go.
Yeah.
I got her.
Yeah. Yeah. So the good news is that you have it in the plastic, so that is good news. That should protect the auto. Yeah. So we'll just say renege Eric. There you go. Give me some pronunciation notes. So Dom here says, "This is the problem with greed in the hobby. I have this Godfather offer, and then there's a mystery box. Could be anything. Even this Godfather offer. Yeah. That's what, like to me, you've literally got the Godfather offer. Yeah, there is totally somebody else that could come out there and offer you more. I agree, but I'm like, it's already money in the bank. I would already be in the process of investing it. It's like, please give me the money. I will start investing it, and I will make more money out of that money.
Maybe the
Buy a bunch of
Godfather's
Panini-
father.
There you go. I buy a bunch of Panini Flawless with the Profits. Look at you. Maybe the ring card stars in season 2 premiere of the Golden Touch. It's kicking you CGI to transfer Ken into Golem. At least we're using their technology correct. Carlos, how many could you buy with 1 million? Couple.
Hmm.
Couple.
Couple one-on-ones.
Well, their
Yep.
prices have gone down, so about $1 million.
Mm-hmm. Well, the shiny. There's just some value in there, but relatively speaking, for a Hall of Famer of his caliber, where he ended up in, it's a lot cheaper than a lot of the current guys. That's the thing. Like you take a couple of current star guys. That's part of the reason that collection is so fun to put together. Is I'm sitting there like, well, this guy's already in the Hall of Fame. I understand he's not a swell fella, but like he's in the Hall of Fame. He retired with the records for touchdowns and yards when he retired, so he was the dude at the time. So it's not like I'm collecting some random jabron that barely squeaked into the Hall of Fame. Like when it came Hall of Fame time, they were like, yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, he's in.
You know, nobody argued that.
Yeah, so there's no issue there, and a 3-time MVP. So it's like this was so. But then you look at his relative price to some of the current guys, like it's actually pretty cheap. You can get a decent autograph of him for like $100, which isn't terrible. Like it's pretty good, especially compared to some of the current guys at this time. So I don't know. Love his photos. I do.
I just seen Fred, if anyone cares besides me, but Fred VanFleet has left the Raptors and signed with the Houston Rockets.
I was worried you were going to say Fred Durst signed with the Raptors. I'd have questions. Be a little interesting, but I don't know. Maybe they need some new metal in their lives.
I
right.
think he's a country singer now.
Is he?
I'm not sure. I think
Nothing would surprise me with these dudes. Nothing would surprise me. Okay, so this was the ESPN article it was talked about a little earlier. I read it. It was fairly innocuous. It was interesting that Layden gave a little bit of information. So I'll leave a link in the description to this article if you're not familiar with it and haven't seen it. The reason this one made the rounds is obviously it's talking about box breaks. And obviously we've got the whole conversation about, is box breaks gambling? Yes. Yes, it is. It's 100%
Yes.
gambling.
100%.
Yeah, so that part is not in debate. Like, just to be clear, it's gambling. 100%.
100%.
The question is, should they then do something about it? I don't feel like they should. I feel like it's silly to do it. However, I wouldn't be shocked if they try. Would not be shocked in the slightest. And I also have no moral objection to it. I don't care. One way or the other, it makes no difference to me personally. But what was interesting in this article is that obviously they featured Layton in it quite a bit, talking about some stories. And I think in part of it, they said that Layton claimed to have made $20 million in revenue for a year, which is pretty good. But in the grand scheme of like big businesses, it's not a big deal. And obviously, his business would be majorly affected if we introduce some regulation. So it brings into the regulation question. Like, what if any regulation could come in? Could it be overall regulation? Could it fall under existing rules about gambling and gaming and stuff like that? Or could it fall under state jurisdiction? Could it be a situation where individual states say, okay, in order to do it, you got to do X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. Or could it be a case that some of the big breakers set some kind of a standard to try to, get ahead of the curve and do something about this. And part of the reason that this discussion came into play is that eBay is cracking down on certain box breakers that fall outside of its purview. It's authorizing certain ones. Fanatics has its own breaking platform, and obviously they have certain power to be able to state certain things. And then you've got the Whatnots and some of the other ones of the world. What if they start doing their own thing as well? They start vetting breakers and saying, you have to follow these rules to be a breaker on our platform, trying to get out ahead of any. So it'd be like internal legislation instead of external, saying, oh, no, we'll monitor it. We'll set, here are the standards. We're going to do this, this, and this. In order to be a breaker, you have to do this, this, and this, and prove to us you're stable, prove to us you do whatever. And if there's any issues, you get booted. So that'd be one way that they could try to get out ahead of it. So just high level. So Brad, I know part of what we talked about is that you're part of the renovations and things you're doing with AMG is you're also planning, I think, having something related to breaking. And obviously Topps had its own rules potentially. And they may backpedal on some of it because obviously Fanatics is going to do its own breaking platform, and what kind of rules are the direct accounts going to be under? What do you think about this in general? The current conversation about breaking and the current conversation about what, if anything, should be done, could be done related to it.
Yeah, I think it will all fall into place, and I think it's a good. I think it's good. I know some people are going to think that I shouldn't really say that, especially if we sell stuff, we have guys breaking, etc. But it's the Wild West, and it needs to be reined in a little bit. And I don't think outside. I think the hobby can govern itself a little bit on this, and that's what I think Fanatics is trying to do. There's already been rules in effect. Like Upper Deck has all these rules in place now. It's kind of similar to that, and I think people forget. But yeah, I think it's good. I think there has to be some sort of regulation when it comes to it, and I think, as I said, the hobby should be able to govern itself in some manner. And if the leaders, the producers, they're the guys that can. I can't control it. You can't control it. But if the distributors can't even really control it, but the manufacturers sure the hell can. So that's my thought.
I think we should leave Eric in charge as box breaking czar. With his subject matter expertise, there is no one that I would entrust with this thing more.
That is correct.
And the best part is we can bribe him with chocolate sticks. We can literally get whatever we want fixed in whatever manner we wish. You're one chocolate stick away from completely changing the rules.
Oh yeah,
Brad, think about it. The amount of, as the patron saint of corruption, this sets me up beautifully. It gives us plausible deniability, and we have the chocolate stick lobby go. So Eric, how do you feel about this change to the regulation?
Whatever
I'm
you
for it.
Nom, 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 nom.
Next week, how do you feel about 180 degree completely different? I'm for it. Great idea. Sounds sensational. There you go. Comes with sound effects and everything. So
the regulations, the amount of field agents you would need to add would be insurmountable.
Good.
Ronald Reagan had a very famous quote back in the 80s that said,
Gorbachev, take down.
It was the sound. It was the sound of him drooling on himself.
That was his second term. His first term, he was still with it.
Okay.
So he said the 11 most scariest words. Now I'm paraphrasing. The 11 most scariest words an American can hear is, "We are from the government and we are here to help."
Yeah,
you don't want regulation.
Sounds like a JFK one, but anyways.
No, that was a Reagan. So give me one scenario where the United States government or any government has got involved in your business and things have gotten better. Right?
They gave me GST money last month.
There you go.
So,
hey, listen, when it comes to, listen, I'll have you know the government is great for me when it comes to election time, and they just randomly give us money for no reason.
Yeah,
Yes,
Right around the time of an election, it's like, guys, it's getting close to an election, isn't it? Time for a big cash prize.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have been loaded if they would have got every mayor voted in Toronto. That'd be awesome. Boy, money flowing out your pockets. It'd be
amazing.
I would have bought the
Toronto has
bloody.
a great reputation with its mayors. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
I would have bought
But we don't want any government getting involved in our hobby. First of all, the taxes will go up. Everything's going to cost us more. And then there's going to be rules that make absolutely no sense, and it's going to take the fun out of it. So for those who want regulations, Yeah, just you don't want that. It will destroy the fun. It will, and everything is going. The prices will go through the roof as soon as government regulation sets in, because they'll tax us to death.
Well, that's always been my favorite thing. It's the great joy, and Brian, you're familiar with this one, and Bobby as well. My favorite thing in life is every time people complain about they're saying, oh, gas prices are high because of taxes. No, they're not. They're because they're high. It's like you could literally end taxes on gasoline right now, and your price at the tank would go down like 1 cent. It's not because of taxes. The tax is the excuse. The gas company and the gas station would be like, yeah, it's the taxes. That's why we increase. How much taxes is actually in that in that liter of gas or gallon of gas? How much is it actually? It's like, so you're saying it went up, but you increased it 30 cents a liter. It's like, so how much of that was taxes? 1 cent. It's like, no, it was an excuse. If we remove the taxes, it's like, yeah, it's not. You're still going to pay the same. In fact, they'll come up with a different reason to increase the price. They're increasing the price because they want more money. It's not the taxes. It's not the taxes that are making it
just
expensive.
OPEC opening it up.
Oh yeah,
Closing the valve. Opening it up. Closing the valve. Yeah.
yeah. No matter what happens, the gas station is making money.
Well,
It's like you.
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. What's tonight? Tonight at midnight, is it? Maybe it's just in Nova Scotia, but we get the carbon tax goes into effect for us on gasoline. So our price tonight goes to carbon tax will be added to the fuel. It kicks in tonight, 17 cents per liter.
Oh,
Mhm.
Jesus.
It's
How's
going to
that
go.
work?
So at the pump, you're going to see it's going to be 30 cents per liter higher. It's like, wait a minute, you said 17. Well, yeah, 17 is the taxes. 13 is more profits.
Yeah. Anyway, but that's nuts. Think about that tonight. Like the car, I don't know. I better not say anything about it. It just frustrates me. But 17 cents a liter.
Canada Day Brad is very different. The gasoline composition changes on July the 1st. Don't you understand? Completely different thing.
Yeah,
And
you,
it just
the
happens
cost is
to be-
much better.
Yeah, the most traveled day probably in Canada is this weekend. And what do they do? Jacket on this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, same down here with the 4th on Tuesday. This is 4th of July weekend. It's one of the busiest travel days of the year, other than Thanksgiving, I think. And yeah, the gas prices are all up. It's all planned that way.
Yep. All right, real quick. Let me get through a couple of these comments real quick here. So thank you all for the comments, everybody. Let me quickly read through a couple here. So Brendan Ryan says, Tinfoil hats on. What do you think about the recent box break with Pac-Man and Cade Cunningham, where Cade pulls his own rookie card auto? Was real Pac Mojo or YouTube scripted hibbity-jibbity? He likes his hibbity-jibbity. I've decided that for the sake of this conversation, everything is rigged, everything is scripted, and yes, it's completely the corruption's in. Brad, the hobby is a scripted lie.
Yep.
All of it.
Oh.
In fact, Eric doesn't even exist. He's CGI.
I wish.
Chocolate sticks are real though.
Yeah,
Damn
chocolate sticks are real.
right
Yeah. It's completely, it's all fake. Everything is fake.
I mean,
Brendan Ryan, everything is fake.
what I would like a mathematician to tell me what the odds are of that, guy pulling his own, and what was the serial number out of?
Pulling
Don't
his
tell
own
me it was
what?
a one of one.
No, like here's the thing, Eric. The part of the reason that I kind of have fun with it at this point is like, here's the thing. I genuinely don't care. As a person, like the whole idea is like, well, you don't have a chance to pull it. Like, dude, I don't buy that many boxes anyway. Number one, so this doesn't really affect me one way or the other. Number two, where the person gets the boxes from is important in this conversation. If someone is going to put the fix in, like when Michael Rubin did the thing with what's his name, Brad, do you remember what I'm talking about? There was a Michael Rubin break with whatever, and they pulled this, and they pulled like this Jackie Robinson 1-of-1.
Yeah.
Michael Rubin owns Fanatics. Yes, the fix is in. That one we don't have to really like. I don't even want to have a debate on it. Who cares? Like,
No,
but I also
dude,
don't care.
He was lucky, man.
Yeah. But it's like, dude, it's literally the guy who owns Fanatics, and they got it from their own personal stash. Sure, yeah, great. But everybody's looking for, but it's marked boxes and this. Yes, they put control numbers. Panini puts control number. By the way, this has been going on for years. Like, it's literally, there have been message board threads, entire threads on Blowout, where they talked about codes inside the boxes and things like that. And correlation patterns have been determined and figured out in sets. The way people knew, I already gave this example, but the reason people knew the 86 Fleer Jordan boxes, a couple of them were messed up, was because the correlation pattern fell out of what's known. How do we know there's a correlation pattern? Because people figured it out, and then they documented it. And because we know what the correlation pattern should be, if something falls way outside of the norm, then yeah, you know something's up. But the other piece of that puzzle is that if somebody is a breaker or whatever and gets their stuff through a distributor, could you still fix it? Sure, but the problem is now you have to get it to the distributor, and you have to make sure the distributor doesn't screw it up and not give them the wrong box. If you're getting it directly from the manufacturer, a influencer box, then I get it. But if it's from the manufacturer to a distributor, who then has to then make sure they funnel the right box to you, why would you put another party in the middle of it? Why would you create that potential friction point where they just screw up and grab the wrong box? Why wouldn't you cut out the middleman? Just go straight from point A to point B. So if Pac-Man got the box directly from Panini or whoever, sure. I have no reason to believe. I have no argument with the idea that the fix could be it. Sure, why not? But otherwise, number one, I don't know. I don't know and I don't care. In order, I don't know and I don't care.
But do you think it's like to have it in where the guy pulls his own card? Like, I think that's fine. That doesn't bother me. I just wish they'd come out and just say it, because it could end a lot of the speculation. Hey guys, yeah, we do that. But when the soccer player pulls the chase card of Jackie Robinson, that's different. That's, to me,
with Michael Rubin sitting right beside him, yeah, sure. I have no issue if you say, oh, I think the fix is, yeah, 100%, sure.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to argue with you. I don't care, but I still don't care. Just to be clear, I still don't care. And if you're interested in the card, you can probably buy it. Like, for me, as long as you're able to get the card that you want, like as a collector, as long as I still have a chance to buy the card that I want, I don't care who pulls it, and I don't care what the circumstances are, as long as they'll make it available and I can buy it. The odds are I wasn't going to buy the box, one, and even if I did, the odds are I wasn't going to pull it anyway. So I'd rather just get the card that I want in this case. So it's like, dude, I don't care as long as somebody pulls it, and I get the card that I want. That's my more important piece. That's what I want. So Willer says thoughts of Rings of Power, Amazon. Fanboys panned it. Personally, I thought it was decent. Haven't seen it. No idea. Will. Victor, good evening. Sounds like future legal situation management could be. Get ahead of the curve. Let's govern ourselves. Professor Oak here. I think you're out in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. So, good morning. Well, let's not get into management. Fnatic says the IPO coming. That's true. It's patron saint of corruption. My next metal band's name. Go for it. Mm-hmm. You might start with ASDA. Heavy metal would be PSOC, patron saint of corruption. Go for it, Tom. Live the dream. They will not govern us. They can't even get crypto under control in the USA. There you go. Trivia. Speaking of patron saints, which movie character? I am the patron saint of mediocrity. I don't know that one. You're on your own. I can't help you. Anybody know that movie reference?
That one's not jumping out at me.
Oh, was it?
It's a movie reference that says, character said, I am the patron saint of mediocrity.
Yeah, that's...
I'll leave it to the chat. Maybe somebody in the chat knows that one.
Yeah.
You got me, Will. No idea. Nobody cares about the gentleman pulling his own card. Eric, if government didn't regulate some of those big businesses, they just pollute the hell out of the environment. You can't let capitalism run wild. You should have seen the air in California in 19 days before the Clean Air Act. I like this comment from Will, but It's like, but Will, you shouldn't be seeing the air.
Yeah, I did see it. That was in 1984. I spent a month in California. I spent a few weeks in LA and then a few weeks in San Francisco. It was the first time I heard the word smog used. It's the first time I could see air, and it was the first time I watched people walking around with masks on in their everyday lives. So did see it.
See, but today we do it a more efficient way. Today we have wildfires. Thanks, Brad.
Yes.
Psh, for the last time, turn off the barbecue. Cardinals lost politics and live. Let's discuss. Banned. Yeah, these guys know, but at the same time, it's like that's always two things that I've always kept out of the chat. It's like, yeah, we're not going to do politics and we're not going to do religion, unless your religion is chocolate sticks, and that's basically just Eric.
Yeah.
So Tom says the money grab learned from sports cards, boycotting Hasbro WotC going on 2 years now. Doesn't matter if they don't need my money when they rent big IPs to draw in money, a temporary boost in sales. Yep, that's fair. Hey, yeah. As a collector, you have that choice. Justin looking for an excuse to drink. He didn't need one, but he got one anyway.
No, he does not.
Yep, I'll smoke to that though. There you go. Yes, a cool beer, 110 today in Imperial Valley. All right,
that sounds horrible.
Yep, 110 would definitely do it.
No, thank you. But is it a dry heat?
Dry heat's the key, man.
Every time I
Vegas,
hear
we got the
people
dry heat.
from Arizona say, "Well, it's it's 120, but it's a dry heat." Okay, well, it's 85 here in Massachusetts, and it's wet and it's gross.
I
So,
hear you.
which one's? Well, I don't know which one's better. They both sound horrible.
No, here's the
Really?
thing. I have done 100 degrees in Vegas when it's the dry heat. I was wearing cargo pants. I didn't give a shit. Like, if it's a legitimately dry heat, it's the humidity I don't like. The humidity is the part that like I as soon as we hit humidity, then I got a problem with it.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not-
all
I'm
we
not-
have here. Every summer, it's
Yeah.
every summer.
But that's what I mean.
it's
Once
humid.
once we hit that temperature threshold, like I can see when I look at the weather forecast. Once the temperature crosses that line, that's when we know humidity is going to kick in, and that's when it's no fun. Like
That's why I vacation
It's not
in
a
the
good
White Mountains, so there's no humidity up there. It's a lot nicer.
Yep. Good evening, Paul. Do likes still pay triple? No doubt. How about tripling man got done beating my boss's ass in the golf course for triple the money? Paul, it is triple and will triple the triple. 9x. In solidarity with the one-on-one Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Dry heat. There you go. Super thick smoke here. Absolutely, Tom. We had a big old fan. So we were testing the fan that I'm gonna gift over to Brad. We got the big old fan we're gonna use for him, but we were pointing it towards Buffalo first because we wanted to get his wildfires down there. Y'all are expendable. I'm sorry. Mind you, if you go to sunny scenic Tonawanda, it's probably pristine right now. But in Buffalo proper, you're probably screwed. So, but sunny scenic Tonawanda, and if
If
you
you
all have
want
been
to set
following the
your
live stream for a
country
while,
on fire, that's your business. But don't send your smoke this way. That's bullshit.
I have to.
No.
We're contractually obligated. Look,
No,
we got a big ass fan for a reason, Eric. We're using it. We did not build that gigantic fan for no reason. Brad, I am not wasting the biggest fan in the world when we got it right there. And we got one guy sitting there with the button. He's been begging me for weeks. He's like, let me push the button. I don't know. Push the button. Go ahead. Have a good time. Do what you got to do. I'm in Florida. Humidity here is like nowhere else. You're in Florida. Yes. Then humidity, yes. You would 100%.
Disgusting. I don't know how human beings live in Florida. How
Look, it could be zero humidity, and I'm sorry, I still don't want to live in Florida.
Why in holy hell, if you're Walt Disney, you go, this is the place to build on a swamp with the humidity that will kill most living things? Yeah, okay, this is the place. This is the happiest place on earth. No, it is not. It is the most miserable place on earth. And they
Eric.
charge you like $50 for a water because they know you're dying.
Eric, not secretly, Walt Disney was a bastard.
Oh,
I appreciate that about him.
Oh no,
See-
he's a piece of crap. But
Mickey Mouse with all the giggling. Mickey Mouse is laughing at you, people.
Oh,
laughing.
God,
Laughing.
what of all the places.
If you 9X on a golf course, that's called a Fanatics. Look at you, Baz. Look at you. Carl's in Florida. He would be Harpo Marks 2. There you go. Okay, Salieri, Amadeus. There you go. Thank you, Will. All right. You know what's talking to me about the Canada fires? There's no media coverage of it as far as how they're doing fighting the fire. They mentioned it, but there's no details. Probably because we got to keep throwing more people into sacrifice to the god. We don't want to talk about it. It's very inappropriate. Brad, don't talk about it. We don't talk about the people we throw in the fire.
Eric made me put all our fires out, so our fires are all done now. So,
But any leftover smoke, we'll send it down.
he bullied me.
Any leftover smoke? Look, it's a lot of bullying. Florida summer is our winter. The other 8 months is why people live here. There you go. Still not worth it. Florida sucks. Cheap land tax credits. That's why you built there in the 1950s. There you go.
Yeah.
Anytime, Brendan. It's where Buffalonians go to die. Florida.
Who said they're in? I'm going to Tampa on Friday. I'll be there Friday, Saturday, back Sunday. And if anyone in the chat knows if there's any shows on Saturday, or I hope Sherry's not listening.
In Florida,
right
there's
now.
a lot of shows.
I know. So if there is any shows on Saturday in the Tampa area that I can sneak over to for a few hours, please
Now,
let me know.
are you afraid?
That's a Michael Hamm thing, Brad. I would ask Michael Hamm. He goes to like every show.
Absolutely.
In that area.
But are you afraid of her finding out you're going to Tampa, or that you're going to a show while in Tampa?
No, she for my birthday she surprised me with a trip to a non-card, a non-work actual vacation for 72 hours. So she's taking me to Tampa to see Luke Combs.
Oh, nice.
Which I'm very excited for. So
I just saw Chris Stapleton. He was incredible. So,
I say Combs. I don't know if it's maybe it's Coombs. I'm not.
I'd say Combs, but
Combs. Okay,
that's what I say. Yeah.
But
Good for you.
it's not supposed to be. It's a non-card weekend, but just thought I'd ask to see if there's.
Listen, what if Combs wants to go to the card show, Brad? What if he's like, hey, Brad, you know any card shows?
Yeah,
I don't know. You got to do what you got to do. Victor says we're going to turn into zombies. It's okay. We'll throw them on the fire too. We'll throw them on the fire too. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. And besides, if I want zombies, I'll give you a quick story. I was out helping my parents do their grocery shopping. So we went out there doing that, and I had a little time to kill because my mom goes into Costco, and Costco before the weekend sucks.
Oh,
Costco
God.
before the holiday weekend is the 8th circle of hell.
Yeah, it's super
I don't remember
sucks.
how many circles there are. Whatever is the highest number, add one, and that's Costco up before a long weekend. I'm like, no, absolutely not. I will help you with whatever groceries you got. I will offload this cart once you're done. You're going in there by yourself. You take care of your own business. There will be an incident. I will find a gun that we don't even have, and I will take this, and I will take care of the situation. I refuse. So while I was waiting, there was a couple parking lots, but there's a Starbucks over on the side. I'm like, I'm dead tired. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go get a coffee. My dad's chilling in the car. He goes, the air conditioner in the car is working, thankfully for him. So he's just chilling in the car. I go, all right, you stay there. I'll go get my drink. Where I found the zombies was in the Starbucks because there was like 8 of them working there. And you ever see my favorite thing in the world is when I used to go to work and they just insisted that you sit there and pretend that you're working, even though like, okay, guys, I know it's 8 hours, but it doesn't take that long to do this work. And we're sitting here waiting for other people to do stuff. You want me to just sit in this chair because all I'm going to do is move stuff from one window to another. Nothing is actually happening. That's what they were doing in the Starbucks. So I press the thing in the app. I order it. I walk over there and there's a whole line of people. And I'm sitting like, I already ordered. I already paid. Everything's good. Literally one of the guys there grabs the cup, puts the little sticker on it, but then he does the cardinal sin. He decides all of a sudden he's going to go off to do some random stuff, leaves the cup there with the sticker on it. At that point, there may have as well been an invisibility cloak around the cup. It's literally just sitting there with the order, and I'm just staring at them. There's 8 of them, and I'm just staring, and literally only one person is making drinks, and the other ones are just sitting there, and I'm watching the guy grab a garbage bag and take it from the left, take it to the right, and I'm sitting there like, I swear to God, I will.
You are in Dante's Inferno, so there you go.
Absolutely. But I'm just sitting there like, and finally I got the attention of the one girl who's actually making drinks, and I was like, hey, what's going on with that cup there? I know exactly what that cup is. I'm like, there's a cup sitting right there in the middle of the table, and she goes, for Carlos? Hey, that's me. Why did you work on that one? And the other people in the line were like, wait, you can do that? Well, you can now.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Come hither.
Yeah, it was so stupid. It was literally all I get is like a cold brew with a couple of Splendas in it. Like it's not a complicated order. It takes 4 seconds. Just put the thing in, pour it on top, mix it, and we're done. I'm out of here.
Yeah, my daughter.
That's what the zombies were.
That same story the other day, and it was like just out of reach. She's like, I wanted to just reach over the counter and grab it.
Do it myself.
Because she did the same thing. The app, it's paid for. It's sitting right there, and it's like,
Then you get 6 employees trying to tackle you.
Yeah, she's like, I just wanted to go behind the counter, grab it, and get out of there. But she sat patiently and just fumed instead.
Yeah, well, Bobby, if they wanted to try to tackle me, I have an easy countermeasure. And I'm like, wait, is that busy work? And they're like, where?
Yeah.
Boom, distracted. I'm out of there. It's so stupid. It was unbelievable. And Brad trying to hit a card show on his non-card trip. That's facts. Justin says Staple was awesome. My life will be at Luke Combs, Tampa, too. Good luck with the weather. There you go. Thank you, Professor Oak. That's why I like it, Brad. Got to risk it for the biscuit. Maybe hit up Brett Durst. He's from Florida. There you go. Brett Durst twice. Costco's intense before this holiday. No doubt. Stocked up on ribs and dips. Why not? There you go. Yep, they're union now. Sherry was listening. Thank you, Sherry.
I kind of thought she would be down there. I don't know. She usually is. Oh, well. At least I got it out now.
Yeah.
They have Google in Florida too, so you're okay, Brad.
There you go. Hey, guys. Hope you're doing well. Even Eric, I guess. Thank you, name.
Don't even get me started on him. Okay. I got I got plenty on that jerk. All right, listen. He's sending me texts again. All right, and
Is he sending you jars of mayonnaise? Because I know you love that.
no, but he's being all braggadocious. Okay,
And I sent him
He
another
says-
jar of mayonnaise today, Brad, before I showed him the
he says,
heat pump.
Hey, do you get Beckett Hockey Monthly? And I'm like, no, I don't. I'm not buying that rag, right?
They still have
He goes,
that?
well, here, you can read mine then. And he sends me clips about an article they did on him in Beckett Hockey Monthly, talking about how wonderful he is and all this great work he does and all about the cards he made. And it's just like, look at me. I'm awesome. They writing stories about me everywhere. All right. And then he's sending me clips about how he's been on TV. And, it's just, it is just too much. It is just too freaking much. All right. And then, all right, I don't know who these people are. Clearly, they're out of their minds. They invited him to come and give a lecture to them. They of all the people in the world, they called up that jerk and said, "Will you come talk to us and tell us your story and tell us about Indigenous rookie cards and all this great work you do for charity and, all this stuff about supporting your community," blah, right? And they had
Apple
this
for
guy
the
sit up there and talk for, I don't know, probably an hour, which, I put a gun in my mouth if I had to listen to that jerk talk for an hour. But that's all.
Name, I have an idea. I think you should head out to Peabody. I know you
What?
could have a captive audience.
It's like, are you kidding me? They're putting them on TV. They're putting them in Beckett Hockey Monthly. They're inviting them to give a conference and to be a speaker at a con. Come on.
Hey, it
Who
happened to
is
Timmy
he
Two
playing
Hats.
off?
Timmy Two Hats did the same
Keep
thing.
going, Eric. You're good. You're doing great. You're doing phenomenal. I'm gonna go back to the comments. Good evening, Dakota. It's like my guy looks good, but he's crapped in the garage. That's car pushing up against the wall. That's Bobby over there. He's in the garage full of knowledge. It's all in the garage full of knowledge. Right now, Eric is absorbing the knowledge as we speak. See? And what's that thing? Is that part of the golem? Is that what you're using to
It's the
invoke
bank.
the
It's
golem?
empty because of the carbon tax. So
Valid. Justice
it's
says hit the likey bombs. Facts. Don't forget, we charge Eric for the likes. Everybody wants to charge Eric. He needs to pay.
I got all my
I'd love to
show
give-
stuff ready for the July 3rd show.
There
And
you
Marcel Dion's going to be there. We'll be hanging out again.
Where I think I saw the ad for this. Where's the show?
It's Pickering, the border of Scarborough and Pickering. So it's
Got it.
really my end of the city. And Mike Bunting's going to be there too. Signing.
Oh, that's cool.
$20
Nice.
or $15 autograph, $20 if you want a picture provided. So not a bad deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's appropriate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's fine. Like, you got to pay to get the guys to come in, $15-$20. Like, when you get up to like $50-$60 for a lot of these guys, it's just, I think it's ridiculous.
It's a small show, but this guy was running shows in the 80s and 90s and even 2000, right up to early 2000s. So he's a veteran. So I said I would set up.
Nice.
Awesome.
Smalls to do it. So I figured, what the heck? And when you get a couple signing autographs, well, Marcel Dion will sign for you as long as you buy something from his booth. So, and he has some small things too. So, but he'll sign any which way. He's such a nice guy.
He is a super nice guy, yeah.
There you go.
He doesn't like you, Eric. So.
He does too.
Oh, no one does.
No,
one,
I said Eric,
no.
and he said, don't say that.
Hmm?
Anyways,
Facts. Victor said I would love to give Beckett a lecture. Don't we all?
Yeah. Yeah.
Baz says, imagine the hobby knowledge Bobby would drop if he shut off the car. The car is right now in silent mode.
yeah.
Those fumes get him, man.
Dakota says, Eric is angry. Bobby looking good as always. Brad, love the background. Those shelves are A+. Carlos, I need to see more. For a compliment. Would you settle for Josh Rosen? It makes me happy. All right. Eric is angry. I know.
Yeah,
All the
just
time.
at you. Just at you.
Mm.
That's
So there
not
you go. Just for you, Dakota. We're talking about elite quarterbacking Elite.
Elite.
And listen, he's the best quarterback couch surfing right now as we speak.
Oh, I got a great eBay story. I'll do a quick one, but this card, Connor Bedard sold it, numbered out of $4.99 SP game used. We sold it in our weekly auction. The guy got mad. He said, "Oh, you didn't describe the card properly. It's miscut. It's not. It is. It's damaged. Blah blah blah."
Right.
He sends the I accept the return on it. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's shiny. It's foil. Maybe I missed something. So the card comes back. I refund the guy. It ended up costing me money because I have to refund him the shipping plus the shipping to return it to me. So I'm out like $50. I look at the card and I'm like, well, I don't think it's miscut. Like I can't see anything wrong with it. So I send it over. I send it into back to PSA. Sorry, and PSA 10. So I actually went back and took the time and I took the picture.
That was a Freudian slip. Eric was getting excited. He's like,
yeah.
yes. It's like, yes. Wait, I'm supposed to be angry. No.
So I took the time to send the guy. Yeah, I know. I took the time though to send this to the guy. The picture. I'm like, just so you know, through all that hassle that you put me through, PSA 10, no response. The guy completely.
There you go.
Exactly.
Nice.
Dak says
That's
Rosen
called
works.
Karma. I love it.
It works out. We like him. Dak here says Rosen works. Nice hair. I'm jelly. There's your compliment. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It helps that I don't have the humidity. Now that I got and being in Texas, you'll appreciate this. I got a heat pump installed, so now we actually have moderated temperature in these parts. So
I got
innovations.
In the garage. That's the problem.
I know, right?
I'm back there.
Rosen the Chosen. Brendan Ryan fire emojis. Kathy says Eric be nice. Eric.
Fine.
Thank you, Kathy.
Sorry, name.
Yes. So question, Brett. We talked a little earlier tonight. We did the thing with the article. We talked about the whole breaking thing. We're at the end of the day, we're speculating what would happen. But let's say they decided to do some kind of regulation thing. Do you have any plans if you had to adapt any part for the breaking piece? Because have you guys done breaking right now as it is today, or is that a new thing for you guys?
Yeah, no, it'll be brand new. So we're fully ready to adapt. Plus, we got some really cool, unique ideas to break some product. The one thing that I will completely avoid is the whole mystery. Everything we do will be very transparent. So when you buy in, here's what you can get. I don't want to get into the mystery game of breaking. And it will be a small part of our business. It's going to be cool. It's going to be in the shop. We're going to be able to break for individual customers that can't make it in, that want to buy boxes. We'll do that. But it's a small piece. Back to what I always said, through AMG Collectibles, we are very, very diverse, and we have revenue streams from every possible avenue. And I stick with that. If you want to be successful and have an LCS, you can't rely on other people that are going to dictate what you do. You have to dictate it yourself. So if we rely on 5% from breaking, 10%10% from eBay, 10% from grading submissions, 10% from wax boxes, our discount boxes are probably 30-40% of our revenue, which is awesome. And we use all the platforms I just did my first order to Golden to give it a whirl. I have no idea. I'm trying it. Obviously working with these guys. I'm going to see what happens, but if it's a smooth transition, I'll be able to share that because I used PWCC for 12-15 years, and that was a great revenue stream, and I loved everything about it. I got nervous about a month and a half ago, like everyone else did. So I decided to pull everything, and away we go.
Yeah. So are you sure, though? I feel like, and it's not a mystery. I think you can remove the mystery. Transparency, I think, is valid. But I think if you do NFL breaks, I think you could do and give Eric the 33rd slot. Always make sure he gets the 33rd slot in all NFL breaks. I think that would be great. Very transparent, because no matter what happens, he gets the 33rd slot. So he's guaranteed to get an envelope full of air. I think that's great. I think that's exactly how we should approach it. That's a guarantee. That's locked in, 100%, no question. You can even open it up outside and give him some wildfire air. Make sure you seal it real quick, just so that Eric gets it, so that when he opens it up, he gets the ambiance.
I got the ambiance. All I got to do is stick my head out the window.
But we can encapsulate it for you, Eric. We can give you more. Just when it goes away, then you'll still have it. You'll be like, beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
That's from the wild.
That says, Brad, breaking with bubbles. That's a Freudian slip because he meant breaking with bubbles.
Right.
I thought he meant Beckett.
We are going to do that too, by the way. We will be doing some cool stuff with the Trailer Park Boys.
There you go.
Which will be fun. So I want to really expand on that. And yeah.
Yeah. So Tom here says, I got a rash of eBay.
I have a question. And I'm actually asking seriously. So I started watching Trailer Park Boys. I got through like halfway through the first season. Does the show get better?
No.
So it honestly,
you
Eric,
have to be into it or not. You know,
if you're not, exactly. I don't think if you're not into it from the start, then I just think it's not for you. And I think
it's an acquired taste. My opinion is that it's an acquired taste. You will either like it or you won't.
I'm halfway through the first season, and I'm waiting for an opportunity to laugh because I thought it was a comedy.
It's very Canadian in a lot of senses.
And
but
I'm just hoping, because I know it's been on for many seasons, and sometimes, you know, the first season, you know, they got to work the bugs out, and you know, by the fifth season, it's like it's on a roll and it's got all the in jokes. And I'm just asking, does it get better? Because I'm not impressed.
My brother-in-law loves
Brad,
it.
can I ask a question?
Like,
yeah.
Can I let's actually, I want to open up this question to the Canadians in the chat as well. Can play along with this one. You got Trailer Park Boys. I want to kind of do a mini little power ranking, and I'm open to any third or fourth options you want to add. So Trailer Park Boys, Red Green Show will be another one that I'll throw in there.
Ren and Stimpy.
What's that?
Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, but I want to pick one. I want to pick ones that are Canadian specifically, Bobby.
Wasn't that Canadian? Didn't they start in Canada?
I genuinely don't know. Ren and Stimpy, I'm not sure. But Red Green Show for sure. Trailer Park Boys for sure, 100%. Oh, what's the name of the newer one? What's it called?
Corner Store?
No,
Corner Gas would be an older one, but there's one that's still on right now.
Oh, it's the hockey one.
Yeah, the name escapes me right now. I'm totally not remembering.
So popular. The name is.
It's not Shorzy just came out, but I'm not talking Shorzy. I'm talking about the other one. Oh, it's the. Oh.
The problem is I've seen 100 commercials for it, but the name totally escapes me right now. But
yeah, it's one of those.
Corner Gas, Red Green Show, Trailer Park Boys. So those are three like Canadian ones that I would definitely consider. So I don't know. You can start with those. Letterkenny. Thank you. That's the one. Letterkenny. There's your guy. All right. So I've given you 4. All right, Brad, Bobby, power rank those 4 in whatever order you want. I'd be curious where you would put this.
Brad, Brad's prejudice.
I mean, well, but here's the thing. There could still be some mystery, Eric, in what falls 2 through 4. Like, how do you power rank the other ones? So you can ignore the first one if you want, but I'm curious how the other 4 fall and what order you end up putting them in. So I'm going to present that to you guys in the chat if you want to chime in on that. And I'll quickly go to let me read these 2 comments real fast here. Can't see how having vetted and bonded breakers can hurt. If you put specific requirements on breakers to have some credentials rather than just some rando fly-by-night thing, I don't have any issue with that. It's the regulation where we can get into some murky waters really quick. But the idea of having some standards for breakers, I don't think is a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing to have some standards for breakers rather than any fly-by-night. This one's a good one. Random question. I've been out of Canada for 19 years. They still make CFL cards. Yes, and they're all in Brad's store. And he loves them, and he will build a monument to them because they're literally his favorite thing in life. All right, so real quick, one more, real quick. Will you guys be breaking the Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings boxes? I really want to hit that one ring card. Tune in to earlier in the episode, Maximus Proper Logo. You missed it. We talked about this and a story about exactly what the fate of that 1/1 ring card is. All right, so real quick, I'm going to power rank those 4 guys. I'm curious. I will come right back, and I want to get your take on the 4.
Go ahead, Brad.
Bobby, didn't we talk about this though? I wanted to like Corner Gas. I absolutely did not like Corner Gas. I thought we talked about
this recently. I liked Corner Gas. I thought it was weirdly funny. Yeah.
I just couldn't get it.
Yeah. And see, Bubbles, all those. I'm hard pressed to say I watched 2 episodes, but I've watched a lot of bits and pieces. My brother-in-law, ex-gen, loves it. Loves Bubbles.
Yeah.
Me, I don't. I maybe it's my age gap generation because I'm more of a boomer than I am. I'm actually the last end of the boomer, so I think it has to do with what you were doing at that time in your life, and it seemed like it really set in at that entertainment part, So, and I'm a lot older, and 30-year-old kid, whatever. So I think it is a generational thing.
Yeah. No, it's
I
true.
don't know too many people my age that can say Trailer Park Boys is one of their favorite shows, or maybe they've even seen it. So,
You know what surprises me? I've over the last, I mean, it's been 15, 20 years since I've been friends and partners with those guys and different ventures. And it's amazing to me. I remember sitting at Bubbles Mansion when we had this one bar and talked to them. And I said, guys, man, like hats off to you. Like, it's hard to believe that you guys are 4 or 5 seasons in at that point. And now there's 13, 14, 15, whatever the seasons. And it just keeps on going. They're selling out venues on their live show all across the world to this day. Like it's a success story. But I do say, Eric,
following of people, right?
It is. But Eric, honestly, if you do not like it, if you're not into it now, you probably never will be. No. And that's all right.
I like stupid humor. I'm like 6 episodes in and I'm just like, I don't, all right, the guy's out in his car. He's got an ex-wife. He's out of jail. You got the sheriff and the deputy and you got this. Okay. Now what?
But you are watching a show too. Remember now, maybe watch season 10 or pick like season 10 or 11. You don't really have to follow the storyline all the way through and watch it there because you are watching something that was put out 15 to 20 years ago now. And
that is a fair point. You can go to a show that's a long-running show like that. Sometimes you can go further ahead when it's a little bit more developed because by that point they've got their formula down, and the characters are a little bit more defined. In a lot of cases with a lot of shows like that, you don't really lose much. You can go ahead. Like there's no reason necessary. Those shows are episodic, but it's not like you need to watch season 1 to understand season 4. It's not that dependent. Trailer Park Boys, from my recollection, isn't it almost effectively like borderline, like almost a sitcom? Like it's almost like the episodes are almost standalone. Like there is some connection, but it's not like you have to watch each episode sequentially to get it.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Like Corner Gas was very much so.
Yeah.
And they
a lot of those comedy
stories in the background, but the forefront, what was going on, would change every show. And like I said, I like Corner Gas.
And I'm not a delicate little flower, but they swear a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
What you don't know is that Bubbles originally used to be a big bulk submitter of Beckett. There's just a lot of residual anger, Eric. A lot of residual rage.
That makes sense. Now I understand why he's so angry.
Yeah, you just need to understand the context. The context is the key, Eric.
Now, Brad, does that guy wear those glasses in real life, or does he just wear them as an act?
No, he doesn't. Yeah, he wears glasses. He doesn't wear those glasses.
But how is he not damaging his eyes?
No, he's fine. He doesn't wear them all that long. I guess when they're shooting, they do. But
oh my God, I'd have a pounding headache.
You know, it's funny when you see guys though, so Smith Bubbles, I was on the airplane coming back from Santa Ana, and I watched. There's a new show. Woody Harrelson has a new comedy out, and it's about some special needs kids that are playing basketball. He's a coach. Anyways, it's a classic comedy, but it's funny. And all of a sudden you see Smith, who Bubbles, is in the show and he plays the lawyer for Woody Harrelson. It's so bizarre when you see someone you know on a show in a different character. Like it just all of a sudden I was like, well, it just didn't seem right. Not that Smith is typecast as Bubbles, because he does his appearance is different.
Pretty close to typecast.
To me, it still is. I'm looking at it. It was very surreal. So
is that show called White Man Can't Coach?
What? So Sherry offered her power ranking here. Went Trailer Park Boys, Letterkenny, Corner Gas, and Red Green.
That's good.
No love for the Red Green.
Letterkenny. Red Green, I love Red Green. Red Green's been around since what, the 80s?
Honestly, for me, I'll put Red Green. So for me, I'll put Red Green at the top because honestly, I have those ones of my favorites. Letterkenny, I'm putting at the end, not because there's anything wrong with them. But it's one of those things like it doesn't interest me. I'll put Trailer Park Boys ahead of Corner Gas. But so I'll put it like that. I'll do Red Green because I love a lot of the shtick with the duct tape. I just enjoy a lot of those little gags with the duct tape.
And his wife was named Morag. It's like, really?
Yeah. But it's one of those things like it's super Canadian. Like it's super.
I've heard of the first 2 shows. The second 2 I've never heard of until tonight.
Which first 2 were they?
The trailer on the screen.
Trailer Park Boy and Letterkenny.
I can't
I've
see it because it's.
Oh,
So
big
Trailer
on
Park
my-
Boys and
oh.
Letterkenny, yeah.
So I've heard of those, and I've watched 6 episodes of Trailer Park Boys. Corner Gas and Red Green, never ever even heard of them until a couple minutes ago.
That's
Don't-
like
don't
kind
bother,
of like
Eric. Don't
SCTV.
bother.
Once you guys get into it, you'll enjoy them in retrospect.
Gotta
Because
remember,
actually,
Eric, if you're
SCTV went huge in the US, right? Very big.
you mean SCTV?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yep, it had some carryover.
It's a following.
Yeah.
It's huge even today.
You gotta remember, Eric, if your wife doesn't find you handsome, at least you can find you handy.
And you never heard of SCTV with the Eugene
letting you know.
Levy and no?
Yeah, I've heard of. Yeah, I've heard of that. That's all. Yeah.
Okay. That would be another one you can almost add in there, but that's a long time ago. So
Billy Cilio says, did I just walk in on a Letterkenny discussion? Peripherally, as part of the list.
I didn't even watch it,
CCTV
so.
didn't even make the list. I'm bored, and I haven't harassed Eric yet today. There you go, Billy.
Yeah, listen, he tore me up on Wednesday. I don't have Billy energy right now.
That Clubhouse thing.
Between Clubhouse and the monthly card show on video, he destroyed me enough on Wednesday. I don't have Billy energy right now.
I don't see those shows either.
Tom says, I kind of miss free public access here TV. Helped me keep up with Canada 50 years ago in major sports before the switch to digital receivers. I stopped watching TV, only seen a little bit of Letterkenny. Do they not have over the air anymore? I thought they still had some available. I forgot. It's been a while since I paid attention to. No Schmidt Creek fans. I'm not just asking.
Oh yeah, Schitt's Creek.
Shit Creek.
Schitt's Creek. Yep.
I watched all that. It's a good show.
Levy show.
Well, didn't what's his name win an award? Eugene Levy's son for something.
Yeah.
I
That
think
show won lots of awards. I've
No,
never
he
seen
just won.
an episode.
He just
I
won
know
one
what it is.
recently, like yesterday. Something.
Yeah.
For being the best.
I don't
show.
watch. I don't watch a lot. I'll be honest. I don't watch a lot of the Canadian TV shows. Those are ones that I'm familiar with. Like I've watched at least some of all 4 of those for sure, and some older ones. But yeah, I just can't get into a lot of them. For me, it's like the style just doesn't work for me a lot of times. It's just like it's just not that funny.
Well, the online has taken up a lot of our time now too, opposed to especially over the last few years. But going forward, we're not watching as much TV as we used to, or sitcoms or whatever.
You know what? That's true. My TV consumption is way down because YouTube and online has taken over the majority
But
of
series
my
are good, like Lord of the Rings. There's an end, and these other shows that are on.
Yeah, best end ever in a series for me, Sons of Anarchy, which I loved that show.
I couldn't get into that. I didn't like that
love
show
it.
because they didn't swear. Here's bikers, roughly these guys, and they're not swearing, but they're swearing in every other show, but not that one.
Bikers don't swear.
I got the complete first year set graded of Sons of Anarchy.
How many cards are on the set?
I forget. There's a lot. They keep on going, but then there's the big ones.
Peggy
Right?
Bundy?
Like Katie Segal.
Yeah, Katie Segal, yeah.
Right? I got 2 different ones of her. There's Jax Teller, which was awesome. Ron Perlman and Theo
Hellboy.
Rossi. Yeah, who's my favorites.
Hellboy.
So anyway, I love that, and that had that had an ending, right? So
I haven't seen. I'm like halfway through the series, so I still have the whole second half to watch. So I got to get back
but
to
it just didn't seem real enough without the swearing. It was just like it needed it.
yeah,
Especially that one needed it.
Yeah. Did you
Like,
guys
I really
watch?
just love swearing, man.
Have you watched Shoresy? Carlos, have you watched Shoresy?
No.
Okay.
I know
Eric,
what you're talking about. I haven't watched it.
I've heard of it.
Eric,
I've heard of it.
please do me a favor. Watch just the first 2 episodes. And if you don't find that absolutely hilarious, being a hockey guy, it's off the charts hilarious. But
Okay.
you don't need to watch, again, very repetitive. You can kind of stop watching at some point. But Terry
don't know.
Ryan is one of the guys. It's awesome.
Maybe
Goon
they'll have
funny?
it on YouTube because I don't know where else I'd find it.
Yeah. Like, honestly, boys, you'll lose your mind. It's the most offside, hilarious hockey movie.
All right.
Is it like Goon funny?
Like, way beyond and way off. Like, just so offside. Like, everything stereotypical of hockey, it's there.
Yeah.
Please don't encourage him. Billy does not need encouragement to give me a hard time. I swear he wakes up in the morning and he's like, all right, how am I going to get Eric today?
Posted all over his noteboard.
So you're saying you don't want me to compare notes with Billy and teach him the ways of mayonnaise jars?
The ways of the West.
Just throwing it out. All right. Scroll through. All the Goosebumps shows are shot in Toronto.
Fly won't die. Now he's
dead. There you go. Bobby's fighting into the garage.
There's a fly. It keeps bugging the hell out of me. Every time you think you kill him, he just keeps coming back to life. He's like freaking chocolate stick. Fucking. Anyways.
Wow.
Hey, easy with the chocolate stick slander.
Wow. Yep.
I'm gonna put him on this cutting board, and
I like that.
There you go.
Do you?
How old is that?
Well, with the old Vancouver logo, you can pretty much put it pre-78.
Nice. Now, is it used? I mean, can you tell that people?
No, this one isn't used.
No,
I think you would use the back for cutting, but you would use this as display because it has a leather strip too that it pulls up on. So.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool little things that they did.
Dakota got no love for Katie Seagal.
Yeah, Dakota's trying to kill off Katie Seagal. Dakota's getting older too. You got to be careful, man. You start offing the old people. The young ones are going to come after you. They're coming after you next.
For life.
It was funny because I reactivated Netflix to watch the American Gladiators documentary. I did mention that, so it was obvious that I was going to watch it. But then I started scrolling through it. I go, all right, what's some of this other shit? Because I got so many of these little Netflix series they came up with, and I'm like, all right. So I watched The Recruit, which was decent. It was fine for whatever. Yes, I'll watch Squid Games. Since I got it back on, I'll add Squid Games to my list to make sure I watch it for you. So I watched The Recruit, which was okay. I think they've got a second season of that coming up, so I can see why. But then they did another one called The Night Agent, and I recognized some of the people in it. I thought it was all right, but they tried really hard to be melodramatic about it. It's like under the whole thriller category, and I'm sitting like, yeah, okay, I get it, sure. So sometimes it's like, I know what you're trying to do, but it's like you're trying a little too. It's like you're stretching beyond even in the genre you're in. You're like, it's like, trust no one except I'll trust you, even though I have no reason to. Wait, you betrayed me? Oh. It's like unbelievable, horrible. I was like, all right then, sure, go for it. Great, sounds good.
A lot of good shows out there. A lot of people say you got to watch The Blacklist, and you got to watch what's that other one where they're. I
love The Blacklist.
Yeah, I like Blacklist. I'm watching the last season. I've watched up till I haven't watched yesterday's episode, but I'm following it. Although The Blacklist was one that would fall into that category we talked about with Trailer Park Boys for a different reason. I didn't mind that they had a storyline progression. It definitely had a large arc, but the first segment of it really took a while. Like for me, it dragged. I actually was okay with it. To me, I would almost take it towards the tail end of the lady there while she was still there, and then from the end of that, like I'm not spoiling anything really, but from the end of that to the current, it's the same thing that happened kind of with House of Me. I love the first 3 seasons. I thought were really strong seasons. The first 3 seasons, really good. Then there was a little lull in between. A couple of seasons where it's like you're trying to refine you're trying to refine something, and then the last couple of seasons were really strong. You basically found your footing. You found the angle that you wanted, and you basically they recovered their equilibrium, and they found it towards the tail end. They're like, we're gonna get back to basics. We're gonna focus on House here very much so to make it, and then we'll put some good supporting cast members around them, and they finished strong, which I thought was really good. I thought in the middle there it looked like it was about to fall off the wheels, but they recovered it and were able to finish and land in a good spot.
Most of them usually do after 3 seasons. They go into a speed wobble, and then either they usually falter, but every once in a while they pull it up. Sort of like the Walking Dead. After the 3rd, 4th season, 5th season was just dead. My wife still kept watching it until season 7 or something. I said, it's horrible. Comparatively speaking, it just got worse, progressively worse, and all the main characters left and came back and whatever.
And now they just started a new spin-off from that.
What's that one?
With Maggie and Negan are now trying to infiltrate New York City.
Yeah, see, you can't bring back Negan after what he did. So, I don't care. You cannot forgive him and be a hero to him. He went too far.
I stopped watching it
because of that.
As soon as he hit,
Millions did that.
Oh, really?
They said it was kind of like the most shocking thing that's ever happened in TV programming, and
It was.
millions of people it said they could never watch it again because it was so graphic and disturbing.
You'll all be back when we get to the next spin-off, Casually Strolling the Walking Dead.
Ah, there we go. There's Lucille.
There it is. He's got Lucille.
It bothered me that much, but I got to keep it. I have to keep Lucille.
There you
No,
go.
that's okay.
So Brad, but I was telling Eric and Bobby, it's like, you'll all be back when they get to the next spin-off, Casually Strolling the Walking Dead. I think they should just keep doing spin-offs where they just keep coming up with ways to put the Walking Dead. It's like blah blah blah, the Walking Dead.
It was good though. Like the first 4 seasons were pretty damn good. I don't like zombie stuff, and I got caught, and I just went, wow, holy jeez, it was exciting.
Brad, maybe we could put the Trailer Park Boys randomly in the Walking Dead and get a couple extra seasons out of it.
Yeah.
When is the Trailer Park Boys cards coming out?
Well, they already actually have cards they put out. They were a remake of the 1980-81 OPCs. Did you ever see them? I only got one set. I got them here. Okay. I'll find them. I'll show them. They're pretty cool.
Okay.
Westworld or something. Okay.
Westworld. Yeah, that was from the old Westworld, like Yul Brenner back in the 60s.
Right. Yul Brenner did that a long time ago. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. Maximus caught up on the one-on-one story. Good. Hollywood writers and possibly actors will strike at midnight tonight unless deals reach. I heard about this thing that was coming up here. There you go.
Yeah,
they said,
let's strike for Chat GPT.
Yeah.
I just think, Bobby, this is an elaborate excuse to celebrate Canada Day. Look, y'all do you. It's fine. It's legit. Like, whatever you got to do is fine. We'll send you some maple syrup in solidarity. It's cool.
Yeah, Meryl Streep is on the picket lines, and it's like, yeah, I'm really upset because Meryl Streep's not getting enough money, and poor Meryl. She really needs. We need to support her and really pressure these movie companies to pay them more because they need it.
Yeah. Right.
Well, Eric's all about the corporations.
Yeah. Well, listen. I won't go there because we don't go there on this show. But
is it the writers striking?
Hollywood types are not my favorite people.
Is it the writers that are just striking?
The actors are going to strike at midnight.
Oh, aren't the writers still striking?
Yeah, they've been striking for a while.
Oh, okay.
They deserve probably more of a cut, but you're not going to tell me Meryl Streep needs more money. She can go jump off a bridge.
Eric throwing Meryl Streep off a bridge. Just terrible.
Not a fan, I see, Eric. Not a fan.
Hey, I mean, she happens to be one of the people who are walking the picket line. So, I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for you.
All right. You're going to change your tune when we find out that Marcel Dion is there in solidarity walking the line. You're going to turn on Marcel? Is that what's going to happen here, Eric?
I would never do such a thing. I would simply change my mind and support.
you would immediately flip your position. They'll just launch tequila brands. Well, in fairness, it was funny because when I was watching the documentary, a valid point was made. So the whole thing with American Gladiators, when the original show started, it was in tune with a writer's strike.
Huh.
And when they did the relaunch, it was in tune with a writer's strike. American Gladiators Mach 3, let's go!
It's not like his writing was very important for that show.
Well, but that's the thing, though. A show like that, you don't necessarily need writers. So you can just basically just get the set, get everything figured out, and boom, there you go. Done.
Well, it was more on the fly than anything else, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, the way the show worked, all you had to do was have a concept and cast. That's all you needed to do, and then go get some people and make it. Because like anything like that, reality show-ish thing, doesn't really need writers. It's not required. You can basically just have the show, build the arena, the Gladiator arena, good to go.
Yep.
It's an easier show to make that way. Writers are striking, actors will strike too in an effort to support the writers. Yeah, Billy. Oh my God, OMG. Listen to Eric explain Hollywood to me is like nails on a chalkboard. Most of Eric's nails on a chalkboard.
Good. I hope it hurts.
I think The Walking Dead lost like 60 to 65% of viewers with that episode. Sorry if the late keyboard died. Oh, good. I get you.
I was on the edge too of that. I was pissed off. I like
Bobby, I'm the same as you.
What was the redheaded dude? What was his name? I really liked him.
It wasn't so much they killed off favorite characters. It was how gruesome the killings were, and people weren't expecting that because there's never been anything like that on television. And I mean, people literally got sick. People had PTSD. People had, all these. It was really bad, I guess, for some people. And
I didn't like seeing Maggie's father go either. That was kind of sad.
Yeah.
Eric,
it
in
was-
fairness,
it was
though, I
bad.
could accomplish the same thing by just playing a mayonnaise commercial.
Oh, good Lord.
I'm just saying, I could accomplish Brad, I could accomplish a very similar thing. All I got to do is fire up the Miracle Whip commercial. Let's go.
Yeah.
So
But
gross.
you know what I think it was on that? I think, like Bobby, I'm completely the same as you. I feel like I'm not into zombie movies or horror movies. It's just not my thing. And I got over it because I love the story. And eventually I was like, how do I keep watching this? Like nothing even bothered me anymore. And then it got like people, I think, like us that weren't really into it. And then you have a scene that was just over the top like that. Then it went, okay, I'm out. I'm checked out. Just like that.
It was post-apocalyptic kind of format. I really enjoyed that part of it. The zombies I didn't, but then the zombies, either they were running and then they walked slow. It was like after season 4 or 5, whatever it was. And I just went, okay, there's no consistency.
Yeah.
But then it was the inner fighting that kind of got a little stupid. So,
Yeah.
And I really liked Jesus. He was great.
Just for reminders, Carlos. Just for reminders.
Josie.
Yeah.
Got a Josie rookie card. There you go.
Yeah.
The picture with the base, and it's a very sad attempt at a stash. It's questionable. It's very questionable. It's like, is that the picture you really want to use, guys? You did Josie dirty on that one.
Oh,
Real dirty.
Looks like he has some dirt under his lip.
Yep.
It looks like my 16-year-old high school hockey stash.
Almost.
Remember that picture?
Oh yes, yes.
One that looks like the cat licked it off. Yeah.
It's so bad. And I thought I was cool with that little duster.
Brendan Ryan says, if you're watching The Walking Dead, you have to expect gore. No one's caught off guard. Brendan, if we have learned nothing from this hobby and from life, there are people who get caught off guard in everything. There are people who will watch, Law and Order, and they'll be like, wait, so someone was killed in a murder investigation? Yes, they were. That's why it's a murder investigation. That's literally what we're talking about.
Brendan, I
like
get,
Law.
There are courts involved? What?
I get your point, but the numbers and the ratings prove that people were caught off guard because they dropped like a stone off a bridge into a pond. So, I mean, there was major backlash from that.
That was a big thing for TV to happen. Yeah, it's huge. Actually, probably one of the most dramatic of all time.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean,
TV
people
history.
were very, people loved Glenn the character, and to have him die is one thing, but that was just a whole nother level.
I think Dakota said the odds, like that, whatever. What was it back in the chat? 60 to 65%.
It was like 60 to 65%. Yeah.
I believe that 100%.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, it dropped like a stone, so people weren't ready for it.
And after that, it got a little weird anyways. It didn't.
Sure.
It kind of came together, and then it lost it again, and it was gone. I was gone after that.
Well, we talked about this before. And by the way, guys, we're chatting about pop culture stuff and television shows because hobby wise, I already covered the stories that I had. Like for hobby wise, like we talked about The Ring, we talked about Brad playing a golem, all good, that was fine. We talked about that, we talked about the breaking thing, and then we touched on the SP Signature Legends, the greatest set of all time. So we covered those, covered them all. Not lying, it's a fact. The episode of Dying caused a large drop in TV audience history.
When we're done with this, I got 2 other things to bring up. So,
Sure. Now, one quick point I wanted to make, though, when we've talked about this before, when you've got a TV show that is successful, that's a double-edged sword because sometimes it causes the network to get greedy and force them to extend it. Because a lot of times you'll have, and this is why I gave a lot of credit to The Good Place, because the writers had a vision for how they wanted that show to go, and it was 4-season arc. That was the arc. And people really loved that show. And I genuinely thought it was a funny show. I thought it was well done. I thought the cast was really good. And if they had tried to stretch a couple more seasons, they probably could have. But the writers are like, we have a 4-season arc. This is our story. This is the story we've got to tell. Anything beyond that is superfluous. It's just us dragging it out for the sake of dragging it out. They were able to successfully build 4 seasons that built off of each other, and it actually made sense in totality. And you got a result.
It kind of parallels the sports industry. You have top tier guys who play, and then they get 30, 40, and then they stop playing, or they tear down. They get traded 5 or 6 times at the bottom end, and the career kind of just dies off at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better to quit while you're just past your prime, and go out on a good note. Hopefully you put enough money away with the millions of dollars they get. I think that would be great. And then you're still more respected. I think as you play longer, it kind of lessens it.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what happened with How I Met Your Mother.
Shows.
Yeah, they had the same thing with How I Met Your Mother. The show had also an idea of what their ending was. They knew their ending ahead of time, but then the show did too well in the ratings that the temptation was to extend it. So they basically just found ways to do this. And what the problem was, by the time you did it, the ending you had planned was horribly received because you had kind of opened up a completely new set of possibilities. Because you had to stretch it, you had to find ways to stretch it out. And because of that, you basically had to completely undo a whole bunch of character development in order to shoehorn in the ending you had already shot. You had already come up with the ending. So it's like, you wrecked the whole thing because you went away from the vision. You had an ending in mind from the get-go, and then you screwed up how you arrived at it. So you didn't hit the landing. You completely missed it. Whereas, like I said, The Good Place, from day one, they had the vision of exactly how they wanted to go. They go, if we last past a season, the plan is 4 seasons. Get through season 2, the plan is 4 seasons. Season 3, 4 seasons. When they get to 4 seasons, this is the last season. That's the plan. That was always the plan.
It's like Hunger Games. You never knew if it was really going to be ended. Was that the last one, or are they going to split it again and then come back? And Lord of the Rings was a different deal altogether. It was 3 because it had to be. But the Hunger Games kind of is like A, B part, okay, and then stop. Mm-hmm. The world's over. Now they're going to bring it back. Anything that's successful, they kind of want to reincarnate it. So it seems, and try to get some more money out of it. I guess they're getting a little stale with I don't know, creativity. I have no idea.
Well, like I'm really worried because I saw some previews and I'm really worried about Chocolate Stick: The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
I have concerns. I don't see what could possibly go right here.
Nothing.
Not looking good.
It's going to be awesome.
Well, if they
I don't know if Chocolate Sticks. I don't know if Chocolate Sticks zombies chasing you down, Eric. You've been biting them, and now they're going to try to bite you.
That's the thing. No, you. What happens is, in the regular Walking Dead, the zombies, are attacking you. In the Chocolate Stick zombies, the people are attacking the zombies and tackling them and everyone gets really, really fat.
Oh, nice.
And then they all die.
Now we know.
And they all die because of the diabetes.
This just sounds like Cake Boss. This is Eric's version of Cake Boss. Tom says, waiting on some late 1960s Victoria's Chocolate Parade pop culture cards. Sean Connery, Arthur Franklin, Ray Charles, Steve McQueen, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis, Sonny and Cher. Cool Belgium release, I think. Do you have any weird releases for the past think slept on? So I'll touch on that in a second. Guess who used horror movies to desensitize me? I saw the Saw movies, but I never, like I said, I never watched The Walking Dead. It wasn't my thing.
That was okay. Another speed wobble after the third one.
Oh yeah. Well, the problem is they just kept going and going, and I just sat there, and that was a little different because I was like morbidly curious. I'm like, how convoluted are you going to make this? Because that was one where the plan was to make one movie basically, and then you're just like, hey, this worked out really great. We should make another movie, okay? And then after a while, it's like, the guy's already dead, right? The guy's literally dead. What are we even doing here? Mm-hmm. He already got eaten by the chocolate stick zombies. It's over. Let it go. Nope.
Pass it on to the next guy.
Weird, man. It was weird. I don't even know. So, Brad, I'll leave this one open for you. You got any cool, weird releases from the past that I think are slept on? I already hit on the 1991 American Gladiator. Super, super short printed. And please buy the ones that I have on ComC. Completely unrelated.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I do this whole American Gladiator. I haven't watched it yet, but I can't wait to get caught up on that. That's going to be. I'm going to really enjoy it.
The second documentary I thought was better than the first, although I feel like at the end of the day, I think it covered what it needed to cover. I think it was all right. I don't think it's going to do anything crazy for it, but if they do relaunch the series, I'd like to see it. I'd be curious if they want to relaunch the series. I'm interested. I want to check out what they have going. They're relaunching the UK series. I did mention that already previously. They're relaunching the UK series, so I'll be interested in checking that out. I'm concerned because the American one is supposed to be under the auspices of WWE. WWE has got their hands in on that one. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. Are we sure we can't just let's go with Chocolate Stick The Walking Dead instead? Brad, I'm making an executive decision. Let's just do Chocolate Stick The Walking Dead. I'm a little less concerned about that one. I'm worried, man. Hockey Barn is back. Beer, beer, beer. There you go. Good stuff. Okay, let me pose this question.
All right,
Go ahead.
Hockey Barn is back. I'm gonna head out. I don't want to. He's gonna try to trick me into buying stuff again. So
I think he already did. Are you sure you didn't already buy it?
God damn it!
So then, just throwing it out there. All right, quick question. So let me pose this one to you. Brad, any big Canada Day plans?
No. You know what? Well, honestly, we're going away next week, so I'm completely working on getting the 8,000 cards that I have here invoiced and shipped out to customers. So I'm working all weekend. That's it.
All right.
Yeah, I wish I had something exciting, but I got nothing.
Eric, 4th of July plans? Anything good?
No. If I hopefully the weather will be nice. I think tomorrow's good. Sunday's rain. Hopefully get out on my bike a little bit and disappear for a few hours, but that's about it.
Nice. You, Carlos?
I generally don't do anything too crazy. For me, it's probably going to be some dinner with the family and stuff. Nothing too nuts. Those holidays, it goes back to my old days of working in the call centers and stuff. Holidays don't mean anything to me. It's just kind of like I got used to. I used to work New Year's. I worked Christmas. I worked all those. So I'm just like, and then afterwards, it's like, it's just the day off work. Nothing for me. The only thing that I think is significant here is that obviously Monday is going to be off, which means the mail all gets pushed today, and that's going to adjust a couple of things. So we'll see how that plays out. But for me, I'm just kind of sitting back waiting to see what stuff comes out of it, and we'll play around.
I just read Dakota's comment. That's awesome.
I plan on shooting some things, causing some beautiful explosions, and probably buying some cards outside of a budget. Maybe
that sounds like a good weekend.
Well, Dakota's been going ham on a lot of the. Has been going ham on the old comm seas. He's even making videos again. We all assumed he died, so it's kind of awkward when he suddenly came back. It's like, you weren't dead. We thought the AI had taken over.
I very much want to go to Texas and go hog hunting.
Do you want the hogs to hunt you? We can arrange that.
I do want that. No, but it's not even a hunt. It's eradication, and
I think that's really harsh to have the hogs eradicate you.
Yeah, no, that's what has to happen. They're enormous.
Brad, he's very nihilistic these days.
They will kill and eat people. They're destroying farmland.
Brad, I'm sympathizing with the hogs.
So you can. So what they do is you can go out and just kill as many as you want. They put you up in a helicopter with a machine gun, and you just go out into farmers' fields and just blow entire herds of wild hog away. And then they go out and they collect all the pigs, and butchers for free will clean them up and give them to people that aren't as fortunate, and so they get all this free meat. But
Brad, this sounds like an opportunity to genetically engineer the hogs and then arm them.
They've different types of breeding that's happened because they're not indigenous to Texas, and they've grown into these monsters on huge tusks. I mean, they're hundreds of pounds, and they'll kill anything in sight.
So what you're saying is that we need to enhance their ability so that you will finally bow down to your hog overlords.
That's what's happening in parts of Texas, and it's not a hunt; it's a complete eradication. You are to go out and kill as many as possible and thin the herd.
So, do you know what something that I just heard of on the same topic is in Alberta, they don't have rats. So I had no idea about this. And this is true. I'm not exaggerating here, but they actually have people like it's a government job that it's like the rat patrol and they control the borders so that rats are completely eradicated in Alberta.
That's awesome.
And this is true. Like if you Google it and read all the stories, so I think there's 30 or 40 guys that work full time, and this is their job. So when they see one, then they get a sighting, they investigate it, and they lock down the area and they eliminate it. So there is no rats in Alberta.
Brad, I'm envisioning right now.
Places would do that.
I don't know if I don't know if you remember. I'm envisioning. I would like Rat Patrol to be a bunch of Eddie Murrays from Caddyshack.
Yeah.
This is what I want. I want it to be that chasing the gopher. That's what I want. They're like, we'll get the explosives and I'll take them out. And Eric is like, yes, you're right. He's just standing there gleefully going, yes, can we do it? Can I do the thing with the explosives?
Yeah. And someone it's so awesome. And they try to say, I think the budget is say $3 million a year. It costs them to do this. Yeah. And some people are against it.
Billy, just give me a thumbs up if you're good.
If there was rats, that it would cost, I think it said it would cost, I don't know, like they saved like $20 million.
The best part is that, the best part is that so for the record, I actually thought that Billy's picture was frozen. Then I saw a little bit of movement because his internet was super choppy. So I actually thought it was frozen. So I was like, is his picture moving? Okay.
I had to sit with my therapist for 2 sessions yesterday because of him.
But Eric, would it make it Billy? So Billy, I'm going to let you in a little secret. That shouldn't really be a secret, but it is a secret. And don't tell anyone. It's just between you, me, and the chat. Okay?
Got it.
Eric loves mayonnaise.
Oh,
one thing that he enjoys is that when I'm out grocery shopping, I take time out of my busy schedule when I'm grocery shopping, helping out my family. I'm helping out my parents. They're doing the grocery shopping. And then my parents now are used to me stopping when I walk by the display of the mayonnaise because I will grab my camera and take a picture. And I may send Eric a text message with a picture of mayonnaise because he loves his life is joyful. He loves mayonnaise.
I'm going to vomit.
He wants
Mayo sent him a picture. See what I did there?
I am going to throw up. I'm telling you. You got to knock it off. I'm going to
Not that I would do such a thing, Billy. I'm just saying I might have multiple pictures on my camera roll right now ready for Eric when the time is right.
He dips his chocolate sticks in mayo.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
So then you have...
And Brad, you saw the picture I sent you?
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Like, I'm not playing around. Like I left it in the picture, Brad, so that you could see that it was Eric, and you could see when I sent it to him, and you could see what I wrote. That was today's.
It's so good,
Billy. Not that kind of thing would bother Eric. I want to make sure that we're clear on this. That does not bother Eric in the slightest, and he appreciates it.
I'm gonna throw up.
You know what, Eric? I actually agree with you on one thing in life, I guess, because I'm not a mayonnaise person either.
Oh, I don't even like saying the word. I don't like.
And when I had to, I was a manager, but I also was like the morning prep cook because I was there in the morning, so I'd get stuff going. It was like a small mom and pop restaurant, and I don't know if they have it out there. In the Midwest, they have it. I've never seen it in the West Coast, but they have these things called olive burgers, and basically it's like this olive spread, and I hate black olives too. And I seriously had to like mix mayonnaise and black olives with a little Tabasco and Worcestershire in a blender. And it like I almost threw up every single day I had to make that stuff. It was disgusting.
That's worse than avocado.
Pretty bad. But the thing is, Billy, the part of the fun for me, and I was joking with Carl Sr. about this, is I said, I used to be an extremely picky eater, and I'm still a very picky eater, like in the sense that I just don't enjoy a lot of stuff. Like I just don't want it. I want it simple. No, Bobby, I will put up with more stuff where there's sometimes where somebody will make something rather than be like, oh, remove this. Whatever, I don't care. Fine. There'll be a lot more times where I'll be like, yeah, fine, whatever. I'll just get through it. Even if I don't particularly like it, I'll just go with it. Unless it's ridiculous. If it's over the top, whatever, that's a different story. But no, as soon as Eric showed weakness, I don't want to give you guys the wrong impression of me, but as soon as Eric showed weakness, The gears in my head were going like, oh. It's like I am the psychological torture what the Saw guy was to like the traps. I'm like, oh, I'm just sitting there percolating. Eric, would you like to play a game? At all times.
So now that I'm here, it's like my 60 seconds of everything I wanted to say while you guys were sitting there talking about pop culture stuff. Brad, little known fact, we actually had a deal with the Trailer Park Boys, but it happened right as Bubbles got accused of that stupid stuff, and the league said no. We already had deals and everything set up with them, so they were supposed to be in a hockey product, which kind of sucks. Camilla, Bonnie McMurray. If Eric, check my Instagram, but you'll see someone actually liked my my pictures of her cards signed, and it might have been her. What? And I never got into zombies and Walking Dead, so I don't really have much to say about that. I just know that cast is one of the nicest casts out there. So if you are fans, you're fans of good people. And I think there was one other. Oh, and Eric, do not isolate Meryl Streep as well. Meryl Streep is representing the whole SAG population, and that everyone has Meryl Streep money and everybody has Meryl Streep benefits, because I have a lot of friends that are in SAG, and so it's not as easy as that, but yeah. It's I think that from what I hear, I think stuff hopefully is going to get settled. They might do an extension just so they can settle stuff. I don't know what's going on with the writers, but I've heard more positive things about SAG, which is hopeful, because if they do not have a deal, San Diego Comic-Con becomes horrible. Like a lot of the studios and everything have already gotten out of it. Like Marvel will be there, but they're not going to have Hall H, which is like usually the biggest day. I think HBO is not going to do any of the halls and stuff like that. So like a lot of studios have already taken talent away. So San Diego Comic-Con might actually be hold your breath, an actual Comic-Con with comics.
Really?
And people that like
That's
that sort of
illegal.
thing.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? So it's a lot of interesting things, but now I can breathe.
I'm being serious. I want you to educate me. What does SAG or the studios have to do with an individual saying, yes, on my free time, I will go to a Comic-Con?
The studios are actually the people that the studios are actually the group that brings the people to promote the TV shows. There was a lot of just a second, I gotta let the dog out. I'm house sitting for Grant right now.
See, we're coming full circle. The very first comment was who let the dogs out, and that's Lily Billy.
It's Billy.
Yep.
Now we know.
Dakota here. I'll get caught up on the comments while he's doing that. I would love to hear
All
more
right,
about this.
sorry about that.
So curious what no worries.
So,
let me read a couple of comments. Hold on, Billy. Just hang on
Okay.
one sec. Dakota says, I would love to hear more about this guy's life. I'm so curious what a prep cook life is like. He moonlights at Upper Deck. Occasionally, in between prep cooking orders, he also works at Upper Deck. True story.
So Billy, what was the technical term for that olive spread?
What was that?
What was the technical name for that olive spread?
It was an olive burger. That's what it's called. So you just cook a hamburger, and then when they order it, you slap a bunch of this like mayonnaise, olive disgustingness on top of the burger, and it's got like this creamy, like mayonnaise fatty kind of feel to it, like in your mouth, and then there's like little chunks. Like, is it moldy or is it just like chunks of olive? You don't know, but just the texture on your mouth, like when you taste it, I just it's not good.
So if you wanted extra.
Oh, sorry, Eric. I didn't realize you were listening.
I hate you.
So if you wanted extra on your burger, how much? What would you call it? Give me extra.
Give me. It's. I don't want to call it an olive paste, but it's like an olive spread. Olive spread.
All right.
Oh my god.
Good enough.
There you go. So anyway, we move on. So Billy's out in Cali, Dakota. Out in Cali. Dave here. So for them, it's 7 p.m. So they're all right. Right now, they're still daylight.
Oh,
Good-
Eric,
good
to
evening.
Oh, you're just still doing that. I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm just reading a couple of comments here.
Yep,
Let me just
yep,
get
my
caught
bad.
up. 2 seconds. Legit. Let's see the fan watching a game with ACC dipping licorice into mayo. Okay,
Oh,
sure. Due credit must be given to Jeffrey Dean Morgan for outstanding job in The Walking Dead. There you go. Probably some trauma to do with grandparents eating olive loaf and Limburger cheese. Different generation. Yep. And Dakota loves creamy mayonnaise, so full and creamy.
I guess licorice goes with the fluff, right, Eric?
Wow.
Right? No?
Eric, I feel like, listen, I got to be honest. Like, y'all, Brad, you understand this. As a man of peace and compassion that I am, I feel like there's a lack of compassion in this chat. People are not, like, respecting Eric in his delicate time for him. He's struggling. He's struggling out there. And we're not lifting him up. Wait, I'm a bastard. Never mind. Damn. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah. No, never mind. Forget it. Forget I said anything. I don't know.
I hate you.
Grant has a dog. Sand ground. Would never have thought that. I don't know what sand ground is, but all right.
That's his last name.
Gotcha.
Cary Grant?
Eric probably loves Will Levis. Guy puts mayo in his coffee.
No.
Eats bananas with a peel on. Dang.
Ooh.
So, Billy, just a question for you. Like, I'm not going to pick on you, but I do have a question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you see earlier tonight where Steve Quincy was showing the black autographs from the SP Signature Legends?
Yeah, I wasn't in the office today. Obviously, it's a set that I built, and I have to kind of track down what happened. So I had my one screen, and a lot of people were leaving early, and when I kind of needed to take care of it, a lot of people are already gone, and of some of the people that would know about it are in North Carolina, and it's a 3-hour difference. But no, he messaged us. He's he's a great guy, and he's not gonna throw any like surprise bombs at us. He's just hey, just
Steve,
so you guys.
Steve is interested in sharing the information. He goes, I've known Steve for more than 20 years, and the reality is for him, it's like, hey, what do you guys know about? He literally put it. UD knows about this. So
Yeah.
for him, he's gonna just go, hey, by the way, look at this. This is what I found.
Yeah, and he didn't. I mean, that's what he found exactly. It wasn't like, oh, look at Upper Deck again.
Yeah.
Womp
Steve
womp.
understands. Steve understands stuff happens. This is not
Yeah.
the first time it's ever occurred, but it's one of those things where I think you have to remember there is a manufacturing process. Stuff can happen, and now the investigation begins. What exactly happened?
Yeah. And we'll try to track it down because we print, like, when people initially the first problem was the black parallels weren't numbered. Like, there was one of the forms, the black parallels weren't numbered, and people were messaging me and messaging Upper Deck and saying, hey, what are these numbered out of? Because the solicitation and the checklist says they're supposed to be numbered out of 10 and they aren't. And I went in and looked at our checklist, looked at our master checklist of what we got and what we said was there, and it clear as day said that 10 copies.
Yeah.
So that's when I responded with everyone, because they were supposed to be numbered to 10. My build said to 10.
Mhm.
And so this is kind of a surprise. I'm going to have to look at a work order that kind of gives us an update of all the autographs that they have in possession and see if that number says 10. And if it says 10, then somebody counted wrong and somebody did something or grabbed the wrong cards to get signed. I don't know. Oh, thanks. Yeah, you put it up there too.
No,
Appreciate
the thing is for people to look. Here's the thing, though. Since you're here, I thought I would ask you.
No, it's totally
and obviously, and the image is there. And like I said, and
Yeah.
to your point, Steve let you guys know as well.
Yep.
So but I thought it would give context to what we're talking about. We talked about it earlier tonight, but since you're here, I thought you'd be able to give us a little insight on, because I know because I knew this was one of your sets. We talked about it when it was being released at the time. And stuff happens sometimes. Now it's just figuring out what went wrong or what happened where.
We're putting a lot of stuff out right now, and the vendors are extremely busy, and they're putting out a lot of stuff, not just from us, but from competitors. And they're trying to get stuff in and out as quick as possible. And like you said, mistakes happen. So yeah, we got to find out how many did he like. Why did he sign more than 10? And why did this happen? And why weren't? I mean, we already figured out, oh, this form was supposed to get numbered and didn't get numbered. That's why there's a bunch of cards that were supposed to be numbered out of 10, not numbered out of 10, where there are other cards on that same insert on a different form. And some people don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about forms, but when you print a set of cards, about 100 2.5 by 3.5 inch cards fit on a giant sheet of paper that we use to print cards. It's universal. All the companies use the same size, and that's what the printers use. And so, usually you have about 100 cards on a form. And that checklist is 300-400 deep, the base set and the parallels, auto parallels and whatnot. So there's going to be some guys on some forms and some guys on other forms, and so some of the cards got numbered, some of them didn't. My concern is, how did more than 10 get numbered when this card's supposed to be numbered to 10? That doesn't make sense. How did we put out 10, especially since we're supposed to get word of how many we have, and that's something that we should be catching. So it's unfortunate, and we'll look into it, but there's really nothing we can do now unless the guy just wants to give us back 2 of them, which I doubt they want to do.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to get, since you were here, I wanted to get kind of your take,
Yeah.
your angle on it, so that we at least had the opportunity to discuss that briefly, since you have a little more insight than most, obviously. Is this live? No. Is that the guy who wanted to do Bacon Barrel? Do you want to, how much do you like Bacon Billy?
Yes.
Perfect. Was Spinal Tap in charge of the forum? Valid question.
Oh, on the real quick on the bacon wrap parallel,
Yes.
I will say, I believe I mentioned it here, but I mentioned it at the Mint Collective with a bunch of other companies there. And guess what? I think another company is now making a taco parallel.
The Taco Fractor, yes. Eric,
And I'm like,
I know what you need to be collecting.
These people in the room were there when I was talking about my bacon wrap. And then a bunch of months later, all of a sudden, there's another food parallel.
Well, you know what's next?
I'm just saying, and it's another California, street food being used as the parallel.
Billy, you got to have the olive stand.
I don't know which one. Which one Eric would chase after harder, the Taco Fractor or the Mayo Fractor.
Well, the taco fractor doesn't even, it's not even a taco. It's not like they have tacos on there. They probably heard that I couldn't put meat on a card because there are kosher players. So they just have like colors bursting out that are the colors of tacos. It's like like the color of the shell and tomatoes and green, and cheese. But I was just a little curious about that parallel, especially after the bacon wrap was mentioned in some interviews.
Gotcha. All right, fair enough. All right, let me kind of quickly ask you a side question. You can sidestep it, but I'll put it in. So have we officially determined that AEW metal is just going to be 2 boxes, one for you and one for me, and that's the entire program? That's our only hope of actually getting released? Is that the deal?
Yeah, I think you're about a month and a half, 2 months at the most. I would like to say it should be out in 2 months, but I dates always change. I've learned not to give specific dates just because I seem to put my foot in my mouth because again, vendors specific times when they can get stuff on the line and put into packaging, their schedules change just as much as anyone's. So I'm thinking early fall. I'm hoping early fall because I want to see another AEW set out there, and I want to see another AEW set with some high end hits. I'm tired of going after the same Ty Mello cards. Do I call the cards say Ty Conti? So do I say Ty Mello or Ty Conti? Because the cards say Ty Conti, but she's Ty Mello.
I think you just go interchangeably. They're both technically correct.
Okay.
It just depends on the timing, right?
I I know you got some 101s. I know the
I do.
guy who has the auto 101. I met him at the
Yep.
Fan Fest in Vegas, but
Mhm.
we got to do some comparing here soon. I've been picking up way too much stuff.
Yeah, well,
It'll be a nice.
normally I don't grab as duplicates the way that you do, but like my checklist has been pretty much wiped out for the most part.
Gotcha.
Even to the point that I've gone into the 2020 Leaf Wrestling and grabbed a couple of those parallels and some of that stuff. It's nice stuff. Like there's nothing wrong with it. But
Do you
it's
have that? Do you have that old set? Like the first card of hers, where it's like I think you can find them on eBay for like $99 a set, but it's
oh, it's
almost
like the
an
all in, like the black one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do. Yep.
nice, very nice.
Yeah, so like I've done well with that. I'm all right with it. Part of the reason I because I chat with some other guys who collect the stuff too, and look at this point we've and again I'm not blaming you for it, but you know the frustration that people have vented. Like you've seen it and you've heard it, and we like it's become a running joke where it's like and Bobby and Brad, this is one of the jokes that we have with a couple of the other collectors that do a lot of this stuff is like so we're thinking either we'll will our pre-order the next of kin. Or we'll work on being cryogenically frozen so that they'll defrost us when it finally gets released. What do you think? Year 2457. We'll have ChatGPT will be taking over, but we should have finally our pre-orders will be fulfilled. And that'll be pretty sweet. So Brad, what do you think? AMG in 2427, your great 14 more greats grandchildren will be able to bequeath me the pre-order that I established with you.
Yes, definitely. You know what? I want to. I should say I'm pretty happy if Upper Deck just takes their time for like the next 3 or 4 weeks, 6 weeks. There's been so many releases over the last 2 months. It's like, all right, boys, like we can take a little break on everything just for a little while. Give us 30 days to regroup, reset.
So, in a completely unrelated note, how many boxes of the what's it called, the Upper Deck Extended are we giving away today, Brad?
I'm not giving any away. I'm just going to check our inventory to see here what we have. I have 266 boxes left.
There you go. You're practically out. You're practically sold out.
We're making headway.
Put another order in.
There you go.
No, Series 1 will be the next. No more. No more.
Brad, I already offered. I'm prepared to give away a case for you.
Yeah.
It'll help dwindle the numbers.
Free shipping.
Well, don't worry when Bedard's Young Gun is in extended next year. You'll be glad you're able to order a bunch of extended.
Don't say that.
If you qualify.
Someone actually said, I heard someone else say that last week. Yeah, they're just going to keep extended going because that's where they're going to put Bedard. And I was like, no.
Yeah, what if he pulls a Jonathan Drouin and can't skate in the first like number of weeks?
Yeah, he's playing, no doubt.
Billy's not going to mess. Billy's not going to mess with you. We're going to get Mayo. We're going to get Mayo Fractors in Upper Deck, even though it doesn't make any sense. We're going to get Mayo Fractors just for Eric, and then there's going to be a Connor Bedard redemption in Series 2 that you have to go and get out of a box of extended. You have to buy it. You don't have a choice.
Well, the good thing about next year's extended is obviously there'll be a lot of Bedard content. And, he still might have some significant cards in that set also because you can't just throw everything into Series 2. So we've got game plans for this and that, but nothing that I can speak upon other than the fact that he has got his Young Gun in Series 2. I can say that.
Will there be anything to do with if you can answer this? I'm just curious. Will there be anything in Series 1 related to Bedard?
Can't answer that.
Okay.
That means yes.
No, that's good. Honestly, that's good. Billy, I got another Upper Deck question for you that I don't know if you can answer it or not, but as a collector, this question's coming from me. I'm collecting the 2016-17 Orange Platinum autograph set. I've been doing it forever. The orange autos on, they're numbered out of 15. So I've been buying them all up for 5 or 6 years. So I got some like Braden Point. I have 9 of the 15, and someone actually sent a posted one the other day. They said, "Oh, here's a Braden Point that they got as a replacement for a card that they didn't receive. So would that be normal for would Upper Deck hold on to a certain amount of cards? So if they're numbered out of 15, Braden Point was issued in packs. Would they hold back one or two of each of those for quality control, or would all 15 usually be issued in the packs?
We will, and I can kind of answer this, but I have to be careful.
Oh, yes, I don't want to put
We
you on the
always
spot.
we always build waste. We always build waste. So say that you're supposed to get a specific number of autos per box per case. You know, we can't build exactly to that number. What if the feeder gets jammed? What if, you know, something skips a beat? Then all of a sudden we're not hitting our numbers. So we always build a specific amount of waste when we're building sets. So there is always some stuff kind of left over at the end of job stuff that you know, when all is said and done, it's you know, our QA team is very appreciative that we have that sort of thing every now and then. So I'm not going to say like at least 2 of those 15 are going to be held back because it's, you know, as I said, there's a specific amount of waste that we do build to for circumstances that are beyond our control through the vendors. So we always try to give our vendors a specific amount of waste.
Gotcha. Thank you for answering that.
Ta-da. Okay, guys,
No
I'm going to bow out. We'll see you. I'll be
Sounds
online.
good, Bobby. Have yourself a good night.
Bobby, it's good seeing you, buddy.
Take
Have a
it
good
easy.
night. Ciao, guys.
See you, Bobby.
Bobby has graced us from the garage of knowledge. Thank you to Bobby for that.
So,
Black
Brad,
and
you
white
don't want
Raymond.
3 more products coming out in the next 3 weeks? Is that what you're saying?
No, just a little break. Just a little break for a little while.
Brad told me he needs more extended. He just needs you to send like a wave 2, a wave 3, a wave 4. Brad, I'm gonna get that case giveaway yet. We're gonna get it. It's gonna be amazing.
It is hard. It's hard on all these, especially the smaller LCSs across North America. And it's nothing to do with you guys, but there's just so much product that came out in a slower time of year, and it's tough. And it's tough on a lot of these shops because everyone's so nervous, as you know, about losing allocation. So there's guys that have been calling me that run shops for 10, 15, 20 years. They're like, Brad, can you help me out? Can you take some of my O-Pee-Chee Platinum, take some of my Synergy? And it's kind of like, I've never seen that in the last, well, that hasn't happened in the last 3 or 4 years, but no one wants to say no to the distributor because they're so nervous they'll get cut back. So it's tough.
From our standpoint, Brad, it was you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Like, we're trying to get back on track. The only way to get back on track is to get these products out. And I talked to one of the shops, and they made a great point. It's just like, they're like, Billy, I go, you know, it's great that these products are coming out, but, you know, it would have been better if it was something like Cup, MVP, and Platinum. Like, you can put those 3 out around the same time because you got 3 different groups of buyers. But it was all kind of like mid-tier stuff. It was, you know, Platinum and Synergy and Extended, Fleer Ultra on EPAC, and I think there's one more. Like, it was all just kind of like mid-tier stuff that is kind of like the same buyer, to be honest with you, or the same, you know, the same wallets. So I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think you do have a little bit of breathing room. I think I want to say Credentials is probably going to be the next one out, but I think you got some time, and then we pick it right back up. I think I saw on Hobby Insider someone's like, "Oh, there's no products until September," and I was just like, "I don't know what calendar this guy's looking at, but it's not the same one I'm looking at." You know, I think you got Credentials might pop up somewhere in July, and then I think you got a bunch coming in August.
Yeah, and I think that's great.
Billy, how many products is Upper Deck making now?
I don't know. I really don't. Like, it's split amongst so many people. There's like 4 of us now. There's 5 product managers, and now that I do entertainment stuff, you know, I get Flagship, I get Cup, SP Game Used. Although I have a feeling I think this is probably gonna be my last year of SP Game Used, just because they need to give some of the newer guys some more stuff now that they're getting a little more experience at building stuff. Man, I 20 something, I would say. But that includes stuff like, Stanley Cup box set. And then are we counting the our digital platform packs now? The Evolution stuff.
Do we also
I'm
count
sure you
something
don't even
like
know what I'm
the?
talking about, Eric, but we have
anything that's different and under a different product name. So yeah, so count
Do we
it
count,
all.
just out of curiosity, in part of that count, do we also count something like, I think Ultra was EPAC exclusive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I built Ultra.
Yeah. So that to me is a product as well, even though it's kind of
Oh, 100%.
it's EPAC exclusive. So
No,
like,
what I'm
got
talking
cards.
about electronic is I'm talking about like our digital platform, not EPAC, but Evolution. I don't want to throw out the word NFTs because that's not what we call them. I can't remember what like the exact word. Shame on
Well,
me for
if you
not
call them
knowing it.
NFTs, Eric will buy all of them. So
Oh yeah, I love that.
But
I would just go with that.
Our digital trading cards now that we have on our Evolution platform.
Mm-hmm.
So those are sets, and a guy has to build those.
Sure.
So
that's a product.
I was just
then it's probably closer to 30, and to be honest with you, because I probably build at least 10.
I get that in the mail today. That's the from the plexiglass. Like how thick
you got it. Nice.
Yeah, that came in the mails. I redeemed it. So yeah, game used glass. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's
really cool, but we should have made it differently, and we realized I didn't make it. It should have been clear all the way through. That would have been so much cooler, and I think we're doing that in the next round.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. You know what's funny?
Do you know what this is? Since you brought that out,
The checklist of Boston Bruins cards for the next 5 years.
yes. This is glass from the original Boston Garden.
I like it.
Nice.
There you go. So I bought a collection.
Why is yours thicker?
Yeah, this one's thicker. Do you remember how bad are these? Remember those?
Oh yeah.
Revolution.
So this was in the guy's collection since 12, 13 or 11, 12. So it sat in a box for 13 years. So I take it and I'm like, I'm going to open it up and see if it still works. So I open it up and I'm just like, how long could these things last? Anyways, still works absolutely perfect. Ryan Nugent Hopkins.
You can charge it too.
Yeah. Do you remember these, Carlos?
Vaguely, like it sounds familiar, but I don't recall too much.
So he comes on. Great quality too, like the video.
That's crazy.
You need to do one. We need to do one, Billy, where it's just like we need one like a Legends edition, and we need one where like Marcel Dion records a message to Eric going like, "For the last time, Eric, leave me alone."
I'm telling you, he likes me.
That's it. We're just hearing your side of the story. We haven't checked with Marcel. It just seems convenient, Eric, that every time I'm listening, it seems convenient to me, Billy, that every time I hear this story, Eric is the one telling me that Marcel Dion likes him. He's the only one. I haven't heard from Marcel.
We'll see.
I have questions. So I think, Billy, I think the next logical step for you now is to piggyback off of the documentary. So, you're welcome to get on with the American Gladiator set. Let's go.
I wanted to watch that one. I haven't seen it yet. It looks quite interesting, though.
It's all right. I think so there have been two. There was a 30 for 30 that focused on the creator. That was his deal. He went in with ESPN on that one, which I thought was all right. It covered some of the stuff. And then the other one was Netflix doing it. They had their own version of it, which is I thought was all right. You got more of the actual gladiators talking and saying their piece. Although it was funny because even in the course of their testimony, their interviews, they're giving their segment of events. But then even some of the other gladiators are going like, yeah, that didn't happen. It's like we got unreliable narrators up and down. It's like half the time it's like when Nitro says something, should we believe him or was he on drugs at the time? Because he acknowledges that he did a lot of drugs, both anabolic steroids and drugs. What I did like, though, with the Netflix one was when they did, like, reenactments and they said a story, instead of doing, like, a reenactment, they did it animated. But every time they're giving a story and they're doing it animated, the gladiators are always in their gladiator gear, even doing normal things. They're just out and about in the world wearing the uniforms. And it's like, It's like you were not wearing your uniform when you were randomly driving around to do something, and you were just hanging out, and you ended up getting into a fight. You were not wearing your gladiator uniforms the whole time, but according to the animation, they were.
That was probably why they got into the fight. They walked into a bar wearing one of them leotards, and some biker gang guys went, no.
Well, the joke is that one of the stories, and I'm not spoiling it for anybody. I'm going to leave it. You can check it out for yourself. But one of the stories was the two gladiators fought each other. And then they went to go get a beer after, and then they looked themselves saw themselves like in the glass, and they go, basically, we look like shit because they had actually fought. And the one guy had a black eye, and the other one got scratched up, and it was like, and Nitro was like, yeah, road rage, and I was like, yep, great, fantastic, sounds good. Very strange. I enjoyed American Gladiators, but once you know how the sausage is made, I go, how the hell did you people survive it? How did you even last? I can't even imagine.
Speaking of lasting, I don't know if you noticed, but I've lasted, I think, 15 minutes without making fun of Eric once. Just thought I'd mention that.
I do think this is a record. I noticed. I want to make sure you know that I noticed. I was waiting to see how long it was going to take you. This is definitely a new record, so congratulations.
Records being broken.
I just thought you were downloading. I just thought if you had access to your phone rather than using it for this purpose, I just assumed you would have been downloading pictures of mayonnaise. For reasons, undisclosed reasons, completely unrelated to anyone here.
Ugh.
Just throwing it out there. Just asking questions, Brad, do you think there's some sets that have foodstuffs in them? Do you think there's like a mayonnaise card out there?
There probably is somewhere, Zach.
There's got to be. I would think.
Yes.
Yeah, we've already shown off a whole bunch of different things. It's like, so Eric, I think you said you had two things you wanted to bring up. Now's your opportunity. Now's your chance.
Yeah, I thought these two things were interesting that I found is that on Instagram, on the HGA Instagram post, they are advertising that big news is coming. What possibly could HGA have in regards to big news?
I have my theory. Brad, I think you'll appreciate this, Billy, as well. It's like, my theory is that HGA has decided to announce that they're going to get into grading. For the first time in their history, they're actually going to try grading cards. Even authenticating. This is new for them. They've never done this before. I think that'd be a huge announcement. They have custom labels and a holder, but now they're going to try grading and authenticating cards.
Here's another first, Carlos. I'm not bidding on it. It ends in like 1 minute. I'm not bidding on it.
How much are you going for?
It's at 55 out of 20. I spent less for the ones out of 10. I think someone's shilling it.
So I was going to say they're shilling it on you.
Yeah, so I'm not. Let's see if it goes up. 9, 8, 7, 6, $65. No, just kidding.
It's like he's joking. $650. Just to make sure.
Nope, didn't go up. I bet you someone shilled that.
And who's that a card of? I couldn't see. It looked like
my wife. My wife.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, you share with Sammy Guevara.
Your wife looks like Farrah Fawcett.
No, Ty Conti, the wrestler. So it's part of that AEW set. Billy's got a little bit of a collection of those. Paul says they can always pull off the GI promo, free grading, and you can encapsulate what you want. There you go. I like it. Yeah, I did see that post, and I'm like, I can't even imagine what HGA. No. HGA is one of the more interesting ones of that group of companies that came out because they dropped the ball once, they dropped the ball twice. The owner got in trouble and had to basically be booted out. And it's like, why are you guys still here?
Yeah.
Why?
That's what they're announcing. We're finally going away. That or Beckett bought them, and Beckett then becomes even worse.
Interesting. That is an option.
So I just found that to be interesting that they're advertising big news in the coming days. All right, why don't you just tell us now? I mean, why promote it for, why tease it? I don't know.
That's what CGC did. CGC did a whole thing where they gave a date and they said they were going to have it. Now, in fairness, the CGC change was big. CGC change for them was big. They were doing a whole rebrand. It impacts the one side of the business a lot.
And they're a reputable company on many
yeah.
platforms.
Yeah. So
HCA,
I understand why they would promote that. I understand. I get that. I don't know.
But
Billy, let me ask you a question then, kind of playing into a couple of these things. So out of the stuff that you are expecting to come out still, what are you looking forward to the most right now?
Is that a question for me?
Well,
Yeah,
your name's Billy.
name's
I hope you're Billy.
yes.
Oh shoot, I didn't hear my name. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was saying out of the stuff that you're anticipating to be coming out in the next little bit, what is the one that excites you the most or that interests you the most?
Good question. I don't know if Ultimate's coming out soon or not. Let me look.
You could have said the second wave of Extended. I know Brad's excited.
Yeah.
Told you, Brad, I have a dream. And my dream is that we eventually get so much overstock of Extended that we just have to start piling it behind Eric. His wall gets boarded up by all Extended boxes.
I just don't understand why that product doesn't get the love it should. It's a fun set. There's a lot of rare stuff, a lot of numbered stuff, a lot of just, it's so frustrating.
Extend it.
Yeah. A lot of rookie content.
But you know what the thing I think this is my standpoint as an Upper Deck lifelong collector. Forget about the sales side of it. Is I'm a Young Guns guy. I love it. I love flagship Young Guns, and I always think that's driven around some sort of a player's performance. And the Young Gun class that's in Extended is it's just not strong. So if the product's driven, I know there's extra stuff, but when the product's driven, always flagship is Young Guns, and you guys do such a good job with it. I think 100 Young Guns a year, when you start pushing that, you start to really water down that product.
The problem is that set was not built to be driven by Young Guns. It never was, and unfortunately, the public feels it's a bad thing, but feels exactly the same way that you feel. And unfortunately, as soon as we started building Extended, we stopped getting players like Gunsel and Matt like those guys that come out right at the end, and all of a sudden we're like, there always used to be one in SPA that was just like, oh sweet, even Gritty, and then it just stopped all of a sudden. It's just like, come on, give us, like, we were just hoping that we would get somebody, and we haven't. I mean, there's some decent names, but like I said, next year should be interesting. We'll really see what Bedard can do to a set, because there'll be a lot of Bedard content in there. One of the reasons why we built Full Force back in the day was to create affordable rookie cards for Connor McDavid, because we knew Connor McDavid, his Young Gun was going to come off $100-$200 right out the gate, and there wasn't going to be anything other than $100 or $200 Young Gun card. And so where's stuff for the smaller collector that wants Connor McDavid? You're not going to see anything until Series 2, which at the time usually came out around February. So we built Full Force with the full intent of that to be an affordable, and it was I don't say cheap product, but that's a bad word. It was a very affordable product. And there was a lot of McDavid content, and some of the stuff's starting to see a little bit of love. One of the inserts actually is in someone's Hall of Fame of worst inserts ever, which I take great pride in. But the thermal threat cards that look like the Fantastic Four fire guy. It's that's what it's for. And so Extended is supposed to just be a lot of rookie content. Our competitors make stuff like Chronicles, and everybody seems to love it. And we've got Extended, which we're really we're not basing it off of like current sets that are made in other sports. We are actually building it off of vintage sets, and the popularity of vintage cards and inserts. I don't understand. And maybe it's something like Synergy that's going to take a few years for people to finally start like appreciating. But it's obviously been a little bit tough these first few years. But it's got a lot of great rookie content. And guess what? Young Guns now, Brad, you get 3 to 4 in the box. You don't get 5 to 6. You have your first round draft cards also of top rookies. So there's even more top rookie, more chances of getting, Beniers and Shane Wright and Boldy and those guys. So
Yeah.
to answer your question, Carlos, the one I'm probably most excited about, and it might be a few months away, is probably the next set of Metal Universe. I think this is the best Metal Universe set that I've built from a hockey standpoint, and I am extremely looking forward to that.
Fair.
That's awesome.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
You know, I just bought a bunch. I think I bought another 5 to 10 cases of Metal Universe from last year. Just to the price is down there now. Like, I mean, you can get it at issue price, and I just think it's still an exciting product, and it's so like the price point at issue to buy it now. I just think that's great. I think it's a good long-term play, and especially I think if you're saying that the next Metal Universe is going to be good and exciting, that could draw even more attention to this year's Metal Universe. So,
yeah, no, I am extremely excited about next year's. There's a lot of, I mean, I know there's the haters that are like, there's too many PMGs. You're diluting the value of PMGs, and we have like what we call our spectrum and our light effects parallels, but they're not necessarily PMGs. The PMGs are true PMGs, but we do have the retros. We're actually using a different retro design this next year. And the one that I'm kind of excited about is we actually did Marvel PMGs. So I paid an artist to create, artwork, comic book artwork of the players, and we're using the Marvel Metal Universe design and making PMGs out of those. Also using their the funny thing is the Marvel numbering is a little bit different than the hockey one that we've used the last few years. So there'll be PMGs for that too. But yeah, it's going to be good. The inserts are good. There's a lot more rare. Like the first year, it was fun. The next year we expanded on it, and this coming up one, there's a lot more rarity to it. There's a lot, and it's still we have some of the classic inserts that haven't been used yet. That's one thing about Metal Universe that I made sure I didn't just the first one make everything. Like I had a plan for at least, I knew it would be coming back. I had a plan for at least 3 years. And once I was down to year 2, I was like, I got to be careful year 3 because I'm going to want to use some stuff for year 4. So I had a plan not to use like all these Metal Universe inserts all at once. So you'll see like 4 or 5 inserts come back, and then I give my team the opportunity to create their own legacy in Metal Universe and their own designs and their own I'll come up with the insert and they make great designs. Like my artwork as examples for these guys is stick people. So it's they do a great job with creating what I ask for them.
I already stand by my original statement, and Eric, I think you'll appreciate this. I still think the parallels should have been the original stick people. I think we should have just gone. I think we should have just gone the parallel, and I just want to see the breaking reaction. It's like, what the fuck is this? It's like that is a one of one.
I will start collecting modern day cards if you put those in there.
And then do the stick people as a PMG, Billy. Do the stick people as PMG.
I have stacks and stacks, and some of them are old ones, and some of them I've thrown some stuff out, but I have stacks and stacks of decoys because those are my notepads, are decoys. They're perfect. Whenever we do case breaks, everyone knows to give me the decoys because I'll sit there and use them, and I still have the original design for frameworks, which is crazy. Like because I have like a piece of plastic on top with like drawing the stuff, and I found a piece of they were gonna throw it away, and I had the nameplate of a Dion Phaneuf jersey, and so I cut part of the jersey off of it and used it for the for my my prototype for the frameworks cards.
Makes sense. Like I said, I just think the opportunity is there. Just I would love to see the reaction of somebody pull it and not have a damn clue what the hell's going on. There's your Easter egg. It's like the original stick decoy gets put in there. It's like like I said, we could always if Eric was designing this, it would be very enjoyable to watch him as he tries to do the stick people. But then the people he really doesn't like, they don't get very favorable treatment.
But see, if Eric did them, then they would become very popular. And then we would have to treat them like kabooms and downtowns and put them in every set. Like every set. And that's a lot of time Eric's going to have to do drawings to put these into the sets. So
I definitely don't want to be associated with kabooms or downtowns in any way. So I'm out.
Don't lie to the people. We put Poopy Pony in Kaboom foil. We put it in there like, Brad, I smell money. I'm smelling money right now. Right here. We're making it happen.
Pony does deserve its own card. I agree, but I don't want to be associated with downtowns or kabooms. Those are the dumbest freaking things that have ever happened in cards, other than
Boston Bruins cards.
Other than V Friends.
Bobby Orr.
No. See, you don't talk like that. That's bad.
That wasn't you denying it. That wasn't you saying no. You didn't disagree with me.
Nice
Oh,
little,
that's nice, Brad.
yeah. The Or, and then it followed up with a nice little Bork top shelf.
Oh, very nice. This is number 3 out of 15. I don't know if Billy had anything to do with this, but I absolutely love it.
Well, if Billy had been around, he would have spelled Booby Orr correctly. I don't know what the hell happened over there.
hey, look, we've given specific directions from here on out that Bobby Orr is only pictured as a Blackhawk.
Oh, I'll kill you.
Justice.
I'll kill you. I will.
Because everybody loves Blackhawks now. We're going to do Connor Bedard, Bobby Orr dual autos.
No, 26 games. That was it. 26 games. I don't ever want to see him in a Blackhawk.
Bedard
Best 26 games of his career.
In over
The
2 seasons.
best.
Yeah. Over
The
2
best.
seasons. 26 games in 2 seasons.
Quality over
No
quantity,
playoff.
Eric. Quality over quantity.
Dude,
No playoffs.
I think it's double that because I think his hair was on the ice for a whole other game while his body was still off because he had a flow going back then.
That's right.
He had a lot of hair in 78, yeah.
Just throwing it out there, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I just thought of that. Bobby Orr Bedard dual auto. It's a great usage of Bobby Orr autographs.
Brad, I feel like Billy. Here's your opportunity. You put that shit in next year's extended. You just put that in there, and Brad is like, all right, all is forgiven. Fine, go ahead. Put Bobby Orr in there as a Black Hawk with Connor Bedard, and put that in extended. Everybody wins. Done.
Oh my good God.
And it's gonna be there's gonna be a stick figure parallel of it too.
Nice. Now
Like
you have to sign.
we've already improved this product by like 57,000% at least. At least. I don't know. Like so, let me kind of ask you this question. We'll kind of work around it a little bit because we can have a conversation offline because you know a lot of this stuff anyway. I know that you traditionally spend. We've talked about this at different times, but I want to kind of share with folks that might not be as familiar. You do spend a lot of time kind of paying attention to boards, the forums, and that. And you do talk. You used to in the past quite a bit. You used to talk, and the way we kind of phrase it is you educate. You know, you give people a little insight, a little background, just so there's a better understanding of. Because there's a lot of people like to complain, but they'll complain without context. I like to do what I like to call complaining with context, with the understanding that there are certain limitations. It's more of a constructive critique as opposed to, oh, this sucks because whatever. No, it's more like, I would love to see this. I get what you're doing here, but this would make, I feel like this would make it better. A constructive critique, I think, is more helpful. But I think, has there been any thought, and this is kind of an open-ended question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Obviously, stuff is starting to come out. It is getting bunched up. You did mention there's going to be a little breather there for Brad and stores like that. Is there any thought of maybe giving certain products that are down this pipeline of giving them like, you know what, maybe we'll just skip this one and do it next year to get that last bit, because we're still doing 21, 22 product in 23, and we're still kind of still in that zone. We're in that weird middle ground.
We're gonna do whatever it takes to catch up. Last year, whatever it took meant combining ice. The 2 years of ice. Does that mean that could happen again? If it means us catching up, there's always a possibility of something like that happening again. I don't make those decisions, so
Sure.
I can't necessarily speak upon like, oh yeah, we're gonna. But I mean, as far as I know, like most our sets are coming out. Have we built sets that we had planned on building and then decided no, we just can't do it? And there are sets out there like that we haven't built every year. There's stuff like Ingrained. There's stuff like Splendor. There's stuff like there's other ones, but we can't necessarily, the way while catching up, we can't necessarily put all these products out right now because there's just not enough time on these lines, or else we're just going to stay behind. So there's probably been some products that we were hoping to make again that had to be put to the side for a while, or just we decided not to do it. There's other ideas and concepts that I can't even speak on that we built, and it's just like, well, no, it's probably not a good idea. Keep in mind too, we're just talking hockey. We've got an entertainment license, we got a wrestling license, we've got all this other stuff. We're still trying to get those X-Files sets out. Yeah. You're speaking to someone that did the achievement, and I'm waiting for the 16 autograph booklet. I still have 2 sets to collect to be able to even get that, and I don't do achievements that often, so I'm kind of invested in this one. But we're doing our best to get stuff out. What in the world is that, Brad? That big blue thing you just put in the bag?
Oh shit! I forgot to turn that. I'm multitasking tonight, so I just cracked a Kobe Bryant auto out of a Beckett, and that's my. So I put the towel down, and then I.
What you should have done is you should have shown the body to Eric so that he can rejoice in freedom.
Yeah. So
I was just gonna ask what you were drinking because I thought you spilled your beer and you needed the towel to clean up the beer.
Yeah. Now this one's going to be for my PC, so I decided I picked it up last week. It's a Kobe on card. It was a Beckett 9 with the 10 auto, so I'm hoping it can be a PSA 9 with the 10 auto. So just because my collection is PSA, so that's the only reason.
That's fair. So kind of the reason I was asking Billy is because I wanted to keep it general. But you know the area, obviously, like you said, you got the entertainment licenses. Just talking hockey, that's obviously one conversation. But I'm just looking at it. I'm kind of in a group of folks. So in the AEW piece, I'm in a group of folks to chat about it. And I made the joke about the cryogenic freezing and everything. But it's more than anything out of, not anger, but it's more frustration. And it's one of those things where, like, it's not like there were going to be that many releases. Even if everything had come out, it's not like there's 20 releases. It's now we've got such long gaps between releases. And obviously, and there is the e-pack stuff, there is the achievements, like there's the, when the pay-per-view comes out, there's the on-demand cards that you can get, the e-pack stuff. And those cards are fine, and they serve a purpose. But when you've got such a big long gap, and I guess this license is unique in the sense of the amount of product that actually were going to come out, the amount of sets, the gap has created this such kind of a breadth thing that the previous product lost a little bit of momentum because we talked about that Tai Conti card that you were looking at there. Even Shield or not, that card would have gone for 3 or 4 or 5 times as much when closer to when that product first came out. The sale prices on those cards were a lot stronger because I know for the Britt Baker cards, I was paying really good money. If the same card came out right now, I'd be able to buy it for a fraction.
Yep.
Just because there is such a thing as momentum, and there is such even a fan base that really likes something. Eventually, it's like, okay, even if it came out tomorrow, you snap your fingers and you get the product out tomorrow, it's not going to be as hot as it was because it lost a lot of the steam, and also the checklist is not going to be out of date. There's going to be some characters that don't make any sense anymore in the context of because of the amount of time, and it's frustrating from the fan perspective.
Understand, and I think we were pretty. I mean, our goal was to get about the first year. I think our goal was to get like 2 sets out. And the next year we were looking to get 3 sets out. And then we're looking to get, 3 or 4. Like we didn't plan on, as a wrestling card fan, I'm sure you're looking at all the different releases or trying to compare to all the different releases that WWE has been putting out, which they've put a bunch of stuff out since our last release, and or you could say we've only put out one thing and they've put out quite a few. Also keep in mind, I think they went a year, or like Topps went a year without even printing anything for wrestling. So yeah, we're doing what we can to get the stuff out. Luckily, we do have stuff like EPAC. Like I spent about $60 today on the match day and moment stuff, which is kind of cool because it's like it just happened a couple weeks ago or a week ago, and now there's cards of it that we have for it. So you're getting your modern day stuff. I know people love autographs and memorabilia and those sort of things, and they're really looking forward to Metal Universe and Allure. So it's just, we're doing our best to get the stuff out of there. We're doing the best as to get all of our stuff out. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I feel like, and no offense, but I feel like a broken record, and I don't want to just be repeating myself to you. It's just, there's only so much time on the lines. There's only, the vendors can only do so much. There's only a certain number of people that can print Chrome. And let's be honest, our competitors stuff, like if you in your head think about print runs, you might think that maybe some sets have gone up in print runs, which means more time on the line. And when I'm telling you there's only a specific amount of time on these lines, now you're taking 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks to make a core Chrome product. That takes away from something else. So we're fighting for time on the lines, and when we get it, we're ready, and then it can come out.
No, for sure. And like I said, in the spirit of because we do converse, I wanted to make sure we at least had an opportunity to talk about that. And you're right, it is more of a broken record thing. But part of the reason I'm asking is this: one of the things that I was thinking about is, if you're here, I can ask you. And you'll answer the question, broken record or not, you'll at least give a response to it. My thought, and this goes back to kind of a communication, and I'll use a different analogy. I'll use Eric's favorite company, Beckett. When they were having their issues during the boom period, when they were struggling to get cards out the door, grading-wise, a lot of that came down COVID and a lot of things that were going on with that. That was an issue. And ComC had its issues with COVID as well. They had their own challenges. And I think both those companies struggled with one thing, and that was communication. There was nobody with enough, high enough up the food chain that was willing to just say, hey, this is what we're trying to do with it. You don't have to be specific. You don't have to lay out like this whole plan, but it has to be somebody that has that position to be able to say, look, this is the specific challenge we're having. We're doing our best to fix it. We'll keep you posted on it. Here's where you need to look to get some information, because otherwise it's just left quiet. Beckett's biggest sin during that home time period was radio silence for months and months and months, and nobody said anything, and you couldn't pin anybody down. I can ask you, and you'll answer that question. But I honestly don't feel, this is my opinion, I honestly don't feel it should be you who is, I think it's because there is that challenge with stuff on the line. I feel like it should be somebody higher up the food chain. They go, hey guys, I know there's been those delays, because there were times where the president of Upper Deck went in and did some podcasts where he at least gave a little bit of that. But then it went quiet for a little bit, and I think he's come back now. I think he's around a little bit more again. But there was a gap there. All I'm trying to get at is there was a bit of a gap between a little bit of communication there, a gap, and then I think now he's stating and giving some information again.
Yeah. I don't know how you feel about mentioning other people's podcasts on your own, so I won't really say anything. But yeah, Jason was out not too long ago, and open to answer any questions. People were asking questions in the chat, and he did the best he could did a lot better than me. Let me tell you, that dude is like, you ask questions and he's got really good answers every single time. I'm sitting there saying like about 20 times, and then like in my head making sure I'm saying what I should say is right, and he's just like boom, boom, boom. But
my thought though was that I think that would have been an asset to have all the way through. He doesn't have to do a show every day. Like, that's not fair. No, I don't think that's what anybody's asking. But I think on a semi-regular basis, even if it's through other Upper Deck communication channels, to be like, hey, by the way, I know you guys are waiting on certain XYZ, or you're looking for, you don't have to even be product specific. Be like, hey, there's some of this stuff. I've noticed some of you have been waiting. We've gotten questions. We're working on it. Just keeping you posted. This is something that we're definitely working on. It is a priority, etc. It's the platitudes. Right, like it's the PR thing. It's platitudes.
Understand.
Even though you can never be specific, you can't be down to that. But even just doing that means at least somebody's out there. You're not just waiting for them to then hit that one platform. All right, answer 10 questions brilliantly.
And Carlos, like I jump on here, like once a month or so, and I even though I can harass Eric anytime, I find this time even more special. Like, but I will say that I'm out and about. There are other people that are out and about, and to be completely honest with you, and we have JP or PJ on different forums, like going on Blowout, going on Hobby Insider when people are asking questions and stuff, which is crazy because for some reason I can't make comments on Blowout. I don't know how. I don't know what I did or who I pissed off or whatever, but I can do
Eric
it on
has all
Hobby
the master
Insider.
stroke over on Blowout. He's pretty much the man behind the curtain.
But I can't even do anything. I keep trying and I keep getting denied. But anyway, I can't speak for him, but what I can probably say, just knowing stuff, is Jason's got a lot on his plate. And Jason, during all this stuff that's been going on this past year with other companies and stuff, he's got a lot on his plate that he needs to worry about. And he probably feels that he has people underneath him that can take care of that part of the situation. I'm not saying that Jason needs to go on to these things all the time. If you're saying you don't think we're out there enough explaining stuff, then I can definitely bring that up to our marketing team. But
all I'm saying here, Billy, is I think you're doing a great job. I think your equals are also doing a great job. And I'm not asking Jason to go out there and be like, and give the state of the address, the Upper Deck address every 5 minutes. That's not necessary. I think checking in once in a blue moon, like just having, again, he was able to go, and I think you were talking about Jeremy's show, so I'll give him his plug, and that's great. It's just I would like to hear from him once in a blue moon. It doesn't have to be all the time. It can be once in a blue moon, just maybe even if it's once a quarter thing, like whatever. Just hey, there's been a little bit of time between the last time I spoke. Just go out there and find a platform that you're happy with, answer some questions, say a couple of things, and then go back to what you're doing. Because it's good to hear from him. Because that gives a lot of gravitas to what he's doing. Because you guys are doing a great job with boots on the ground, but you also want to hear from him a little bit as well because it adds emphasis to what you guys are already saying.
Yeah,
it's re-emphasizing the message.
Understand, and there's so much cutthroat stuff going on right now with our competitors amongst each other. You hear about it, but you have to understand that a lot of this stuff is months in the making, and so he's been busy making sure all of our ducks are in a row and all of our stuff's taken care of, so we don't get involved in all this stuff that's going back and forth with other companies. So
sure,
and I think he's done a great job of it. Like I said, when licenses were getting picked off, he's on a plane to New York talking to the right people and getting our deal extended. So I was very thankful of that because that's job security. When your job is to build hockey cards and you have a license, that's some job security, and they care enough to do that.
Mm-hmm. That's very good. Absolutely. And I think we've talked about in the past that I think it helped a lot that Upper Deck seems to have a really good relationship with the NHL and NHLPA. Because in the time when Fanatics was throwing around a lot of dollars, the NHL was the one that basically re-upped with you guys and basically gave a vote of confidence that says we want to keep working with Upper Deck. So I think that says something because Fanatics was offering a lot of things to a lot of people at that time. They're kind of just gobbling up licenses, and you guys were the only one who kind of like kids got to continue. So yeah, we're still with you guys. We're standing beside you, and we're gonna keep rolling. So I think that says something.
Yeah, and that was a lot of our higher ups like going above and beyond to make that happen. All right, let's get back to ripping on Eric. I haven't done it for like an hour now.
Oh my
There's so
god!
Much. Well, I already offered my suggestion that we could just permanently ban Boston Bruins from every card. Or we could go with the Bobby Orr, Connor McDavid double, or again Bobby Orr and nothing but Chicago Blackhawks forever. That could be a great edict for all time. We could slowly whitewash that dark period in his career that no one wants to discuss. We could do that.
I want to discuss. That's not true. I want to discuss.
We could do a set about the first 3-pointer in NBA history. It could be a 500 card set because Eric has named a lot of names.
Just
a lot of
want
names.
forward. That's
And
it.
I'll call it Signature Legends.
Brad, we can do giveaways. We can do giveaways by the case. Well, and listen, I feel like it's a great marketing ploy to be like Signature Legends, where the out of 10s are out of 12 at least.
I walked into that one.
No, you did. You did, Billy. It's like, Billy, don't get Billy. I'm trying. Billy, you know by now. I was being very nice, and you just stroll right into. Look, don't put one on the tee for me. Don't put one on the tee for me.
There's
like
the
that. Don't do
pitch.
it. Yeah, don't put one on the tee for me like that. Eric, I was so well behaved. I was so well behaved for a stretch there.
Yeah, I have a little more self-control than you, and I was, as soon as he said it, I wanted to start talking about Hal Gill, but I bit my lip.
Eric, it's not a self-control thing. I want to dispel, Brad. I want to dispel any rumors. It's not a self-control or impulse control issue. I'm just really evil, and it gives me so much pleasure and joy. I'm like, no, I'm going to say the thing. I could 100% restrain myself, but why? Why when it could give me joy? It could fill my heart with gladness. Take away all my sadness.
You guys were talking Letterkenny earlier.
We were.
It's called Fleer Ultra Hockey, but there's Letterkenny people in there, so it's called Legends Signatures. Well, there might be a few other people in there,
All right, Billy, but you got your power rankings.
The majority, we're going majority rules.
All right, but you got your power rankings. We gave 4. Letterkenny was one of the 4 we talked about. We talked about Letterkenny.
I love
Trailer Park
Letterkenny.
Boys.
You have no idea. That's like my favorite show. I just bought the SP Michelle Milet today. You know what was funny is the guy, like, I'm offering trades on EPAC, and the guy's just like, oh, I don't, because I had an SP, I have 2 regulars and he had the SP, so I wanted the SP. So I'm like, here's one of the regulars and a bunch of other stuff. And then he's like, I'm not interested. I'll sell it to 7 for $75. And he's just kind of like, are you in any of in the Facebook groups? And I'm just like, which ones are you talking about? Mm-hmm. And he goes, this one, there was an EPAC one I didn't even know about. And he's just like, I'm in this one. There's 3,000 members. I'm like, okay. I'm refraining the whole time from saying, dude, you're worried about me? I built the set. I work for Upper Deck. They don't give me free cards. I want this card. Just here's my, where should I Zelle the money to or PayPal the money to? Just be happy. I'm offering you money, and are you trying to find whether or not I'm a good buyer or something like that? Come on. But yeah, so that was fun. So anyway, Letterkenny's number 1. I've been to a few of the live shows. I've met a number of the casts, and I get starstruck every now and then, and I was a bumbling fool every time I saw any of the members from that cast. And it's not like they're the biggest names in the world. I just love the show so much. What were my other ones? What's the one?
So we got similar to Brad. Brad is going to go Trailer Park Boys first. We talked about that when we were doing the power rankings.
I have a serious question.
Right,
Billy, how do we watch this in the United States?
Hulu.
Letter
has every episode.
Is
even
on
the new
Hulu.
season.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So the other 3, Billy, I don't know if you've access to them, but I'll leave them in there, right? Anyway, we talked Corner Gas, we talked Trailer Park Boys, and I did the Red Green Show. So obviously you pick Letterkenny first, fine. All right. Number 1. Are you familiar with the other 3 or somewhat familiar?
No, so I'm going to substitute the red one and just call it Red Dwarf instead, because I think that's a Canadian show. Am I right? Science fiction.
Don't know.
Okay, how about
what's
the one with Lee Pace? The one with Mackenzie Davis and Lee Pace or whatever.
Are you sure it wasn't filmed on location in Peabody? Eric might have been in the background.
It was that was a Canadian show.
I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, you got to look it up. I'm not familiar with it. You have to fill me in.
Whoever said Schitt's Creek was right on with that one. That's probably
that was a good book. That's a good call out. Yeah, for sure. And Brad, my thing has always been, I'm not a big CanCon guy. It's one of those things I don't care if it's a Canadian show. If it's a good show, it's a good show. If I'm interested in the show, I'm interested in the show.
But I don't know what shows you guys get.
We pretty much get all of them because CTV and a lot of the other ones grab the American shows. So like what happens is we have CanCon requirements. They are required. So like for example, right now in most of Canada, we're being broadcast live because they just need something. Like
But
this is it.
But now, like I got everything. Like it's not like we get anything now. Like
Oh.
I've got Crave, Hulu, Apple TV. We've got every station available now in Canada. I don't think we're lacking.
Like look, the reality is like I have a cable package that we get through the Condo Corp. They did the deal with Rogers. We've got NBC, ABC, CBS, and the main networks. So you got those. And then CTV grabs a lot of the licenses for a lot of the big shows that are stateside anyway. But they have to. They're required to air a certain amount of Canadian content. But after they've met their requirement, the rest of it's American shows. The rest of it's all American shows anyway.
So I'm still gonna go Canadian here because I'm pretty sure
Sure,
this.
go ahead.
I saw this. I started watching this at the Expo one year, like years back. Halt and Catch Fire. That's a Canadian show, right?
Halt and Catch Fire.
I've heard of that.
I love that Billy Eric. My favorite part is Billy telling us about these Canadian shows. I'm like, I
Nope.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's like, was this on CBC?
I think
Yeah,
it was
it's
on
Lee.
AM.
It's got Lee Pace, Mackenzie Davis, and Scott McNary.
All right, so Halt and Catch Fire. It says here 2014 to 2017. All right, hold on.
But I thought it was Canadian. That's why I went with that
Well,
one.
everything is filmed up there because the taxes and things like that, but that
Yeah.
doesn't mean that it's
Yeah,
Canadian.
well, it's like if I could cheat and I could have cheated and thrown in The Boys because it was literally filmed
Oh,
beside my
that's
office.
right.
It was literally filmed
Boys.
beside my office. I saw them. I didn't
Yeah.
even know what it was when they were first doing it, but it turned out that it was Homelander and the lady. In one of the scenes they're walking, it was when I say beside my office, I mean my office building's here. The one they're doing it is across the street. They literally had the trucks and everything. I was on my lunch hour walking, and I just see this dude in like this Superman-looking costume thing that looked like a cheap knockoff Superman. And I'm like, what the hell's going on over there? It turns out it was The Boys.
So how cool is it going to be if when we build the sets, because we have the license for it, and I've already built 2 sets for it. How cool is it going to be if your office building is like in the background of one of the cards?
Well, I have nostalgia, and Eric would appreciate what my office building. My office building is where the Hockey Hall of Fame was.
I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, I worked in that building because that was across the street from where they filmed that because they had all the trucks and everything. So that's why I say like that's why Brad I was like having fun at Eric's expense. It's like Hockey Hall of Fame that was downstairs.
That's good.
My manager got bored one day. He goes, "Hey, you guys want to go to Hall of Fame?" We literally just took off early from work, and my manager took us down to the Hall of Fame. We just
That's
walked
good.
down because it's right there.
I'm jumping off, boys. I'm going to be listening, but time for me to hit the hay. Early rise. And Billy, great chatting with you as always. Carlos, likewise. Eric,
course.
Whatever.
So Brad, that sounds good. By the way, thank you. Appreciate you sharing the story about the 1-of-1 card. That was cool.
Yeah.
And also like keep doing what you're doing. I want updates because those are my PC cards. I'm watching. I want updates on my thing on the spreadsheet. Let's go.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll get there. That's it's more important to get the cards that we have here out, and
That's right.
we'll have it updated by the end of night, Sunday night. I'll have it done.
All right, sounds good, man.
Okay, see you, fellas. Take care.
Later,
Have yourself a
Brad.
good one. Take it easy, buddy. Sounds good. So Billy, I know you're still pursuing a lot of your. You're doing your autograph hounding. Any cool stories? Anything recent that you had some fun with? I know you did. Actually, before I go on to the main one, you did go to the pay-per-view in Vegas, right?
Yes,
The
I
AEW
went.
one. Yeah. So
Yes.
just curiosity, how was the experience? How was it?
Oh, I haven't been on since then.
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought this would be. I went to Forbidden Door. This past week, so because we
Nice.
had it here, so that was a great show. Very long show, but it was a great show. But how was the
they
Vegas
do
one?
they do a lot of matches for all of them. No, so we went down there and it was kind of fun because we worked the show. Like I got down there and then it's just like, okay, we're working the show. So the first night we I got in and then we were talking with Excalibur and then we're just kind of like, hey, let's go over that because I had a card for Excalibur to give to him because it's one of his like gold parallels on 99. I'm like, hey, let's go give it to him. I won't say who Excalibur is, but he does more than just what he does. And so then Christian is just next to us the whole time talking. Like, so we're just having conversations. So that was kind of a fun night. Like we were with some of the behind the scenes guys that we deal with, and then got to see a couple of the wrestlers and just sit and talk. So then the next day was the fan fest, and it was better than last year. Definitely better than last year. Much more well run, I believe. And like there wasn't like a karaoke comp, like it was like the booths were set up, everything. There's the merch table, there's Jazzware, there's us, they had this nice stage area. We got to do a presentation about our UDA items and stuff. So I was like the only PDT guy. I actually brought a whole bunch of like fat packs and other cards just that I had at my desk. And so we were giving away cards the whole time and just like, hey, pick a card or two. And like, of course, there are people coming up like 3 or 4 times. We're like, dude, could you let some other people get some stuff? You can come back, get you another one, whatever. But we were giving out cards, so that was real popular. I did see my favorite wrestler, and she comes over. She had Brody Lee's kid, and walking with her, and so she comes over. And I'm just literally like my coworker. I'm like, get ready to take a picture. She's like, what? I'm like, just get ready to take a picture. And I'm like, hi Ty. And she's like, oh hey. And I go, she basically like, do you got cards for me again? Because last time I gave her a bunch of cards. I'm like, of course I do. Give her a big stack of trading cards. I told her, I'm like, I'm only allowed to mark out for one person. It's you. And she's like, oh. And so I'm like, do you mind if I get a picture? Because keep in mind, they're doing like their paid pictures and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So people ask for photos, and they always, poor like Jamie Hayter like came to the booth, and she's just kind of like trying to tell people no, but then she's like, okay, just take it really quick. Like she was super nice. And so I got my picture with Ty. I was super happy, and then just did work, and we were me and one of my workers, whenever we saw someone, we tried to bring them over to the booth and do some marketing and stuff with them, give them their own little P cards. And like Thunder Rosa came by, and I'm just like trying to find every Thunder Rosa card in there. So it was fun. The only thing that was a bummer was previous year they had to walk past us to get to the signing area. This time there was a back door to the signing area that they didn't have to. So some of the people still just came straight up to us or straight by, and we grabbed them. Others went through the door. And then we went to the pay-per-view. The pay-per-view was great. And then one of my coworkers was there because they basically get to pick and choose what they want afterwards from AEW. So he's like, do you want to come with? I'm like, are you kidding? I felt like, you remember the old Wheel of Fortune where the thing's spinning and you just kind of get to pick, like, I'll take this and I'll take this and this. Yeah, that's pretty much. I'm like, I want that kendo stick. I want that trash can lid. And the guy's like, I go, oh, I don't want to say it out loud because it's never been done in a card, and I don't want someone beating us to it. So I'm not going to say. But there's some stuff in there
a Serpentico victory celebration?
Yes. There is some stuff that we grabbed that I'm looking forward to putting into a set that, like I said, it's never been done before. Mm-hmm. And some great, like, that's the whole fun thing, is like getting to see all this mem and sit there and like, how can I use this? How can I use that? And then while the wrestling's going on, it's like, oh, can I get that? Can I get that? So we got a big chunk of stuff, and then we went backstage and congratulated Sammy because like he was just kind of walking by because they announced that Ty was pregnant, and saw a couple of, like, it's work, so you have to treat it like it's work. But Sammy's recognized me because I always give him cards too. Him and Ty, I'm always nice to, and so he's just like, thanks, man. And then we walk back to the hotel, and basically we're walking with Julia Hart and Aubrey the whole way down. So Julia was wondering when her card's finally coming out, and we're like, you're in the next set when it finally comes out, the Metal Universe. I'm like, you're in it. So she's like, can I see the card? And I go, I'll send it to you. So I've sent her the card. I don't know if she saw it or not, but
okay.
And then we went to, like, we're like, all right, well, let's meet down at this bar. We went to a bar. It was like a country bar. I hate country music, but and Ricky Starks is sitting at one of the things. So we do our thing, and then walking by, we're like, hey, great match. Talk to him for a quick second. Mm-hmm. Then we went to another bar, and I'm looking around, and the whole, like, the rest of the the whole rest of the AEW is just sitting there. It's just like, oh no. And so we talked to Orange Cassidy for a while. I did talk to Tony Khan for a hot second, but we left him alone. I mean, there was one of our people really liked Orange Cassidy, so I kind of pulled him over and was just like, "Hey, do you mind?" And he's just like, "Yeah, you're with us. You're upper deck, whatever." So he was cool, and like I said, talked to Tony Khan, and then we just sat at our own table and did our own thing, and then left. But it was so much fun. I love doing it. And the thing is, they're just like, you need to keep, like, they jokingly said, believe it or not, I like to talk. They jokingly said that I had a longer line than some of the wrestlers because they wanted to talk about the products. And after seeing Tony Storm's line, they were correct. I did have a longer line than a few of the wrestlers, but yeah, it was a blast. I am going this week, not this weekend, but next weekend. I'm actually going back to Vegas for UFC International Fight Week. My other fun thing, like, I have 2 vacations I take each year. One is International Fight Week, and one is San Diego Comic-Con. So I'm going to International Fight Week next weekend. I splurged and got the VIP package. I will probably walk out with about 200 autographs because you're going to get everybody, and I'm probably going to get about at least 2 autographs from each person because I have cards for everybody, and then they give you like this 8x10, and then there'll be other events that you'll see these people. So I'll be ready to go for that, and I'm looking forward to that. But the funny thing is, since you mentioned, I literally made my flight at like 5 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. I'm flying back to LA because the Barbie premiere is Sunday. So I want to get back in time for that because it's got Margot. I have a deal with a guy. He told me he'd help me with Margot Robbie if I helped him with Ryan Gosling because he loves the movie Driven and has a bunch of stuff for Ryan Gosling to sign. So I'm just like, sure, let's make the deal. And then I don't know if you ever watched the show Sex Education, but there is basically a Margot Robbie twin, like looks just like her, named Emma McKay, and she's in it. And so I want to see her. And then Dua Lipa is in the movie also, and I would love to see her. So yeah, I'm literally flying back. Like, who knows if I'll even sleep Saturday night? Like, we might stay up late and then just go to the airport because I get out of there so early. So that's pretty much it. Stuff I've done recently. I've been so busy with work, I haven't had a chance to do too much, but I did get to see my favorite Jessica Chastain once or twice. She was promoting the George and Tammy show with George Strait and Tammy Wynette show that she's
she did a great job, Billy, on that. I saw the first couple of episodes of that, and I am a country music fan and minor country historian. I really enjoyed the first couple of episodes of it. So she did.
I'm gonna. My boss has better cable networks than I do, so I'm gonna be. I still have two or three episodes left of Succession, and I'm gonna try to watch the George and Tammy show too.
Have you seen any of it yet?
I haven't. I couldn't go in. I couldn't get in. I'm not part of the independent film group. If I was, I could have. The funny thing is, Michael Shannon and her came out of the car, like they drove in the same car and came out at the same time. And I had playbills for Jessica, and she was like, usually she's like 1 or 2 each, but she always does it. If I had 20 playbills, she would have signed every single one because she was so excited that someone had playbills because she just got off of Broadway. She got nominated for a Tony, but lost to Jodie Comer, which I kind of thought was going to happen because I heard really good things about that. But yeah, so that's pretty much. I haven't done too much. Saw the cast, some of the cast of The Boys. I did go for a Q&A for Daisy Jones and the Six, which is probably my favorite television show of the year. You might actually like that show, Eric. It's kind of loosely based. I want to say loosely, but it's kind of based off of Fleetwood Mac a little bit. So okay. it's like 70s rock kind of feel to it. Okay. And it's got Riley Keough, who's Elvis's granddaughter. and a bunch of other people. But that's been my favorite show all year, to be honest with you, is Daisy Jones and the Six. I think it's on Amazon,
Okay.
but that's good. And yeah, that's about it. Not too much crazy stuff.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think it's one of those things where I've never been a big watcher of a lot of stuff. I'll watch a little bit here and there. I used to watch more. Honestly, I watch too much YouTube now. It's one of those things where like there's enough to watch where it's like I don't need to run out. I'll try to make a little time. I made time for the American Gladiators documentary because I was interested. Made time for that. I turned my Netflix back on for that. So right now I've got it on for at least a month. I got at least I got to make my obligation to Bobby, so I'm going to try to watch some Squid Game. Like I genuinely, but it's one of those things where like, oh, have you seen it? And my answer is generally even sight unseen. Before you say, oh, have you seen? The answer is probably no. The answer is probably no. TV show, movie, probably not. I'll watch stuff here and there. I'll binge watch little bits in spurts. Right now, I'm trying to watch some of the Netflix, like, because they'll come up with so many TV show concepts to throw out there. Maybe it makes a second season, maybe it doesn't. I will try to watch her. I already talked about Fubar. I watched a little bit. It's like, all right, Arnold's in it. What the hell? Watch it, and I'll watch some of those spy thriller. But they've got so many, Eric, that they've thrown together. I'm like, how many did you guys make? You literally were like, we're just gonna come up with 100 of them, and we're hoping that like 10 of them get to a second season. I'm like, that probably sounds about right. That you're literally throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. I'll give you that. I did watch John Wick 4. I wanted to watch that one.
Yeah,
that was fun for me.
Last week, and then this week I saw Extraction 2.
Yeah, so that was fun for me. The other one that I'll probably watch is I'll watch the Fast X, just because I do like the Fast and Furious stuff. Obviously, it's gotten ridiculous as time has gone on, but you know what? The hell, I've watched the other 9, so I may as well.
I've only saw
the show that I've watched some of that I heard is really good, and I forgot I went to a Q&A for this also, is Shrinking. Shrinking with Harrison Ford and Jason Segel. Really good.
Okay.
Really? I didn't know they did anything together. I have no idea. I just know he's doing the Yellowstone spin-off with Mirren. That's all I know that he's up to. I mean, obviously, Indiana Jones came out today, I think.
Yeah.
But
we're in a world where there's so much good stuff. Now, it's kind of two similar. By the way, guys, we're kind of just chatting about this because honestly, like I said, the hobby-wise, we've talked about the hobby news stories. There isn't really much more to discuss on that. So, like, we've covered it. So if there's anything that you guys have question-wise or anything you want to ask Billy as far as that, feel free to throw it in the chat and we can talk about it. But just in the meantime, I wanted to kind of broach this since I know Billy is into a lot of that. I do find it a little bit annoying though. We've got so many streaming options. Now I'm kind of an action movie, spy thriller. That tends to be what I'll gravitate towards. That's my I still have like 250 Blu-rays, and 99% of them are like spies and action movies, and that's pretty much my genre that I prefer. But with all this stuff, I watched on Prime Video. I watched Citadel, which is interesting. Literally everybody betrays everybody. That's kind of the whole shtick. But I thought I was interested because apparently I heard the budget was completely out of control for it. So it's a Prime Video like exclusive, but I heard that they spent like $300 million on it.
Oh, good
and it
Lord.
shows because they basically did like an action movie budget, and I was like, what? And I heard about it, and I watched it. I was like, yep, it shows. You literally like exotic location A, exotic location B, exotic. It's like you don't even need to. You could have CGI'd this shit. No wonder you spent $300 million. It's like every episode is like, we're gonna blow up a whole bunch of shit. It's gonna be like a ridiculous set piece where we're just gonna blow half of it up. And it's like, well, I see where your budget went. You basically did an action movie over like 8 episodes, and each episode is almost like a standalone action movie. You just made 8 of them. It was absurd, but hey,
I did hear you talk about, what was it, the Recruit or something, like the other Netflix shows that you watched. I watched.
Yeah, it was The Recruit and Night Agent is one.
Night Agent. That was a good one. I watched that with my cousins. Yeah. And
I watched that one. I watched that one last night. I finished that one up last night. Like I said, I reactivated Netflix to watch the Gladiator thing. But I go, well, if I'm going to turn it on, it's going to be on for at least a month. I'll binge watch a couple of these other things that I'm interested in. I'm all the way caught up to Blacklist. I'm watching the last couple of episodes. That's on NBC anyway, though. But I have a VPN, so I can watch it. That's fine. So I'm following through to the end of that. I watched the second half of Manifest, the last part of Manifest, just to get caught up on that because I had watched it. So I was like, okay,
That's the
let's see how it
airplane
ends.
one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
have
was
like
okay. It was
I
okay.
have like 16 of those on my DVR that I have to
Yeah.
get through.
It's an interesting show, but I almost feel like I won't spoil anything. It almost feels like they tried so hard to be so heavy-handed with the approach they decided to take to it. The ending was fine. I'll call it like a 6.5 out of 10. The end result where they went with it, it's like it's fine. I've definitely seen worse. Like at least you had a conclusion. I got how you arrived at where you arrived at, so I was like, that's fine. I've seen much more logical conclude. I've seen way worse series finales, so I can live with it. It's fine. But I'm not gonna like rave about it. And it was like, oh my god, it blew my mind. No, it was okay. It was fine. Michael Ham says, has UD thought about doing no licensed cards in the future?
I'm assuming that means unlicensed, and that's
Yeah.
kind of what Goodwin is. Goodwin is like our prospecting set that it's got the top 2 quarterbacks in it. It's got a lot of baseball prospects.
Billy, is this my angle to get gladiators? Let's go.
There you go.
Hey, that could be it. I bet at this point you could probably get a couple of those gladiators to sign on. Just make sure that you've drug tested Nitro before he agrees to anything. It might not hold up in court. I got questions about that. That is a weird dude. Interesting dude, but a weird dude.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, the only thing this year's Goodwin, we actually were able to show some players in their college uniforms, which was nice.
All right.
I'm not sure how long we'll be able to do that, but we have a little bit of college colors and uniforms. Still have the Michael Jordan in the suit kind of set, but yeah. So that's kind of our non-licensed set is the is Goodwin.
Yeah. No, that's fair. We have all these options, yet hardly anyone can watch the local MLB team live. That's fair. I have fortunately where I am, region lock wise, since it is Canada, really the only one they've region locked us with us now is the Blue Jays. We can watch everybody else. Now it used to be that MLB.TV allowed us to watch everybody, including the Blue Jays. Now if you try to watch the Blue Jays, it'll give you the radio feed. But I have the network. I have the Sportsnet that does their local anyway, so I can watch all the games anyway. Julius Pepperwood here. Good evening. Says Nitro PMG, sign me up. No, I'm just saying, like I would. The trickiest part about that one is that the creator, he's a shifty character. If you watch the 30 for 30, even though that's his deal and he like agreed to it, he still comes off like a shifty, shady character, even in his own thing, where he has a lot of control over what's said and how it's presented. I don't think he would necessarily license like a proper, full American Gladiator set at this point, unless he got like a huge cut. But you can definitely get the people themselves to participate in a certain degree. I'm sure they would do it. Especially the OG gladiators who are still around. It would be kind of interesting with that. But that's just me. It more than likely it's a niche thing. It would probably have to fit in something like Billy was saying. It'd probably have to be in something like a Ginter. I don't think a standalone set would hold up.
No.
But you could probably squeeze a couple of those folks in there in something like a Ginter.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
that would make sense.
That would be a great name for a Ginter. Is an old ultimate warrior, an old
Gladiator.
American Gladiator.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can get some professional women's mountain bikers in the Ginter set?
You want to talk about niches, Billy? We got niches on niches. And by niches, I mean Eric.
I need a Kate Courtney, a Yolanda Neff. I need a Jenny Rizveds.
I feel like he's making names up, Billy.
No, I'm
I feel
not.
like he's making names up.
Anna Talber.
No, see, Jenny uses an agency that we don't work with anymore. So, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Damn.
Sorry.
Because that's my favorite sport actually. So I really, really want cards, but there aren't any.
This is devastating.
It is.
And I appreciate that your favorite sport is literally a niche on a niche on an actual niche. Wow.
That's my favorite sport.
Lapper is asking the appropriate questions.
Nowadays, can't answer that question anymore.
Well, the good news is, regardless of a definition we come up with, the answer is probably still no.
Missy Giove, absolutely. Yes.
Wow, Jake, you're encouraging him. You're
Now,
encouraging
of
him.
course,
Good
now
evening.
I have seen and talked to Missy Giove back in the 90s when she was racing at Mount Snow in Vermont and the Norba Nationals. So I've actually seen the missile race. Now, she has a very interesting story because she went to jail because after her career, she was like smuggling hundreds, if not thousands of pounds of marijuana and ended up getting caught and going to federal prison. But she's out now. And I think she's living a pretty decent life nowadays. But yep, I've actually talked to the missile many, many years ago.
Minor details, man. Minor details.
Just in case anyone didn't believe me that I'm a fan of women's mountain biking, I think I just proved it.
I still think he's making names up.
Yeah, you can't just add the name Missile on someone's name and make us think that that's like a bike rider.
That was her nickname. She rode downhill. She was a downhill mountain rider. She rode for a few different teams. I honestly don't remember which ones. It could have been Cannondale at the time, but you know, people were jumping around from team to team all the time to get, you know, whoever was going to pay him for that season. I honestly don't remember which team she rode for.
Makes sense. Yes, makes sense. Since I have the thought in mind, I just want to make sure I at least did something. Cool. I had mentioned that I wanted to reach out to Jake, so since he was in the chat, it reminded me to send the message that I was intending to send. So I wanted to make sure I did that, just since we had it in front. But yes, I just think Eric named off a bunch of folks that hit the first report in NBA history. That's all I heard.
No, I did not.
That's all I heard. And really, you're just adding to this confusion. That set is getting bigger all the time. It was already like 500 cards. It's freaking ridiculous. Namer says, sorry if somebody asked this. Billy, I popped out for a while. Since you like Letterkenny so much, do you also like Shoresy?
Of course.
So we're getting a Shoresy themed set soon?
Stuff up. No, talking about just making stuff up. Jerkface is back, and now he's just making stuff up. Letterkenny. What the hell is that? Shoresy. Those aren't even real things. He's just making stuff up.
Try looking in Fleer Ultra. There's actually the actors of Letterkenny have autographs in that set. Real people signing real things. Let me see those mountain bike autographs.
I call shenanigans. And why don't you get a real sport in sports cards instead of these make believe TV shows that names making up?
That's
Shoresy.
based around hockey. What?
Shoresy? I mean, what?
Eric, history tells us that you are the connoisseur of made up sport, mountain biking. That's what we let children do. Put the training wheels back on. What are we doing? It's not a sport.
No, he's just making stuff up. Come on.
The closest we ever got to a sport, Billy and I declared this. Eric was talking about cyclocross. I didn't hear anything about swords. I didn't hear anything about fight to the death. If you had two bicycles and people had swords and they charged to each other like a joust, that's a sport.
Carlos, I'm not like geology like expert, but can someone explain to me all these huge mountain ranges that are in Boston that people ride, that Eric becomes such a fan of these mountain bikers? Because I can't remember there being like, I see mountains like right outside this window right here. Those are mountains.
Well,
I've been in Boston. I don't remember a lot of. I saw bridges. Are they bridge bike riders? Is that what it is?
So, Billy, allow me to assist. As an expert geologist, and I stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night. So as an expert geologist, allow me to assist. So what happens is the state of Massachusetts does not have any mountains. Not natural mountains. However, because as we well know, the state of Massachusetts only has 3 cities total. Boston is actually a myth. It's a theory. It's a concept. It's a construct. There's actually only Peabody, Salem, and Worcestershire. There's only 3. So it's like 3 territories that comprise the state of Massachusetts. That's it. Now, when you see mountains, what you actually see is a bunch of accumulated trash. and that's actually piled up, and that's what he's riding up and down. So he's actually just going up and down, like, if they had like a recycling program, it would just be flat land. But since they don't, it's just he rides straight up and straight down. That's all it is.
First
It's
of all,
That makes a
man-made.
lot of
It's a
sense.
man-made mountain.
we have mountains. They're the Berkshires out in the western part of the state, and then of
And
course,
which city are they in?
in driving distance, I have
Mm.
Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont.
Eric, why are we to question if your pile of trash identifies as a mountain?
Why do
It is
I do-
highly inappropriate of you to assume its geological orientation.
I don't understand why I do this on Fridays. There has to be something better for me to do.
This is the most educational thing on a Friday night of whatever the hell this is.
Exactly. Whatever the hell this is. Can't quite figure it out yet.
Carla says, I think Eric is talking about bikes made from real mountains. Maybe. What is a mountain
It's-
anyways? Who are we to
it's-
define what a mountain is?
31 people watching this crap.
What?
And they're learning. They're getting education.
31 people watching this crap right now. Insane. Utterly insane.
I'm telling you. It's accumulation of all the bodies the Strangler got. Exactly. Man-made. That's what I'm saying. Kathy says, oh, you guys are poking the bear now. Watch out. Oh, watch out. I'm really into
That's right.
molehill biking.
You
Facts.
tell them, Mom. You guys are in trouble now. Mom's here.
I lasted an hour, Eric, but I couldn't pass up the fact that you're saying that there's mountain bikers. There's mountains in Boston.
There is.
I'm still dubious there's even a Boston.
There's a lot of very big hills in the eastern part, but there are western mountains. The Appalachian Trail runs through Massachusetts, and we have Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont in close proximity.
Or so you claim.
I could drive to the White Mountains in like 2 hours.
What about the Black Mountains?
You've heard about us, New Englanders. We kick them out.
Wow. Whew. Billy, I listen, I don't know. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Eric, you're taking us to a dark, dark place. It's terrible. What about the Technicolor Dreamcoat Mountains?
Oh no, they're alive and proud here in Massachusetts.
Yeah. And how much do they comprise of the trash you got? Like I said, man-made, man-made mountains everywhere.
They cause most of it. You ever see those parades? The aftermath is a lot of trash on the ground.
And that's how you've got the mountains that you ride on your bicycle.
That is correct.
Just saying. There are more empirical evidence of Boston than more shady locations such as Muskoka. Muskoka's a lie. Bunker Hill. There you go.
And do you know trivia that the bunker,
Yes, I know trivia.
all right, what hill does the Bunker Hill Monument stand on?
What hill does the Bunker Hill Monument stand on?
He's
He's hitting the Google. The Oracle acknowledges the Google.
Would you like me to just tell you?
I'm going to go with Benny Hill.
Benny Hill.
And it comes with theme song and everything. Look,
Damn it.
we've been doing
Carlos,
this whole
you beat me
segment
to-
has been
you-
scholarship.
You beat me to a joke because I was looking for people with the last name Hill also.
Oh, Benny Hill, buddy. Benny Hill. Got it. I got this. I am a professional. Whatever it is that we're doing right here right now. I am a pro.
Bunker Hill Monument is not on Bunker Hill. It's actually on Breed's Hill.
That was a really lame possible answer. Of all the possible answers, that was like the
Oh.
lamest that it could have been.
It's just stupid that they have a monument called the
Yes,
Bunker
it is
Hill
stupid.
Monument,
They have a monument.
and it's on Breed's Hill. It's stupid. That's stupid.
Jake says, I grew up on the White Mountains. What a place. There you go. Technically, it's Archie Bunker Hill. There you go.
Oh, that's good.
The chat knows. Thank you, Carla.
Chat knows.
And thank you, Jake. Terrible. So are we still going to go with this story of yours of mountains in Boston?
There are no mountains in Boston.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
The Blue Hills are in Boston.
Now you got Blue Hills?
Yes.
You didn't have Black Hills, but you got Blue Hills. So you
Yeah.
don't have Black and Blue Hills.
No, right.
This is lame. And
Right.
again,
Yeah.
I go back to what I said earlier. Like, I'm dubious about these locations you're talking about, Eric.
And
Listen,
there is a protected. People don't know this, but New England actually has rattlesnakes. Timber rattlesnakes.
how many of them are in your house?
Hopefully, there's none. They're protected and they're endangered, and the environmental people, whatever, I don't know, actually have nests that they know of and check on throughout the state. And one of the nests are hidden and they don't tell anybody where they are. But the Blue Hills in Boston actually has rattlesnakes.
So, Carlos
Mm.
did a little research.
Mm.
The highest point in Boston is 330 feet, approximately 100 meters.
Mm.
Yeah, that's Boston. It sits.
That's a mountain.
No, that's in Boston. There's no.
It's not even a half decent hill.
But the
Gotta be
Blue
honest.
Hills are, have a little bit better elevation than that.
Well, Eminem used to tell us about Blue and Purple Hills. So I don't know, Eric. I really don't know what to say about that. Not sure. Carlos says Georgia actually has armadillos. We call them roadkill on the half shell.
Yeah,
Look
you
at
go.
you.
Nice.
Timber rattlers are dangerous. There you go.
Yes, they are.
Actually, Eric, you'll appreciate this. So when I was getting the heat pump installed, this reminded me of a quick story about that. So when the heat pump was getting installed, the guy, as part of, if anybody's not familiar with the whole heat pump concept, these condos don't have ducts, so you have to use a ductless system, aka heat pump. If you're in the South, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The concept is not unfamiliar to you. But anyway, so as part of the deal, there's a spot here in the back of my condo that's got a balcony. It's got a perfectly good spot to put the main unit. That's the main AC thing, and then you basically drill into the wall, put the hoses through. That's how you get your air, your water, all that stuff. Blah blah blah. And then you got your power, and that's how you set up the unit. So when they were doing it, they had to run the wires basically up. And where they did it in the back. So in my living room, back behind yonder in the darkness here, the darkness,
The darkness.
there's a thing called love back there. But in addition to that, where the air pumps out this way, but while it's doing it, they ran the wires all the way up into the master bedrooms. Great, all good. But while they were drilling and doing all that, it turned out, as it found out when they were in the middle of it, they go, "Hey, do you have any bug spray or whatever?" It turned out inside the walls of part of the thing. Now the walls are owned by the condo corp. They're not my responsibility because it's inside the walls. It turns out inside the walls, apparently there's a nest of bees.
Wonderful.
Yes. Yeah, and I was kind of chuckling, and I kind of look. I go, "Bees, really? Bees?" And what happened was,
honeybees or wasps.
as they went into it, when they went into it, I was like, "Well, first of all, those freeloaders need to pay rent. I could use some honey. That'd be great." But then at the same time, I was just thinking of the Nicolas Cage, that horrible movie, The Wicker Man, and I was just thinking I wanted one of the guys to go, "The bees, the bees." It was an opportunity missed. I was very sad.
But were they honeybees or were they wasps?
Oh, I assumed. See, I thought they were wasps because I've definitely seen wasps. So I was thinking, like, are you sure it's bees?
The honeybees you don't poison, you save and bring them somewhere and have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wasps, you just kill them all.
Yeah, I got to look into it because I genuinely don't know, but I was surprised. I was like, really? Okay. I just thought it was interesting. I enjoyed it. I got a kick out of it. So it made me laugh. All right, here we go. MJ Flipper. What? Psh, we're trying to edumacate here. It's like, hold on. Nether realm you go. Psh, you will not interrupt the story. We're doing story time.
Yeah, story time's fun.
Psh. Green Cardboard, good evening or morning, depending on your neck of the woods, where that is right now. But yes, I thought you would appreciate that one, Billy. We brought the story all the way full circle into reference for the bees.
I would also, since we're playing trivia, and we mentioned that 330 feet was the highest point in Boston. How high must you be above sea level to be considered a mountain?
Ooh. There's an official classification.
I looked it up.
Yeah. I thought it was like 1,000 feet. I thought, but maybe that's too.
Well done, Eric. I should have talked you out of it. I should have been like, "Are you sure?"
Wow.
And then you
Wow.
probably would have like talked yourself out of it. But
1,000
yep,
feet.
it's
is
1,000
above-
feet, so 3 times higher than the highest point in Boston.
Yeah, Boston's. It's not a. There's there's some hilly areas, but there's definitely no mountains on the coast here.
What's the highest point in Massachusetts?
Eric, after a Boston Bruins playoff loss.
No,
It's a coping mechanism. It's a coping mechanism.
No, it's got to be out in the Berkshires, out in the mountain ranges, and it's like is Monadnock in Massachusetts and New Hampshire? I forget.
Oh, now you're back to making places.
I don't know. I'll say Mount Monadnock.
It has an "ock" at the end of it. It's Mount Greylock.
Great, yes, okay. Sorry.
Could you rename it to Gray Skull, because that'd be pretty sweet.
Yes.
Just saying, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, Mount Greylock. There you go.
Paul here says, I appreciate Zero Toronto's lows coming out. Listen, man, you do not interrupt story time. How dare you? Show some respect. I always enjoyed, back in the day, I used to enjoy antagonizing the chat. It was kind of fun for me. But these days, it's like, no, for the most part, it's like, look, we're just screwing around. I'm having my beer and just chilling out, and we're hanging out and chatting. If y'all want to talk about something else, we could have. I've left it up to you. How many times have I said, it's like, if you'd like to talk about something else, we can. Otherwise, y'all get stories of heap up and bees. That's what you got. Bees kept around the red Ronda drum can produce a special honey. Interesting. Yes. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know.
I'll say this though. I wish Billy was house sitting on Wednesday, because this is probably the best internet connection he's ever had.
I was gonna say we were off to a rocky start at the beginning, but it's cleaned up. It's cleaned up pretty good.
And Wednesday was a complete shit show. He was the leader of that shit show parade, let me tell you. And then, like right around 11 o'clock, he's in the middle of one of his stories, and all of a sudden the entire done ends in the middle. It's the middle of a sentence, and I haven't talked to him since.
Bill, we talked about this. We got to discuss this whole internet thing. We need real internet, buddy.
I haven't had internet in the 9+ years I've lived where I live.
Can you?
I haven't had air conditioning in 9+ years, and I resolved that this week, Billy. It's time. Hold on. If I can change, then you can change. Then we can all change.
Okay, so Eric's going to start buying Beckett slabs. Is that what you said?
No.
Oh, he's already doing it right now. He's just not telling us.
He's dipping his Beckett slabs in mayonnaise.
What do you think the mountain is made out of? What do you think the mountain is made out of, man? The mountain is made out of Beckett slabs. Just think about it. Beckett slabs and a whole bunch of this. A whole bunch. Oh my God. By the way, that was a Rocky reference for those who didn't get it.
Rocky IV.
Yes, Rocky IV. Sylvester Stallone's speech at the end.
Yes.
To the Russians. So yes, Paul was saying, to be fair, a show about whatever the hell this is, use this info is totally about. Yes, it literally is.
Yeah.
You got to say it right. You got to say, to be fair. There's your Letterkenny reference,
There you go.
which you guys won't get.
I don't have any clue.
No,
yeah,
not so much.
I got Monadnock and Greylock confused.
We still need a great skull. Is it New Hampshire New Key?
I find both of them. I got them confused.
Mike Soroka, average fan Canadian pitcher in the Braves roster, was the first MLB game tonight after Kills Edge 27. Oh my God, he lives! It's fantastic. I might have a gold prism for the love of all that's holy. Actually, pitch. That'd be nice. I still got it. It'd be nice, but yeah, he's been super injured. He's had a ton of time off. It's been a bit rough for that guy.
I just got to shut the door. The dog's
No
done.
worries. No worries. Go ahead.
This is the best conversation I've ever had with Billy on video. This is fantastic.
Yeah, he wasn't cursing you the whole time.
Oh, I don't care what he says. What he says is meaningless to me, anyways. It's just jibber jabber. But at least he's not freezing up and dropping off and blurred out, and he's trying to show cards, and it's just a
Still
total
images,
shit.
man. You got to use your imagination.
He did a
Billy,
break.
I was actually gonna ask you a question.
He did a
You've
break
been
the other
now.
night, Carlos. You couldn't see a damn thing. He broke like 5 boxes. Couldn't see one card.
Okay, but hold on. Now you're talking about video though. How was what was the context of him being on video?
We were all doing this monthly card show thing where you can go online to a card show,
Oh.
and it really just turns into Clubhouse on video.
I was about to say, yeah, that's what it sounded like.
That's pretty much what
You're
it
talking
is.
about
No,
seeing it.
our
That's
friend,
not Clubhouse.
Amanda, is in the entertainment side of the card realm, and so I went on there to help out with. I broke a few entertainment blasters for her to get, people on there and look at some cards, and she can talk about them and that sort of thing. So we did that, and my internet. I wasn't using vice president internet. I was using senior product manager internet, and I guess it's not as good.
No, it's not.
Wow. I see. All right, fair enough. What I was going to ask you is, so for all the shows you go to, I generally don't bother. I did make an exception, but I'll explain the context of why. I'm not a guy who goes out and buys shirts for these shows and stuff like that. Not really my thing. But for the Forbidden Door one, I wanted to get it because it was the pay-per-view they did in Canada, which was great for me. And this has been my experience. This was my experience the last AEW thing. The merch is so ridiculously overpriced. I there's like a level of overpriced that I was willing to accept. And then they blew that out of the water. They're like, nope, we're going to charge you like 50%, 100% higher than you
Isn't
even
it
think.
like $50 to $70 for a T-shirt?
It was $60 for a shirt.
See,
$60 for a Forbidden Door short. Now, however, I think they didn't sell it. So just for context, the Forbidden Door show, they did it at Scotiabank. So that's the bigger venue where you can have a bigger, and they actually sold a lot of tickets. I think it was like 13,000 and change. So they actually did a pretty good box office show. And so on paper, you've got the opportunity to sell a ton of merch. You can go through a ton. You got 13,000 people. You can get food. You could do very well on this show financially for everybody. But $60 shirts, what the hell are we doing? Like it's too much. It's way too high. It's
conscious of the same way. It's ridiculous.
Now, I think they ended up with so much extra. So they're doing a whole Canadian swing right now, a Canadian tour. So this week, because I was getting the heat pump installed, Tuesday and Wednesday was basically out of commission. Wednesday, they finished the job around 9 p.m. I had tickets to the Wednesday show. I was going to go to the Dynamite in Hamilton. But they were taking so damn long, I had to be here to supervise it. So I was like, okay, I told my buddies, like, hey, I won't be able to make it out. Enjoy the show. I watched it on replay on PVR after. But while I was here doing all that, he messaged me during the show. He goes, hey, I think they ended up with a ton of overstock from Forbidden Door. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, the shirts are $30. And I go, oh, now they're blowing them out. They had to drop the price in half just to get rid of the shirts. I go, if they got a large, hook me up. So I ended up getting my shirt by proxy in Hamilton days after the Forbidden Door show. And I was like, but guys, if you had just made it, look, we expect it to be expensive. It's Toronto. Everything's expensive. The beer's expensive. The food's expensive. I expect that. $60 for a shirt is obscene. I can't. Like, we're not even having a real, like, what are we talking about here, man? It's a cotton shirt. Be real.
AEW has been a pleasure to work with as a licenser, and I even have my keychain here. There's
Nice.
Sting. There's your girl.
Yeah.
There,
I'll
just leave it at that.
Thanks for offering to get me one, Billy. Thanks.
I'll just leave it at that. If you showed up to Double or Nothing, you would have gotten one.
Great. No problem.
You chose the wrong pay-per-view.
If it had been in the budget, Billy, do you know how much one of these heat pumps cost? Even to install?
$20. When I got my apartment, the lady's like, well, here's the heater. I go, where's the air conditioning? She goes, you live a mile from the ocean. You don't need one. I was like, oh. And I got about a 2-week span where it gets a little uncomfortable and I have a little fan. And other than that, beautiful.
Well, that's California, Billy. We're talking Southern Ontario, and when you get to Southern Ontario, we will have the extremes. It is not the coldest part of Canada, but it can get cold. And when it gets hot, it's the humidity that kills everybody. I did it for 9 years, and the reason I finally, but it's $1,800 to install it, plus the cost of the actual machines themselves. It's like, no, I could have paid to go to Double or Nothing easily for the price that I paid for this heat pump. And I could have bought a bunch of shit while I was there. I could have bought the overpriced merch, no problem.
Speaking of spending a lot of money, Eric, are you going to the National? I forgot to ask.
No, I don't have any interest.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to November and going back to Toronto. I hope you're going.
Yeah, we'll see. I was surprised. I thought, I told him, like, I'll go to the Spring Expo, and then Tony and Pat can go to the National because they're Chicago guys.
Mm-hmm.
And Grant pulls me in the office, and he's just like, hey, so let's talk about the National. He goes, I think the three of us need to be there. And I go, I didn't plan on going. He goes, what do you mean? I go, I went to the Spring. I go, I thought you would. He goes, no, the three of us need to be there. I was like, you understand, here's my schedule of July. And I go, I'm going to International Fight Week. I go, I'll probably take a half day Thursday. I have Friday off.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously we get to Monday and Tuesday off. So I'm literally in the office Wednesday, and I'm working a half day from Vegas on Thursday. Then the next week I'm going to Michigan. I'll probably need a half a day of traveling, and then I'll be working from Michigan on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be in Michigan that week, and then the next weekend's Comic-Con. I go to Comic-Con. I'll be gone Thursday and Friday. Took those off. That's one of the things. When I got hired, I literally said I do not work Comic-Con, and luckily they said that's fine. But that's my other vacation is Comic-Con. International Fight Week and Comic-Con are my two things, and then the next week is the National.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like,
July is pretty heavy with a lot of stuff going on. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and people are like, oh well, Comic-Con's right by you. I go, no, like I share a hotel room with a bunch of people when I go down there, and it's we I stay down there. I don't drive back and forth. Parking at Comic-Con this is US dollars. Like the first day might be like $40-$50, and then it's like $80 to $100 even if you're staying at the hotel. It costs that much to park your car. So what I did last year is I stayed with my friends. I parked my car because I don't know if you're familiar with San Diego, but there's an airport literally downtown San Diego. I parked my car at the airport for $30 a day, and then brought my bags with me and had my stuff in the hotel, so I didn't have to pay for parking every day.
So you're not going to tell them about the actual story where you rented a car and abandoned it under your pseudonym?
God, that would be smart too.
Eric Wade.
Yeah, my credit sucks.
No one will suspect you.
My credit sucks, but it was worth it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, just go with your alias, and no one will know. Throw it out there. I feel like that sounds right. Look, it's what I do every time I commit a criminal act. I write Eric Wade.
There's a like I could take the coaster down there too if I wanted to, and that's pretty easy. But like I want to be there at a certain time. I want to whatever. So we kind of have a system down.
Nice. So Paul here says NASCAR is charging $10.50 for a beer this weekend in Chicago, or you can get a 6-pack for a special price of $63. That's Coors Light. So I ended up paying like $13, almost $14 for Coors.
Oh, your show was cheaper. It's $18 US.
Nice.
For Bud Light.
So that's our one saving grace apparently. But we get the $60 shirts.
Buy anything when I go to a concert venue or sports event. I will not buy anything.
Well, Eric, it's Vegas, so obviously we beforehand.
Mm. So my question, Billy, was: Do you ever buy any of the merch, the shirts, or anything like that?
I haven't gone down that rabbit hole yet.
I just wanted to do it because I love that the Forbidden Door show is irregular enough. It's one of those. It's one of the kind of their more special, and it was also the first pay-per-view they did in Canada, so I appreciated that it was a very specific show. I don't bother with it regularly, but for that show, I thought, all right, You're doing the first pay-per-view in Canada. That's first. It's a specific date, a specific time, a very special show. I go, I wanted to commemorate. I want it as a memento of this specific show.
I'll do like I bought Letterkenny. Like I'll do concerts. I don't do shows, if that makes sense. Like I bought Letterkenny shirts when I was down when I saw the shows, but I didn't. I haven't done any wrestling stuff. The only you're gonna laugh. The only wrestling shirt I own is a big pair of lips that says Mr. Ass on it, and on the back it says, "I got 4 words for you. Check out my ass," and that's it.
Is that the shirt you wear regularly into Upper Deck?
Yes, it's
Can you please
called my work uniform.
I think we all need to see that. And I will.
The best part is that I know exactly the shirt he's talking about because I saw it. Because back in the day, that was Billy Gunn's whole thing.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So
Well,
I was like,
you want to know?
yeah. But that was a shirt
with Road Dogg and Billy Gunn wearing the shirt next to Billy Gunn.
and that makes sense. It's fun, but like no, I literally don't buy merch for many of those things ever. But like I said, it was only interesting to me because it was a very specific show, and the fact that it was the first pay-per-view they'd done in Canada, and it was a Forbidden Door show. I was like, all right, and that card was strong. It was a good card, so
Yeah.
I enjoyed it for that, and I was like, all right, I think I'll take a one-time souvenir on that. So I was like, I don't use the shirt, I'll wear it, but not all the time. I generally, and maybe this is me. I don't know if you guys are different. Generally speaking, if I'm going to get a shirt, honestly, I get a lot of plain shirts. I'm not a big fan of like promoting anybody else's brand most of the time. I think the only shirt that I wear that has anything on it usually is like the Adidas one. It's just because they got the one thing on the branding. Otherwise, it's like, no, it's like plain shirts a lot. I just don't like wearing a lot of brands or a graphic shirt or anything of that stuff.
I do like Anna Jay's new shirt. I'm not gonna lie.
A fat ass and a bad attitude?
Yeah, but it's like I'm not gonna wear that around.
Oh, I think you should wear it. I think you should wear it, Billy. The questions that you would be answering, wah, chef's kiss.
I need to see Billy in some of these shirts, man.
I'm just saying. Well, the most controversial one, I don't know. Did you hear the thing? You saw the thing with the Britt Baker shirt. So there was one Britt Baker shirt that they did after one of the angles. She accidentally got hit somewhere. I think it was in the match or the post match. She got basically hit. So effectively, she had a black eye. So the thing is, they took that and put it on a shirt, and I was sitting there like, you guys realize that if you don't know anything about professional wrestling, you've got a picture of a woman with a black eye on the front of your shirt. Do you have any idea what an awkward conversation that would be with anyone that doesn't know what it is that, like, if you saw the show, you know what happened. You know what that is. That's a promo that she cut as part of the show. But without any words or graphic on the front, it's literally a picture of a woman's face with a black eye, and you're wearing that as a shirt.
That's not going to come off too well, at the parent-teacher meeting.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of scenarios. I can't think of too many scenarios outside of the wrestling show itself where you can not have to explain yourself. I was like, all right, guys. At the end of the day, I don't care, but I'm just saying I wouldn't wear that shirt.
What shirt I would like to wear is one with like Name's face on it with a black eye.
Mm.
I'd wear that every day. Every day.
There you go, Name. You might have a merch opportunity, Name. Eric prefers Mr. Potato Head Salad.
This. Just a second, somebody sent me something. Let's see if I can do 2 things at once.
Yep. I'm just muting him for now. I think
this is gonna go bad. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, when you go on the phone, usually it deactivates, messes with the audio and the video, but it's fine. He needs a minute. So, anything else you guys want to chat as we're starting to wind her down? We're going to start winding her down for the evening because I have a chocolate chip cookie with my name on it. It's exciting times. It's exciting times. Got a fresh set, so we're good to go. But no, it's been fun. Like I said, right now we're in the dog days of summer, so it was great. It was a pleasure having Billy join us. It was great having Brad give us a nice story on the 1-of-1 Magic thing. When he called me and told me about it, I was like, really? Okay. I thought it was great that we actually had a little bit of inside baseball there on what happened with that cart, because obviously it's been making the rounds now. It's a very special thing. Hey, Billy, can we hear you? Can you hear us? Is that good here?
Am I back?
Okay. Yep, I can hear you. You're good.
It's like Wednesday
Okay,
all
sorry
over
about
again.
that. I didn't
no
realize it
worries.
was going to kick me off. So
No, no worries, no worries. All good. I figure sometimes it does that when there's a notification or something on the phone. It messes up with certain things, but it's all good. Not a problem there. So real quick, I'll grab.
So I will say this. One last thing. There was another thing on my list.
Go
So
ahead.
since it's the 1 year anniversary of my premonition coming to
Officially, it actually is. By the way, Billy, I don't know if you remember this. Yeah, Eric predicted last July 1st that it would be the zombie apocalypse for the hobby. So right now we're in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. Just to let y'all know.
nice. Congrats.
So it's been exactly a year. It is
It's-
officially July the 1st. Happy Canada Day to the Canadians.
and so January 2022, I warned everybody that the sky would fall on July 1st. So here we are a year later, and a friend of Billy and I, Jeff Hart, who's a clubhouse guy, and he's from Massachusetts. So I've met Jeff and gone to shows with him and stuff. He's a great guy. His Instagram, he put up something today, and it was absolutely perfect. His Instagram handle is Patriot Sports Cards. He is one of the leading vintage basketball collectors on the PSA registry. So he has a lot of clout in the hobby. And what he did was, and I don't know if Carlos can pull it up or not, because I felt it really sums up everything.
Okay.
So it's Patriot Sports Cards on Instagram.
Okay. Patriot Sports on Instagram. All right. I'll take
Yeah.
a look. Give me 1 second.
And it really sums up everything.
Okay. It'll just take me a minute. I'm sorry. I'm just zipping through
Yeah.
here. There's a lot of damn Instagram stories tonight. Jesus. Okay. Hang on. Zipping through. I try to check them so I don't get fall behind. Okay. Patriot Sports Cards, you said, right?
Yeah.
Patriot Sports Cards. Jeff Hart, right?
Jeff Hart, yes.
Okay, I got that. What am I looking for here?
His Instagram post about the bowl graded 9.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Hold on. I've got it in front of me.
And this,
There you go.
I sent in. I told him how he just nailed it. So this sums everything up over the last couple of years and where we're at today. This is a bowl 9. I can't read exactly his message on this, but basically
I can read it. I can read it. Let me read it since I got it in front of me.
okay.
So the text was apologies up front for the big flex, but here's a copy of the infamous poster child of the junk slab era coming in at a whopping PSA 9. My trigger finger couldn't help myself on this one. I was lucky enough to secure this for $1.20, including buyer's premium. Surprised no one else bid. This is PC, not for sale, not for trade.
So the whole point of this, of course, is at some point 2 years ago, this card was going for hundreds, if not thousands. All the grading companies were inundated with bowl rookie cards, and this was the big hit, and this was going to make everybody tons and tons of money. Well, Jeff bought that card now, a PSA 9, for under $2. Think about how many people invested hundreds upon hundreds of dollars 3 years ago on that card, and it's now worth under $2. It perfectly sums up everything I was trying to get across in January of 22, and telling you what was going to happen by July 1st. And everything that I said was going to happen happened. It's the first time in my life I've ever been right about anything. So I'm hanging my hat on that. And a year later,
What do you mean? What do you mean? How did your NHL playoff picks go?
I said it was the first time I've ever been right. I was wrong yet again during the playoffs.
But in fairness, you did have a perfect record of wrong. It was actually
I had 100%. All right. If it was baseball, I was batting 1,000.
It really was. It was extremely impressive.
It
Not
was
gonna lie.
extremely impressive of wrongness.
Hmm.
So I just I just thought that was perfect that Jeff posted that today. I wanted to give him credit.
And
Maybe
you wanted to recommend to people that they should buy Bol because now you're buying the dip.
Bol to the moon.
Hmm.
Now's the time to buy. But I mean, you guys all remember what his cards were doing 3 years ago, right? And that all these investors
It was
got,
after a practice. It was after a practice
Yeah.
game, a preseason game. It was great.
yeah, and it went nuts, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and he bought that under $2. That is where the hobby has gone and is now. And it just absolutely perfect that it happened today. So I wanted to give Jeff credit for that and just show everybody a perfect example of where we've been in the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Pretty soon you could trade Bol for Zion. Come on, that's nonsense, Dave. Bol is playing. Zion's out. Bol to the moon.
Yeah,
Obvious spent tons of money to make tens of money in the end. Yes.
tons of money, which you
Come
can't
on.
because it's worth under $2.
Eric's lies are old, but he tells them well.
I do like that comment, but this is the first thing I've ever been right about, and I'm gonna hang my hat on that.
Yeah, mountain biking thing wrong. Mountains in Massachusetts wrong. It's terrible. A lot of wrongness.
A lot of wrongness, but I was right about that, and I just think Jeff perfectly summed it up with his post today.
So now a year after the zombie apocalypse started, Eric, so are we still zombie apocalypsing or what are we doing?
I think, well, right now the summer, and is one of the reasons I said July 1st last year was because the summer is the slow time. It'll heat up again in the fall when we have all three, sports going again. But right now it's just baseball, and that sucks, and no one likes it. And there's this dying sport. I don't even know if it'll be around in 10 more years.
It'll be replaced by American Gladiators. I'm looking forward to it.
I would rather watch American Gladiators than a baseball game. Way more exciting. So I think, things will start, maybe some prices and things will go up a little bit in the fall. But no, this is where we're at. And again, as I predicted, we are still above where we were pre-pandemic. So if you bought cards pre-pandemic, you're still ahead. If you bought cards during the pandemic, you're behind. But, hopefully you made good decisions. You bought when you should have, you sold when you should have, and you didn't lose, everything that you had. But if you invested in Bol, and one of the big issues were people sent those cards in, the grading companies were so far behind that even by the time people got their cards back 6 months to a year and a half later, his cards had already gone down. Now they're just in the cellar, and it doesn't matter what he does as a player. He can end up being a Hall of Fame player. His cards will never be as valuable as they were 3 years ago. No one's going to pay you $1,000 or $1,500 for that card.
Oh, I think I can get 1,000 yen. Don't lie to people. All right. So let me read a couple of these comments here. Bob Jackson says, I think you need to add a couple more zeros. A couple more zeros, and I think that's probably accurate. Dave says, okay, maybe Bol for Zion on a Trout. Now you're talking. Maybe that combination. I could see that trend. I could see that combination happening. Pokemon speculators are finally realizing that Pokemon Co. never turn the presses off. All about the Pokies. Tony hit an absolute missile tonight, 495 3 feet. Otani's staying healthy. Otani's staying healthy. Like I said, I warmed up to Otani. I was critical of Otani, by the way. The injury risk is still a risk, regardless. But he has stayed healthy, and he's done very well hitting for power, good stuff, and he's pitching well, which is important. If he's doing both those things, that's what makes him special. That's what makes him good. And he struck out Fish Boy, so I'm a fan. I'm on board.
He did do that.
Let's go. You know, I might have gotten the Tops Now card of him striking out Fish Boy. I'm not saying I did. I might have bought multiples. I'm just saying, hypothetically, support. But yes, he's doing great. All right, so let's wind her down on that. Eric had his opportunity to do his victory lap. We'll have an opportunity to do more later. Billy and I will have a conversation, and we'll figure out a way to. Of course, we'll invite him back as always. It's always a pleasure having Billy join us, and then we'll be able to hopefully have a chat when AEW Metal comes in 14, 15 years. Billy will be retiring, and Eric will be dead probably because he tried to climb one of the mountains. So that'll be good.
I can only hope.
Yeah, no, it gives us optimism for the future. Otani greater than Trout? Psh, easily. What's Otani's WAR? 12 billion. Easily. So let's touch on that. So last thoughts here. Billy, any last thoughts? Last opportunity to give any sage words of wisdom or insult Eric one final time.
Guys, have a good night. I'm distracted because I just got the signing list for the UFC thing, and last time there were 3 sessions, and they dropped it down to 2 sessions, and a lot of the names repeat, and so I was expecting to get a lot of the big names at different things, and now I have a whole new game plan, so I'm a little frustrated, but I'm gonna skedaddle anyway. Thank you for having me on, and talking a little pop culture, always fun, and go Red Wings.
There you go. Sounds good. Appreciate you, Billy.
Right.
Appreciate
See you guys.
Some internet.
Have a good one. Have a good night. So I appreciate him popping on. I appreciate Bobby coming in with the knowledge from the garage, as always. And I appreciate Brad giving us the lowdown on the 1/1 MTG card, the infamous bounty card. And my advice stands to the holder of that card, sell it, get your $1 million, and have a good time. It's a lottery ticket. You won, you cashed in, finish the deal, go get your money, have a good one.
Make sure it's posted, wait 48 hours, and then cash in.
Yep. Other than that, have yourselves a good evening, everybody. It's a holiday weekend in both Canada and the U.S., so we're already in Canada Day officially. So for the Canadians, happy Canada Day. Have a good time and enjoy. And then for the Americans, have a great 4th of July here upcoming and the long weekend therein. So enjoy that as well. And back next week. Same bad time, same bad channel, same deal. Keep chugging along here this summer. It is dog days summer, so we're just seeing what comes in. We'll see. Other than that, catch you in the next one. I'll have a video probably of some pickup videos, so we'll do that coming up here. And I'm looking forward to, I think there'll be a big ComC mail day coming up. I did order that, so that'll be hopefully happening. And I'm going to big ship my cars mail day with an instant Josh Rosen collection. Very exciting. Oh. It's craziness. It's craziness. All craziness. Whew, man. You want to talk about Bowl? Wait until you see this Rosen collection. I'm a horrible person, Eric.
I know. Oh, I think everyone's aware of it by now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think I'll put an exclamation point on that. It's coming. There's always another opportunity. And other than that, Eric, any other than we already did the gloating piece. Other than that, is there anything else you want to add? Do you want me to get the jar mayonnaise? I know you're really excited about that.
I'm gonna throw up on you though if you don't stop.
All right. Well, that's it. Then have yourselves a good night on the way out. If you can hit the like button, we appreciate it. Take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.